15 years cold. The Rashaun Jones case. We're breaking down one of South Florida's most talked about cold cases, the 2006 murder of University of Miami football star Bryan Pata. Pata was a 22-year-old defensive lineman from Little Haiti, one of 9 kids and a rising NFL prospect. On November 7, 2006, just hours after practice, he was shot execution-style in the head outside of his apartment.
At what address? 9315, Southwest 77th Avenue. What happened there? Somebody got shot. The guy's on the ground. I don't know where he's bleeding from, but he's on the ground, man. Okay, can you please stay with me on the line? Did you see what happened? No, I did not see what happened. Nobody see what happened, man.
His wallet was full of cash and was still on his person. This looked personal. No robbery, no clear suspect. Then, ESPN's investigative reporting in 2020 helped blow the case back open. They dug through thousands of documents, sued for records access, and located witnesses. Less than a year later, in August of 2021, former teammate Rashaun Jones was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Jones has always maintained his innocence.
And what is your position? What are you thinking?
Deep down in my heart, I know I'm innocent. So that means I got to go to trial to prove my innocence.
Well, that's up to you.
Jones's first trial earlier this year ended in a mistrial after the jury deadlocked. Reportedly, 5-1 for acquittal. Now, we're heading into a retrial in September, but the case has only gotten messier. We're talking about a circumstantial evidence case with some messy layers. A controversial jailhouse witness who's popped up as a witness in other cases before. Questions about disgraced former prosecutor Michael Van Zompt and how he handled that informant. And now most recently, the lead detective is facing an internal affairs investigation over alleged biased comments on social media using burner accounts during the first trial. The state of Florida's theory is that all roads led to Jones. Motive, the timing, an eyewitness, phone records. But the defense says that after 15 years with no new evidence, this looks more like the state is just responding to pressure from the family, and that it's the product of tunnel vision. So in this series, we've got old footage, we've got trial testimony, the current motions fight over what the jury is allowed to hear, and the twists that are going to keep coming in as we approach the new trial, which we'll cover that too. We're going to lay it all out with a live stream format, with a live chat to interact and figure it out together. So here we go. Drop your thoughts in the chat or the comment section if you are on Replay Crew, and let's get into it. Hey guys. We are on session 4, and we're going to be watching the trial. The trial that ended reportedly with a 5-1 split in the jury. They got deadlocked in 5-1 favor to acquit, reportedly, according to one juror. We're going to see if we can figure out how that happened. And starting us off here is the bombshell that we heard about. We've talked about already in previous sessions about this case. That here on February 17th, we were about to do opening statements, and then we have an issue. So let's watch this issue. This is really getting us into day 1 of this trial. And we'll get you guys on the screen so you guys can react.
All right, so meanwhile they're looking at that, I'm going to address the audience. I know there's a lot of people here today. People are going to be going in and out throughout this hearing, but I wanted to say for the people that are here now, a couple of housekeeping matters. Please take a look at your phones. I don't know if you have an Apple Watch, anything like that. Make sure that they are turned off so that they don't start ringing or vibrating in the middle of the trial and be distracting. Second of all, there are instructions that I'm giving everyone, but it should also be on the door. You cannot use a cell phone to take photographs or videos unless you have a media license and have been granted permission by the court. Do not take pictures of any of the jurors. Do not take pictures of any of the witnesses, the lawyers, the people involved. If you post something on social media, I more than assure you they will find you. It has happened in the past. The consequences are contempt of court and jail time. So please.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to pause a lot while we watch this trial. But how wonderful is this instruction about not going on social media? We will find you. Where if we jump forward to a few weeks after this trial ends in a deadlock with a mistrial, we now have a big mess because it seems like lead detective Juan Segovia is using a burner account. It traces back to his registrations and his IP address. It's a Balance of Justice account that's making comments about this trial while the trial is ongoing on social media. So this is a bit ironic to hear this instruction. But here we go.
Please take note, look at the phones now, make sure they're off, and don't be looking at it where somebody thinks that you're taking a video. If you have meta glasses, please take them off. If anyone sees a little green light or a little red light on your glasses, you will more likely than not end up being in jail. So please check your glasses. I don't want to have to start this all over or have this type of a hearing, but I have to say it because it wouldn't be the first, second, or third time that it happens to me in particular. It happens to all the courtrooms, but I give this admonishment in advance because of the experience that it has happened before. So yes, we even have meta glasses. That being said, I know that there is going to be a lot of testimony that's highly emotional. There are family members on both sides here. Please remember that this is a courtroom. I don't anticipate we're going to have any issues, but I give this same admonishment as I do in every other homicide case. I know that it's very difficult to hear. I know that both sides are going to hear allegations against a loved one that's going to make them unhappy. If you cannot sit through it quietly, please exit quietly. We don't want anything to happen in front of the jury that's going to cause us to have to start all over. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. For your concerns, the media might get people from the audience into the photographs, but they're going to make a concerted effort not to get the faces of the jurors because they are concerned for the sensitivity of their safety and their privacy for now. All right. Anything else you all want me to address?
Yes, Judge, there's one additional issue. So this goes to the court's ruling excluding the confession of Wilner Yacinthe. And just to give a little bit of additional information. Wilner Yacinthe was the individual officers got information through a confidential informant who was working with ICE that Wilner Yacinthe is a known hitman and he confessed to the crime. The court excluded his testimony for a couple reasons, excluded any reference to that cross-examination on that, anything related to that confession for a couple reasons. The first was because in Detective Dominguez's report, it said the only information there is that this individual said he killed somebody with a .38 caliber, and the court found that that wasn't sufficient information to link this to the murder of Bryan Pata and make it, meet the credibility requirements under Chambers versus Mississippi. The second is because there was information provided to the court that the hitman who allegedly made this confession was deported to Haiti and died in 2010, and therefore the officers really couldn't do any additional investigation or follow up on that because he had passed away. So the court said that this isn't something that we can bring in for lack of investigation or what the officers did. Since that time, we got some additional information from ICE. We sent a number of 2 letters. I believe we referenced that last time we discussed this in court, and the initial one was denied. We just got a response to the second one, I believe on Friday of last week. That included a number of reports that was written by the ICE officer who initially made this information available to the detectives for the Miami-Dade Police Department, and it includes some additional information that wasn't included in Detective Dominguez's report that would affect the court's analysis. The first is it includes specific language discussing what this confession said, where he said, "I just killed that kid from the University of Miami." So now we have a specific statement, unlike what the court found about Dominguez's report, a specific statement linking that confession to the murder of Bryan Pata. It also includes information about a .38 caliber handgun, and in looking to Detective Dominguez's report about the date whenever this confession was made, it was approximately 3 weeks after the death of Bryan Pata, according to Detective Dominguez, and then according to the new ICE reports we got 3 weeks after. Well, it doesn't say specifically 3 weeks in the ICE reports to be clear, but the confession was, "I just killed that kid from the University of Miami. I get paid to perform hits." So I believe that would at least affect the court's analysis as to the credibility of this confession. The second issue, well, these are intertwined. Between 2009, December of 2009, and 2011, there is an operation. The City of Miami Police Department and ICE are trying to locate Wilner Yacinthe because they have this information about the homicide, and he's also illegally in the United States, so ICE was trying to deport him. There are a number of City Miami police officers who are referenced, but their names are redacted, who, in speaking with ICE, saying, I've seen this guy in the area, I've seen him around this location, he looks familiar to me. The City of Miami and ICE were never able to locate him. None of that is referenced in any of the reports in this case. Miami-Dade Police Department, as far as the information that we have, was not involved in any of this. They didn't try to go to any of the locations where this person was seen. They didn't try to do anything to locate this individual. And this is happening in December of 2009. The last entry from Detective Dominguez's report, and I believe the last entry until the new reports, whenever Detective Segovia took over, is in November of 2009. So it doesn't memorialize any of this. So now we know that there's this investigation by other departments trying to find this guy, seeing this guy, knowing where this guy is. I have to imagine that that was communicated to Miami-Dade in some way, but there's no information about Miami-Dade's involvement in that. The second issue...
So wait, before I forget, are you asking if there are reports, or do you need to ask if there are reports referenced that in any of the Miami-Dade files?
From what we have so far, there is nothing in any of the Miami-Dade Police Department reports that would reference that search, that investigation, or Miami-Dade's involvement in that.
Okay, so you're not asking for us to ask the detectives about that specifically because you've looked through and you believe it's not there? Okay.
Correct. We're asking for the court to reconsider the ruling excluding.
Okay.
Right? Now, as far as the information that was put before the court at the last hearing about this individual being deported to Haiti and dying in 2010, I think there was a miscommunication between officers and what officers were saying in this case. According to Detective Segovia, at some point, he testifies that it was the CI, the source, who was deported to Haiti and died, not the actual hitman who made this confession. Now, in 2011, so after the earthquake in Haiti, the ICE agent reaches back out to the Miami-Dade Police Department and says, we have information that this individual is now operating in Marietta, Georgia. The ICE agent writes this report saying that based on his investigation and his understanding, this gang that the hitman was involved with, according to these reports, the hitman was involved in a gang that originated in Miami-Dade County, and that gang then spread its...
Do you know what the name of the gang is? I'm only asking because of the fight that you referenced in the past.
So that's redacted, Judge, the name of the gang, but based on sort of context clues and additional research we've done, it was a Haitian gang, according to these reports, that originated in Miami-Dade County in the Little Haiti area. And going back to the fight that happened at Club Life, those were also individuals who were affiliated with the Haitian gang in the Little Haiti area. So they reach out, the detective reaches out, the ICE detective reaches out to Miami-Dade Police Department and says, this guy is in Marietta, Georgia. We have information that he's in Marietta, Georgia, still, operating. He had moved up there because this gang had spread its influence up there, and they're now transporting things from Atlanta down to Miami-Dade. And the last entry from the ICE agent's report is that he hasn't been able to get in touch with anybody from the Miami-Dade Police Department, and it ends there. And again, there's nothing about any of this reference in any of the police reports from Miami-Dade County in this case. So to the extent that they're given information about this person who confessed to the crime, specifically mentioning the person from University of Miami 3 weeks after Bryan Pata was killed, for them to either ignore or not respond or not go to Marietta, Georgia to try and find this guy is certainly something that needs to be presented to the jury judge, especially with all of the information that all of the other number of witnesses had testified about this fight, about how the fight involved known gang members, about after the fight, one of the known gang members said, we're going to get you, about information that Bryan was aware of, about there being a hit out on his life and Willie Williams' life. And then we had a hitman now who's saying that he did it, according to a confidential informant, and in the ICE agent's report, he says this is a very reliable, quote, very reliable confidential source, which I would imagine means that he had provided some sort of reliable information in the past that he was able to verify. Of course, none of those details are in the reports. Maybe they're a little bit redacted.
Okay, so Queen Ashbash says, can you pause and explain what's happening? Okay, so this was right before trial was about to start. And we're hearing mostly context being given, but the reason he's giving this context is he's asking the court to reconsider prior rulings, excluding testimony that could come before the jury that could relate to this alternative suspect, Wilner Yacinthe, I think is the correct way to say it. That's how he's saying it. Better than I was pronouncing it. And also potential other testimony that might relate to this purported fight at Club Life, where Haitian gang is getting in some fight. There was a tip that there was money owed, and that was the cause of the fight. And after that, this guy, Willie Williams, who's a friend of Bryan Pata, gets a call that there's a hit out for both Willie and for Bryan Pata, the victim in this case. And Willie, it seems like he gets so spooked by this, he ups out of Miami, forget everything with the University of Miami behind, and hauls off to California. But pre-trial, the state filed motions in limine excluding, and it was granted, all of these bits and pieces. So the defense isn't allowed to get into any of this stuff. They can't get into any mentions of gang activity, potentially. And because of these updates where they're finding out, look, the ICE agent were finding out that they had all of this information and they were communicating with local law enforcement departments. Yet none of the discovery turned over by the prosecution in this case contains that information. But that we should be able to make the inference that if there were communications with Miami-Dade Police Department, they should have those communications, and thus the prosecution had a responsibility to obtain them and turn them over to the defense. So all of these things compounding, he's asking the judge to reconsider the admissibility of some of these bits and pieces.
But this comes from a very credible source, and there's inside information, the caliber of the firearm, that would not have been known to the public. And Wilner Yacinthe, the hitman, his sort of position and involvement matches up directly with this information that police already knew from this Club Life fight and Hecht and all those threats. And then they get information he's in Marietta, Georgia, and just don't follow up on it. They don't investigate it. I think at this point, Judge, that statement, now that it links up the University of Miami, there's this insider information about having a .38 caliber firearm, that would, and the fact that this confidential informant was deemed very reliable, that would then meet the credibility requirements under Chambers versus Mississippi. And this is something that the jury should hear about, Judge, to hold this information away from the jury, especially the fact that the Miami-Dade Police Department didn't follow up on this, didn't investigate this, didn't follow up on the 2011 Marietta, Georgia information, never interviewed, as far as their reports indicate, anybody who was involved with any of the gangs. That's certainly something that the jury should be able to consider. Judge, it would violate Mr. Jones' due process rights to not have the jury be able to consider this information.
So I understand you received this late Friday.
Correct.
And Monday courts were closed.
Correct.
State, have you had an opportunity to investigate any of this or look into it?
I just read it after I realized that after the TUI letters, Mr. Maroney let me know that there were, so I just finished reading through the reports. Your Honor, our position is the same under the Chambers v. Mississippi analysis. There's still hearsay statements in this case. Here, those hearsay statements are alleged to have been made to a confidential informant who then told them to a special agent. So they go through two levels. We don't know who the confidential informant is. The defense has not yet deposed the special agent, which they were just given access to, like once we're in trial. But in my reading through the report, so I don't know if Mr. Maroney can point me to something different, it says that the investigation was initiated in July of 2009, 2.5 years after the homicide, when the confidential informant had just been given the information, and the information referenced a recent homicide of a University of Miami. I don't know if it said football player, or if it just said University of Miami. It says football player. But this occurred 2.5 years later, not 2 weeks later, not within. So if Mr. Maroney can correct me if I'm wrong, but the chronology of events that's in the report is different in time. I don't know what witness they seek to introduce these statements into either.
So here's what I'm at. I think it merits the opportunity to look through that. You've just been granted the deposition, is that right?
Yeah, so they said that they would give a limited deposition. They haven't provided their specific availability yet.
I mean, I need...
Okay, so when they're saying they would give a limited deposition, this is because we're dealing with federal agencies. We heard a mention of a TUI letter, but they're saying that their agency's department, whoever they had to contact, the special agent, said that they have permission to sit for a deposition for this state case, the defense team in the state case.
Certain answers before I can make a ruling. For example, when did the CI say the statement was made? Was it 2 years after? Because then it would be as relevant. Or was it 3 weeks? I need to know who is it that went to Haiti and died? Because we were under the assumption it was the alleged hitman.
And when I read the reports, it references Wilner Yacinthe, which is the hitman's name, that he goes back to Haiti. So the reports are all ICE, the Department of Homeland Security. It's their efforts to locate him. So initially it's in Miami, where, as Mr. Maroney said, they contact the city of Miami Police Department, not Miami-Dade. This is for them. They already have a deportation for this person. For the hitman. So they are going to locate him because it's known to them that they have this deportation order and he is supposedly still in the area. So they go to locate him. They don't locate him. They do their investigation. Then it looks like in 2011 they get information that he is still in the country, that he's in Georgia. They send that information to the Atlanta office. So these agents are no longer investigating because he's in another part of the country. And those agents go out to investigate. So this is still a situation where the federal government is trying to locate someone to deport, and then maybe Miami-Dade is told some information. But also I would bring to the court's attention, I don't know how many, if there were other football players, but I know that Sean Taylor was murdered a year after Bryan Pata in November, so that's even closer in time to this statement.
Well, that's why I need to clarify when the statement was made. Also, from what you're telling me, it gives more credence to Mr. Maroney's theory that the person who died in Haiti may have been the CI first, because was it the death in 2010? And you're saying that the information was that in 2011 he was in Georgia?
I think that's what it said.
And Judge, to clarify the timeline, so at the time when the confidential informant provides this information to ICE is in June or July of 2009. So it is, sometime after. But then you look to Detective Dominguez's report, and it's clear that there was a number of conversations here. And in Detective Dominguez's report, he says that this confession, the confession he's being notified about from ICE, was 3 weeks after the homicide had occurred. And I don't think that there were any homicides of University of Miami students in the 3 weeks following the death of Bryan Pata. So I think that is the timeline, at least as far as Detective Dominguez goes. In the ICE reports, there is a reference about Wilner Yacinthe self-reporting, which again goes to this timeline that statement had to have been made before this July 2009 interview, because the confidential informant says he self-reported 9 or 10 months ago, but then after he gets this information, then they start this joint operation with with the city of Miami, saying they've seen this guy in the area, he frequents this, he frequents that. So my sort of putting all of this information together is that he self-reported 9 or 10 months before the confidential informant gives this information in 2009, makes his way back into the country, or potentially he didn't self-report, that was just the confidential informant's understanding. But he's back in Miami-Dade County in December of 2009 when the City of Miami Police Department is trying to find this person. As far as them just trying to find him for deportation, I would have to find the specific line. I don't have it off the top of my head, but the ICE agent in his report says that this person is wanted for illegal entry and murder. He says he's wanted for murder, which would have to be the information about the homicide.
He could, if he's a hitman, it could have been any murder, but
that's fair.
There's multiple questions. Here's where I'm thinking. In order to be able to make a fair ruling, I need answers to a lot of the questions, including some of the redacted plan information, because then that would also address some other issues that you've brought up. I would need to know who it was that died in the earthquake. They should have that information. And I don't know how quickly you can get that deposition done.
They do it the same day.
We're giving jurors outside for opening arguments. And I guess let me ask, without guessing, was it something that Ms. Maroney, you all would intend to use in opening arguments?
I mean,
Yeah,
if we were able to, yes.
Well, my question comes because I'm saying, do you want time to investigate and do that deposition before opening arguments? I don't see the advantage of doing opening arguments now
without including that information, if it's something that's going to come out, I would assume that you might, that's your strategy, want to discuss it amongst each other and decide if you wanted to include that in your opening argument. So if it's something that's going to be admissible, I don't want to foreclose you from talking about it in opening unless you're okay with doing that. But to what point? Because then we have to take a pause for you to do that investigation.
Your Honor, what I would suggest is obviously we need some time to speak. Maybe we could send the jurors out now for an early lunch. We can take some time to have a conversation. We can see if we can get something scheduled to see when we would be able to do that and readdress. Is there an issue with that?
I think that makes more sense also, which is why I was saying I don't think it's prudent to go forward with opening arguments until we have some answers to some of these issues. I would think that the state would also want some answers to those issues, because if there's more direct evidence to something else that you all don't know about, you'd want to know.
Of course.
Some answers to those questions.
Your Honor, just because we've often taken breaks and come back and not have the questions answered, I would just like to ask how they intend on getting this into evidence at trial, because I still think it wouldn't be admissible. And
So I'm in agreement with you. It's going to be, but it's not impossible.
No.
But depending on what some of the answers are to those questions, it may become admissible. So I don't want to foreclose them from talking about it. To then take a pause after opening arguments for a day or something, it's really not worth it. And I think that depending on what some of the answers are, it could change the strategy for both sides. If, you know.
And I would also just point out, so they're saying that Detective Dominguez has signed different in his report, but he got the information from the ICE officer, so I would tend to think that was the original information.
So I get it. The state's position is it wouldn't be normally admissible anyways. But in the pursuit of justice, it's not just the admissibility. It's I need to know the answer to those questions because it could change a lot in the trial, as I see going forward. And it may become relevant and it may become admissible if it ties back into some of the other things that have been excluded because we didn't have this information until late Friday.
And Your Honor, as far as the admissibility goes, I know the court's well aware, but sometimes the strict rules of evidence need to bend for due process. And this might be one of those situations, even if this is for some reason inadmissible hearsay that the court does not believe should be introduced as to protect Mr. Jones' due process rights. This is something that needs to be used for impeachment to call into question the credibility of these officers' investigation. This was a 15, 16-year investigation, and they just didn't follow up on the hitman. Like,
well, let's
that goes to the credibility of the whole investigation.
Well, this isn't the only alleged hitman. There's been plenty of confessions alleged from all parties, including the alleged confession of the defendant, which is not going to be admissible because it's hearsay. So, in the pursuit of justice.
All right, so to catch you up to speed on that, it seems like there actually would have been testimony about the confession, supposedly, from the defendant, Rashaun Jones, except the jailhouse snitch that was supposed to testify to that sent a threatening email to the prosecution in the middle of 2025 saying, if you put me on the stand, I'll blow your whole case up. So suddenly the state doesn't want to call the jailhouse snitch who says that 3 months after Rashaun Jones is arrested and taken into custody, Rashaun Jones confesses to Charles French Jones. No relation. They're just both last name Jones, and they're inmates together. So that's the only reason that that's not going to be admissible is because the state doesn't want to put a witness on the stand who's not going to say what they want them to say.
Justice and fairness, I have to be fair to both sides. So remember, there are a lot of alleged hitmen, a lot of alleged confessions, as you have in most high-profile cases. So you have a lot of people that want to take credit for things that they really didn't have any part of. But in this case, I think it's worth getting to the bottom of it because I think it could change the status right now of the trial, and it's not prudent to go ahead with the openings just as of yet. So I don't know that you're going to have all the answers within a lunch break. Maybe you can find out the availability of the agent to see how quickly we can do that deposition. Maybe the state can speak to Officer Dominguez and sort of see if he can delve into any of this or answer any of these questions.
I mean, Detective Dominguez was deposed and asked about these issues. I can look at that as well. But
Yeah, the only issue is that now we have some different information.
I read through the report, it seems like the exact same information, other than it was July of 2009 versus saying it's shortly after the homicide.
Okay, I guess I really specifically would like to know when the statement was made. Was it made in 2006 or 2000?
So
Technically 2 weeks after, a few weeks after.
Right, he's saying 2 or 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
in Detective Dominguez's report, in the Homeland Security reports, it sounds like it's made in July of 2009. Detective Dominguez got the information he put in his report in October of 2009.
That's when
I'm
the
not
CI.
sure I remember, I will have to
So the CI relayed it in 2009, but says the alleged hitman said this to him 3 weeks after the shooting. So that's the distance in the timeline explained.
I don't know either, but I'd like to get to the bottom of it.
In the report itself, what they make clear is that the confidential informant did not relay the information to the ICE agent until July. However, when he relayed the information, what he said is that he was playing dominoes at someone's place and someone confessed to him in the weeks after the homicide.
And what the Homeland Security reports are you referencing?
Should be the ROI that
So if anyone wants me to review the reports, I'll be happy to. If you give it to me, I'll do it over the lunch break.
I'm
But
happy to provide them if defense is
It's usually
agreement.
not something, because it's not discovery in this case, so it's not something that I see, but it would make it easier for me to understand what it is you're all saying.
Absolutely, Judge. We can send an email with that information.
Okay, so let's tell the jurors to be done.
You don't want to look on them?
What?
You don't want to look on the jurors?
Anyone object to my going out in the hallway and saying, well, thank you, we're going to send you on lunch break because we're still working?
No, you're
Okay, it's better than just bringing. Okay, so I'll do that, and then we'll reconvene at like 12.
All right. So remember we saw on the docket that they scheduled this deposition for like 2 p.m. on the same day, and they do this deposition with Charles Marable, who is a special agent that's in communication. And then they come back the next day and they start the openings. So let me queue up openings. I guess we should be able to hit the next button since I have it all in a playlist.
Can I proceed?
Yeah, there we go. So this should be the next day unless there was a weekend. Let's make sure this wasn't a Friday. Okay, yep, so this was the next day. And opening statement by the prosecution, the government, as they do not want to be called. And this must have been a Wednesday, I think, because she has the ashes for Ash Wednesday.
We are here because of Bryan Pata, the kid who was living out his childhood dream in 2006. He was a University of Miami football player, an NFL prospect, a larger-than-life college athlete. He was a son, he was a brother, he was a friend. We are not here because of his life, we are here because of his murder. On the evening of November 7, 2006, Bryan Pata had just returned to his apartment from football practice. He parked his car in the parking lot, locked it, and began to walk towards his apartment. After only walking a few feet, the defendant approaches him and shoots him in the head. Bryan's body lay lifeless on the ground. He was discovered by his girlfriend and his roommate, who called 911. Police arrived. What ensued at that point is an investigation into one of the most popular football players at one of the most popular teams in the city of Miami. Because of the media impact of this murder, detectives are given a multitude of leads that they have to investigate, track down, and vet. But, members of the jury, you will hear that regardless of where this investigation took detectives, it kept coming back to one person, Rashaun Jones. Let's go back to earlier in the day on November 7th. By midday, Tony Hernandez, who was the compliance officer at University of Miami at the time, will tell you that he notified Rashaun Jones about his suspension from the football team. This was his second suspension for a failed drug test. Rashaun receives a letter that confirms his suspension, that copies the coaches on that. One more suspension, and he's facing the loss of his scholarship, playing time, which he wasn't getting too much by that point anyways. His dreams essentially of playing major college football begin to dwindle. And in the midst of all this, Bryan's star is on the rise. He has the girl, he's got the talent, and he's got the popularity. Jones begins to unravel. By 3 p.m., he doesn't go to practice. Instead, he changes his cell phone number. Calls his girlfriend at the time, Sherry Abramson. She's paying for his phone and has her help him change his number, which you will see on his phone records. By 4 o'clock, he's got a new number, and the only people that have it are very few. One of them is his friend Bruce Johnson, and the other is Sherry Abramson. 6 p.m. happens. The defendant knows that practice is over. He gets a call from Bruce, who would have been at practice. That's on the phone records. Dwayne Hendricks, who's the roommate of Bryan, will tell you, by the time practice ended, he and Bryan left roughly around the same time. Bryan takes some freshmen home on the way to his apartment. Dwayne stops for gas. Fednol, who you will hear from, is Bryan's brother. On November 7th, right around the time that he was murdered, they're on the phone talking about life, talking about cars. I'll tell you they're catching up. He knew that Bryan got home that night, but he never heard his voice again. 6:35 p.m. Paul Kahn, a professor at the University of Miami,
Eyewitness.
who lived at the same apartment complex as Bryan, that day happens to take the Metro to UM. He picks up the Metro at Dayland Station, takes all the way to UM, takes it back after class. He will testify that he remembers checking his watch, and it was 6:35 p.m., and it took him about 20 minutes to walk the mile to his apartment. As he approaches the apartment complex, he hears what he describes as a bang or a pop. He immediately looks up thereafter and sees the defendant exiting the apartment complex on foot. He gets a good look at his face. He even turns back and sees the defendant hurrying away, still on foot. As he walks through the apartment complex, he sees Bryan's car, which you will see in a photo is parked sort of right in the front, with its taillights on. But he doesn't see Bryan, who's lying lifeless on the ground behind the bushes. He continues to walk onto his apartment, which is on the other side of the complex. Around 7:06, 911 call goes out. Police arrive on scene. Bryan's body is there. Still has his wallet on him with cash. His luxury SUV is still in the parking lot. The keys are with Bryan. This is personal. An area canvass begins. Detectives begin working. Word immediately begins to spread. Media floods the crime scene. Family members flood the crime scene. Teammates, some coaches. By 7:10, 7:30, right, it starts to spread a little bit more through the players and the coaches. They start to get notified. An all-team mandatory meeting is called. Coach Navarro, who's a member of the coaching staff today at UM and who was a member of the coaching staff back then, will tell you that the coaches found out about Bryan's murder during a coaches meeting. When somebody walks into the meeting and lets them know, when that happens, Coach Coker picks up the phone and calls Chief Hudak, City of Miami Coral Gables. Chief Hudak, who was a former UM football player himself, he's been working with the University of Miami as a security advisor as well as a mentor to the players, speaks with Coach Coker and says, we got to have a meeting right now. All the players need to get to the Hecht Center right now. Bring everybody in. The goal at that point was to first check on everybody mentally and physically. Excuse me. Coach Navarro will tell you that the way that they began to notify all the players was sort of through this phone tree. The coaches would sort of call out to the players, and the players would sort of reach out to the other players. Everybody's got to get to the Hecht Center. Right now, we're having a meeting. Around 7:30 p.m., Bruce Johnson, the defendant's friend, calls him. It's on the phone records. Hey, you have to come down to the Hecht Center. There's a mandatory meeting. Defendant says, okay, all right. By 10:20 p.m., most of the players have already made their way down to the Hecht Center where the meeting is at. Rashaun Jones still hasn't shown up. The defendant calls Mike Sanders. Mike Sanders at the time was a baseball player. He was roommates with a football player. Mike's family had money. That was a fact that was sort of known. The defendant called him and says, hey, Mike, I need money. But wouldn't tell him why. Hangs up the phone. Mike is so weirded out by that call that he books it to the Hecht Center to tell Coach Coker. By the time he gets there, Rashaun Jones is still not at the meeting. Team meeting goes late into the night. By the time it ends, the only person, the only teammate who does not show up to the meeting, aside from Bryan, who's dead, is Rashaun Jones. The following day, Paul Connor, who watches the news, realizes the significance of what he saw that night and contacts the Miami-Dade Police Department. They meet with him. They eventually give him a lineup, and he identifies the defendant as the person that he saw leaving the apartment complex that night.
Months later.
You're going to hear that Paul Connor's testimony was perpetuated previously.
June
That just means that a
2007.
witness gave testimony in a courtroom under oath with lawyers who asked questions. Because there was a concern at some point that witness might not be available in the future, even though that witness isn't here today, the law allows you, members of the jury, to hear his testimony, and you should consider it the same as you consider any other testimony that you hear throughout the trial in this case. So, the story of Bryan and Rashaun begins well before Rashaun pulls the trigger. It goes back to when he first joined the team as a freshman in 2004. Therefore, in order to understand how we got to November 7th, 2006, we have to travel back in time to fall of 2004. The backdrop, as we kind of talked about a little bit already, is the University of Miami. Between at least 2004 and 2006, it was at its peak. Players on the football team were the best of their high school. People were going to UM with dreams to make it to the NFL. The first sort of catalyst where the seed of resentment really gets planted happens in August of 2004. There was a fight in a dorm room. You will hear from Eric Moncourt and Dave Howell, who will tell you that the defendant was caught by Bryan, Dave, and Eric in Eric's dorm room. While he's caught in there, words start to get exchanged. There's sort of a verbal dispute between Bryan and Rashaun, and then that verbal dispute turns physical. He gets headbutted by Bryan, beat up essentially. Rashaun is so upset that he tells Bryan, better clip up. Dave will tell you what that means. That first fight may have ended there, but that embarrassment that Rashaun felt lingered. Dave will also tell you that he saw a small revolver-type gun in the defendant's hands later that fall. You will also hear from Kareem Brown, another player, who knew that the defendant had a .38 because he bragged about it. George Hertel, who's a Miami-Dade firearms expert, will tell you the projectile removed from Bryan's head was a .38 jacketed lead hollow point bullet. That was a fact that wasn't publicly released until after the defendant's arrest in 2021. Now, that seed of resentment starts to grow. You will hear about Jada Brody, who was Bryan's girlfriend at the time. They met in 2005, they were living together up until Bryan's murder in 2006. Players will tell you all about their relationship, how they loved each other. It was just their 1-year anniversary that they were celebrating. You will also hear that Jada and Rashaun, before she had met Bryan, had a fling. He wanted her, she wanted Bryan. Football. Bryan, by 2006, was an NFL prospect, 3rd-round draft pick. His focus was on the NFL. He was one of those guys who was going to make it. Being scouted by several organizations in the NFL by that point. Rashaun, on the other hand, was facing his 2nd suspension. He was not really playing too much, unknown. He could not get out of his own way. You will hear in the end, Jones was never really a fan of Bryan. They weren't friends. What had started as early competition hardened over time. Jones was resentful of Bryan. That grew into envy. Jones never had his name called with the same excitement over fans, the same excitement from Jada, or the same excitement from the NFL or any of the coaches really at UM. Even though Rashaun was the one who broke the rules that led to his suspension, if he couldn't have it, Bryan couldn't have anything either. The state only has to prove 2 things to you: that a crime was committed and that the defendant committed that crime. As you heard in voir dire, the murder happened in 2006 and the defendant was arrested in 2021. There is no statute of limitations for murder. That is why homicides continue to be investigated over the passage of time, because the facts don't change. Therefore, the passage of time is not a defense. As you heard and you will hear throughout this trial, this is a circumstantial evidence case. All that means is that it's a case that is proven on facts, based on other proven facts, and the logical and reasonable conclusions that you members of the jury can draw from them. We are not asking you to speculate. This is not guesswork. The evidence in this case only requires you members of the jury to use your common sense. As you sit through this trial, we are asking that you just pay close attention to each and every witness who testifies, because each person will provide a piece of evidence that in the end points only to one person. The man sitting at that table over there, Rashaun Jones. Rashaun Jones's actions paved a path through his behaviors, his timings, his communications, his actions, and it is the context of those combined circumstances that would allow you members of the jury, at the conclusion of the state's case, to find the defendant guilty of 2nd-degree murder. Thank you.
Right. So, and again, these are only clips, like they're trimmed segments of the portion, so we don't have the in-between time. Next up is defense's opening.
Good morning. 2 things can be true at the same time. Bryan Pata's death was an absolute tragedy. But Rashaun Jones is innocent. Bryan Pata's family deserves justice. They deserve answers. They deserved answers then, and they deserve answers now. But justice is not served by convicting an innocent man. And Rashaun Jones had absolutely nothing to do with this. We are here 20 years later. This is not a rush to judgment case. This case is different. This is what a deliberate failure of justice looks like. What you will learn during this trial is the truth. We are here today because of pressure, not because of proof. And the simple truth is that Rashaun Jones is innocent. Now, the state just got up here and told you that they were going to prove this to you, that they were going to prove the allegations they made beyond all reasonable doubt, that Rashaun Jones did this. But they won't, because they can't, because it's simply not true. So instead of any evidence of murder rather, which is why we're here, the government is going to bring you ordinary, innocent facts. And they're going to ask you to do mental gymnastics to make their theory fit. Members of the jury, the law does not allow that. In every criminal courtroom, this one too, there are certain rules. Those rules protect me, those rules protect you, and those rules protect Rashaun. And there are two rules that I want you to keep front and center as we work through this case, as you see the evidence in this case. First, as Ms. Jones-Peabody wonderfully put it during jury selection, Rashaun Jones is cloaked in the presumption of innocence. The same presumption that protects us all. And that presumption stays with him through this case every single step of the way. The second rule is that the government, because they brought these accusations, they chose this case, they have the whole burden of proof. And that burden never shifts. That means that unless the state can bring you reliable, credible, solid evidence that proves these accusations, the law says you cannot convict. And if the state needs you to fill in blanks, if they need you to jump to conclusions, then they haven't met their burden of proof. And in this case, the evidence is not going to come close, because Rashaun Jones had nothing to do with this. Having said that, during this trial, the government is going to insist over and over and over again that all roads led to Rashaun Jones. They are going to be more certain than their evidence. They are going to be more certain than their witnesses. They are going to point the finger at Rashaun Jones again and again and ask you to convict him of murder. But during this trial, there's going to be nothing to support their ask. Nothing at all. All roads did not lead to Rashaun Jones. Members of the jury, remember this. Just because the government tells you that something is true does not make it so. Their job is to bring you the evidence. Your job is to look carefully at the evidence that they bring you, analyze the conflicts in the evidence, and there will be many. And notice all of the evidence that they don't bring you, the lack of evidence. And if you do your job, if you use your common sense, there can only be one verdict here. So, as the state said, their theory is that Rashaun Jones and Bryan Pata hated each other. They had beef, according to the state. The truth is that while they weren't best friends, they were teammates at the University of Miami. Like all young men, particularly athletes, the testosterone was flowing. And shortly after Rashaun started at UM, there was an altercation in Eric Monker's room. State mentioned that. Now, the state may call it a fight, but you're gonna learn that it was really much more of a beatdown. Bryan punches Rashaun, throws him on the bed, headbutts him 5 times. Another teammate has to pull Bryan off of Rashaun. Rashaun gets up, he pulls himself together, and on his way out the door, he says, "Better clip up." That's why we're here. The evidence will show that this dorm room beatdown was in 2004, 2 years before Bryan was tragically killed. And in between, Rashaun and Bryan were teammates. They practiced together, they ate together, they traveled together for games. So let's talk about what happened on November 7, 2006. Earlier that day, Rashaun Jones is asked to report to the Hecht Center. He learns that he's been suspended from the team for testing positive for marijuana again. He goes home, spends some time feeling sorry for himself. He calls his girlfriend, Sherry Abramson. You'll learn that Sherry was Rashaun's safe space. They cared for each other. They were lovers, but also friends. And after he licks his wounds, he heads over to her place on Miami Beach, and he stays the night. And then, nothing. Nothing for 15 years. The police interview Rashaun, along with other teammates and other students, but they never really treat him like a suspect. They don't bring him in for a sworn statement for 15 years after he's already been arrested for this horrible crime. He didn't even know that Paul Connor picked his photo out of a photo lineup until he was arrested in 2021. And we're going to talk more about Paul Connor. They don't search his car, they don't search his home, and then a few weeks later, Rashaun is back on the team from his 2-week suspension. On November 23rd, 2006, he's a starter at the UM football game. Ask yourselves this. If anyone is actually concerned that Rashaun Jones killed another teammate, how does that make any sense? So fast forward 15 years, August 19th, 2021, Rashaun takes his lunch break. He has no idea that his life is about to come to a full stop. He steps outside to wait for his wife to come and drop off his food. But when he looks up, he doesn't see his wife. Instead, without any warning, federal and state law enforcement officers pull up, jump out of their cars, and come at him with guns drawn. Rashaun is arrested, interrogated, and extradited to Miami to stand trial for the murder of his teammate. A horrible crime that someone else committed 15 years earlier. A crime he had nothing to do with. Now you're going to hear from Detective Dominguez. Detective Dominguez was the lead homicide investigator on this case from November 2006 until August of 2020. For 14 years, Detective Dominguez did not arrest Rashaun Jones. Listen to his testimony. Ask yourselves this. If the lead detective on the case for 14 years...
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
Assistant.
Ask yourselves this. What changed? I'll tell you. In August of 2020, Detective Segovia replaces Detective Dominguez as the lead investigator. Within 1 year, and with nothing new, Rashaun Jones is arrested. Now at the time, Detective Segovia was a homicide detective, but now he's the chief of the cold case unit.
You are going to hear from Detective Segovia. Please, pay close attention to him. He'll tell you himself, there was no evidentiary breakthrough. There was no new evidence at all. The only thing that changed, according to Detective Segovia, was his fresh set of eyes. Detective Segovia did nothing to investigate. You'll see that Detective Segovia was never interested in the truth. Not then, not now, not at all. You will see that certainty without verification is Detective Segovia's MO. Detective Segovia was interested in only one thing, making an arrest and making a name for himself in the process. And once he picked his target, the truth became inconvenient and irrelevant.
Objection, Judge Argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Okay, please disregard the last statement. You can continue.
Without Detective Segovia, we wouldn't be here today. Which brings us to Paul Connor, the state's eyewitness, who didn't see a crime. We wouldn't be here without him either. But as the state told you, Paul Connor won't be here in person. Instead, the state is going to show you a video of his testimony. Pay attention, close attention to that video, because this case rises and falls on Paul Connor. And Paul Connor, no offense to him at all, is going to be very confused. You'll see. What he'll tell you is that he heard a sound, a pop or a bang. He crossed paths with a stranger for 1 second, maybe 2. It was dark, daylight savings, so it had been dark. He wasn't wearing his glasses. He gives a description. Young, black male, 6 feet to 6'1", short hair and a neatly trimmed beard. And he gives another description. He says that the person who he saw smiled at him, looked pleasant. He says that that person had a clean set of white teeth, no golds. He's going to repeat that a few times. But here's what's important. Paul Connor did not see a murder. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary that night. He'll tell you that himself. And 7 months later, he was shown a lineup, photo lineup. That lineup was unrecorded, and the quality of the lineup, you will see, was terrible. Most importantly, what you'll notice, pay attention to that lineup, and notice how there aren't any teeth showing. And when Mr. Connor was asked how certain he was of his choice, he said he was 90% sure, and that the person had different facial hair. Members of the jury, 90% is reasonable doubt. If the state's
Objection,
own...
Judge Argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Okay, please disregard the last statement.
If the state's own eyewitness has reasonable doubt, so
Objection,
should you.
Judge Argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike, please.
Okay, please disregard the last statement.
Last week, during jury selection, the state asked you if you could convict Rashaun Jones of murder 20 years later if a piece of the puzzle was still missing.
Objection, Judge Argumentative.
All right, let's speak to what evidence they're going to hear instead of arguments. Sustained.
You're going to see that there isn't just one piece of the puzzle missing. All of the pieces are missing. And the pieces that they have, the random pieces, are not going to fit. The evidence will show that. Now, we talked about Paul Connor and the dorm room beatdown 2 years before. Here are some other random puzzle pieces that the state is going to bring you. The Hecht Center meeting that they spoke about that night. The state's going to tell you that Rashaun was the only one missing. But as you heard, Rashaun was suspended earlier that day for failing a drug test. That's not evidence of murder. The state also said that Rashaun Jones was the only one who wasn't at the meeting. That's not what the evidence is going to show, for whatever it's worth. Now, the state is also going to call 3 witnesses who are going to talk about Rashaun having a gun at some point in time. 2 of those witnesses will be some of Bryan Pata's closest friends from college, now police officers, and the other will be Rashaun's ex-girlfriend. They will tell you, again, that at some point in time, completely unrelated to this case, Rashaun had a gun. They won't remember any details. One of them will say that Rashaun talked about having a 38 caliber gun. That same witness is not going to remember what kind of gun he had in college. And even if all of this is true, keep going back to that is not evidence of murder. Another random puzzle piece that the state is going to bring you, a phone call. They told you about that, from Rashaun Jones to Mike Sanders. Phone records will show that there was a call. During that call, Rashaun asked to borrow money. The state wants you to see that as suspicious. But here's what the evidence will show. It was common knowledge that Mike Sanders' parents owned Kentucky Fried Chicken franchises. He was very wealthy. Rashaun, on the other hand, was college broke. So broke around the time that, the evidence will show this, he was calling Verizon in the days leading up to check his account balance. Remember, it was 2006, people were running out of minutes. Things were differently back then. He also called his bank. And here's something that the government is not going to emphasize. And this is important. Rashaun Jones never left town. He was back on the team by the end of the month. So I'm not sure what they're trying to insinuate with the money call, but the evidence will show that it had nothing to do with this. Now, the state's also going to tell you that Rashaun changed his phone number that day. But pay attention to the time when the phone number is activated. Hours before Bryan Pata is killed. And then he gives his number out to people that he knows. That makes no sense. You'll learn that his girlfriend, Sherry Abramson, who you'll hear from, her family owned Verizon franchises. Like I said, it was 2006, and the evidence will show that Rashaun Jones was running out of minutes. Not evidence of murder.
Wow, okay, that's big
The
news.
state is also going to call a cell site expert to suggest that Rashaun Jones was at the crime scene. The evidence is not going to support that. Rashaun Jones, you're going to learn, and Bryan Pata lived in close proximity to each other. And that is simply not how the technology works. Nothing in those records is going to place Rashaun Jones at the crime scene at any time near 7 o'clock on November 7, 2006. The government is going to try to force those puzzle pieces to fit. Because you will see there is not going to be any real evidence. Like the state said, facts don't change. Facts are stubborn things. And the pieces they bring you, they didn't fit 20 years ago and they don't fit today. During jury selection, some of you said that If the government is prosecuting Mr. Jones,
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Okay, please disregard the last statement.
we're here 20 years later. The evidence will show nothing changed. No new evidence, just Paul Connor. The state won't bring you a single piece of physical or forensic evidence. No murder weapon, no DNA, no fingerprints, no surveillance footage, no real eyewitness who saw anything that matters. And Paul Connor, like I said, for whatever his testimony is going to be worth, says he's only 90% sure. Nothing ties Rashaun Jones to this in any way. The evidence will show that. You are also not going to hear a coherent motive that makes sense. And it's true, the state is not required to prove motive.
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
All right, let's stick to what overrules for now, but let's stick to what the evidence is going to show.
The law does not require you to leave your common sense at the door. The evidence will show that Rashaun Jones and Jada Brody hooked up once freshman year, moved on with their lives. It was college. That's not motive for murder. He had another girlfriend at this point. With respect to their theory that he was so jealous because Bryan was this larger-than-life football player, which he absolutely was.
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
Sustained.
The evidence will show that Rashaun Jones and Bryan Pata played different positions. They were different years. They were not in competition. None of it will be motive for murder. These are not small gaps. You are going to have so many questions. And when you do, remember,
I do.
it's the state's job to bring you those answers.
Oh, I like that. That was good.
The government has had 20 years to do their job. 20 years to get this
Objection,
right.
Judge, argumentative.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Please disregard the last statement. This is like the fifth or sixth argumentative that I sustained. Let's move on from argumentative statements. Go ahead.
The government has the burden of proof here. They chose this case. They chose to prosecute that innocent man.
Objection,
Look at the
Judge,
judge's face.
Sustained.
The basis for their prosecution is a problematic photo lineup. You'll see that. And you'll learn, the evidence will show that that existed back in 2007, almost 2 decades ago. Hold them to their burden of proof all the way through. Justice for Bryan Pata matters. But convicting the wrong man is not justice. It only deepens the tragedy. That is why at the end of this trial, when the government completely fails to meet their burden, when Rashaun is still wrapped in that presumption of innocence, his quote perfectly intact, we will ask you to return the only possible verdict, consistent with the law, consistent with the facts, and consistent with the truth. Not guilty, because Rashaun Jones is innocent.
All right. So again, this court, we just have segments. So we're going straight to witness testimony, and each video on its own is going to be whatever witness. So for that opening with attorney Sarah Alvarez, we had 10 objections, 9 were sustained, and 5 stricken bits of argument. So state does not want the defense attorney making certain arguments here to the jury. Let's see. Let's get this witness on the stand.
You're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Got the water cup.
Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, I'm Fednol Pierre Pata, 6th oldest brother. I'm Bryan Pata, 6th oldest brother.
Okay, so,
Fifth, I'm sorry.
I'm sure you're a little nervous. Have you ever had to testify in a courtroom like this before?
No.
So if you can just keep your voice up, I'd appreciate that. So you, Mr. Pierre, you said that you're Bryan's older brother?
Yes.
And was Bryan younger or older than you? If you can kind of tell the jury where he was in your family.
Bryan was the ninth one out of all of us, and I was the fifth oldest, so after Edwin and Hendrick, he was the last one that was with us.
So was Bryan the baby of the family?
He's the baby, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about your siblings growing up? Were you a close-knit family?
Yes, Bryan and I were the closest I've ever been.
Even though you weren't the closest in age?
Yes.
And now, did you call Bryan? I'm calling him Bryan. What did you call Bryan?
I call him Block.
Block? And did your family often refer to him by his middle name as well?
Yes, Sydney.
So Block and Sydney? Can you tell the jury a little bit about your siblings? You said you're the fifth oldest. Can you just give them a little bit of a rundown?
Yes, Kelly's the oldest, then it's Cosmo, then it's Ronette, then it's Jackson, then it's myself, then my brother's twins, Edwin and Hendrick. Sorry, it's Nelly, then Edwin and Hendrick, then Bryan.
And so Bryan has a different last name than you. Why
Yes.
is that?
Because when my dad came in, he had an alias. That was not his actual name. He came in as Constantine Fednol. When he came here, he changed the name to Junior Pierre. And that's the reason why I have Pierre and the other siblings has Pata.
Okay. So it wasn't his given name. Where did your father immigrate from?
Haiti.
So that was a name that was changed
Yes.
on his immigration papers?
Yes.
Okay. And what part of Miami did you and your family grow up in?
Little Haiti. And then from there, my mom just migrated and kept going north to North Miami.
So Little Haiti north to North Miami?
Yes.
Did you move around a lot during your childhood?
Yes.
Who raised you?
My mom.
She raised all your siblings?
Yes.
And what high school did Bryan go to?
At first, he started at North Miami Senior High, and then he wanted to go to a prestige school that was always winning sports, and that was Miami Central High School.
And what sports did Bryan play?
Football.
Did you play football too?
Yes.
Did all the boys in your family play football?
Yes, except for my oldest. He played for a little bit, but then we realized that was not his type of sport.
Did any of your siblings play football in college?
Yes.
Who?
Edwin and Hendrick and Bryan.
So out of your siblings, three of you made it to college football.
Yes.
And what position did Bryan play in high school?
You could say him.
Was he always on the defensive side of the ball?
Yes.
So did Bryan end up going to college to play football?
Yes.
And was he recruited out of high school?
Yes.
If you remember, can you kind of tell the members of the jury, was he someone that was looked at in the local area as one of the local football players in like the paper and stuff who was going recruited for college?
Yes, he was very known and popular because out of the community, he was a rider that started coming up, and everybody loved to see him be successful and get to where he was going.
So did that start in high school?
Yes.
Is that why he was able to transfer from North Miami to Miami Central?
Yes.
It was purely because of his football ability?
Yes.
And was the University of Miami a school Bryan always wanted to go to?
Yes.
Where were you living when Bryan started at the University of Miami?
We were living on 999 building, 167 St. Miami Beach.
So you were in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
And once Bryan started at the University of Miami, I guess, tell the jury actually, they don't know. When did Bryan graduate high school and start at the University of Miami?
I think he graduated in 2002, and he started at the University of Miami in 2003.
Okay. So did he start right after he graduated?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So would it be fair to say if he graduated in 2003, or started in 2003, he would have graduated in the spring of 2003 and started football
And he came in right
summer
away.
and right away?
He came in and started as a true freshman.
Okay. And once Bryan started at University of Miami, how often did you two keep in touch?
Every day.
Showing the defense, what's the premarket speech to it one eye? Mr. Pierre, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1I. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this photo?
That's my brother, Bryan Pata.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of how he looked in, I guess, 2006?
Yes.
At this time, the state would seek to introduce what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1I into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, will be admitted without objection.
State Exhibit 1I marked for identification now becomes State number 9.
Permission to publish, granted. Now, you said you talked frequently once you started at University of Miami. How often would you see Bryan?
Like every weekend.
Every week?
Yeah, every weekend, yes.
And how often did you talk?
Every day.
Did Bryan have a lot of time in between football practices and school?
Not really, because like when he went to practice, he'll come home, he'll be tired, so we'll talk for a brief moment till I come on the weekend and see him when he comes down and see us.
So on the weekends, he would come to see you?
Yes.
And
vice versa.
who's us? Who were you living with back then?
My mom.
Was that like a weekly dinner or something else?
Yes.
Weekly dinners?
Yes.
Or is that like a specific day of the week?
Like Sundays, it was Sundays.
Okay. And now, outside of football, did Bryan have any other interests?
Yeah, cars.
What did he like to do with cars?
We would get them, fix them up, and we'd sell them. Because at the time, there was no NIL, so there was only my mom and myself working. And at that time, he needed extra money. Because at the time, at the University of Miami, it was getting a scholarship, but it was enough to support as far as gas, food, and paying his, phone bills and stuff like that. So that's what we was doing.
So basically, the scholarship covered tuition, on-campus housing, and like an on-campus meal with him and nothing else?
Nothing else. Or financially, it was not enough.
And how did he fix up cars? Was he like a mechanic? What did he do?
No,
Or tell us what you two did.
Oh, well, I got into liking cars. So we used to like Chevy Caprices and stuff like that. And we just knew personally someone outside, that would fix cars for cheap. And that was a guy named Sudamar. And we used to take our cars and take them over there and get it painted, and we'll flip it and sell it. Put money in our pocket.
Okay. So that's how you two made a little extra money.
Yes.
And when you guys fixed them up, were these like fun paint colors?
Yeah, it was
things
exotic
like that?
custom colors.
Exotic?
Mm-hmm.
Can you just give the jury a little idea, like so they can have a mental picture?
Like a candy paint car. Like, it was just a bright color, like a rainbow color. Any rainbow color of the car was painted.
And then you would sell the cars?
Yes.
And did he have any other interests?
Yeah, like sometimes he wanted to, he had started collecting guns. Yeah.
How did he get interested in collecting?
Me and him used to go to the gun range. And then from the gun range, we just started, going there just for fun. And then he started liking that.
Did Bryan get his concealed weapons permit?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know if he carried a gun?
Yes, he carried one. But I remember at one point, he ended up losing his wallet, so he couldn't carry it anymore. So he left it home.
So he would leave the gun at home?
Yeah, he left it home.
And what gun did he carry? Did he carry all his guns on
No,
him?
just one. Just one he carried. At one point, he carried just one gun.
What type of gun was that? Was it a handgun?
It was a handgun. Yes.
Okay. And you said he lost his wallet?
Yeah.
Was that shortly before his murder?
Yeah.
So at the time of his murder, had he been carrying a concealed weapon in his car or on him?
He carried it in his car. He left it in his car.
But after he lost his
Yes.
concealed weapons license,
No.
did he stop carrying?
He stopped carrying it because he had no time to get it, the concealed weapon.
Okay, so in the like week or weeks leading up to his murder, had he been carrying a firearm?
No.
So, looking specifically at Bryan's senior year of college, so the fall of 2006, which would have been a graduation year of 2007, was Bryan dating anyone?
Yes.
Were you happy about the fact that he was dating someone?
No.
Why not?
Because I wanted to focus on football the senior year, and I told him, just have all the distraction out, and this is it right here. And then all of a sudden, he even having a girlfriend.
Had you met his girlfriend?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Jada Brody.
And was there anything specific about her, or you just didn't want him to have a girlfriend?
I didn't want to have a girlfriend, and then it was just the vibe with her was not, it was not fitting for none of us at the family.
Did you think it was going to affect his, how he played on the football field and affect his prospects?
Both.
Okay. And did you make this known to him?
I told him that. Mhm.
And can you tell us a little bit about what did you know his prospects to be at that time?
At the time, he had a few phone calls from a few people that was agents, and wanted to see when he was jurors' house. And they kept calling him and letting him know that, if you continue the progression that you're elevating, that he get in the top 15.
So instead of third round, top 15?
Yeah, top 15, yes.
And that was Drew Rosenhaus?
Yes.
Was he someone that all the players wanted to work with?
Yes.
And when did Drew Rosenhaus call Bryan?
It was one specific time that he came to visit myself. I was at my sister's wedding house, and he was excited. So we was just having a regular conversation. And he said, look, Drew was calling me. So he called, he was calling my brother, and he put on speakerphone. And then that's when the conversation was had between him and Bryan, and he was telling Bryan that.
And how did Bryan react?
He was very excited,
Do you remember what month that was, or how close to his death?
I think it was it was sometime in October, the second week of October. It was like the third game into the season.
How had Bryan been playing that season?
He was playing very, very well. At first, when he first was playing defensive end for the first 3 years, his first 2 years, it was okay, but when Coach Hurt put him in the inside, he called all of us crying, saying, man, my career might be over because he moved inside, but he didn't know how talented he was when he moved inside. The track star rose real high, and he was happy, and his name was all over the paper, how he's rising and stuff like that. We were excited, so he was balling after that. So, we didn't know that him playing the 3 technique was going to make him what he was at the time. That's what happened.
So the change in position actually made him a bigger star at the
Yes.
time. Okay. So I want to ask you, shift your focus a little bit. Did Bryan ever mention a teammate by the name of Rashaun Jones?
Yes.
Objections, hearsay, motions, and money.
Do you remember when you first heard Bryan mention his name?
Objections, hearsay, motions, and money.
Yeah, they had a scuffle on the 7th floor when he was in the dorm.
Okay, so first, was that, so in relation to when Bryan died, was that, did you know when that was? Was it that year?
No, it was not that year when Bryan died. No.
So when he first mentioned him to you, do you know about what either grade Bryan was in or how long before?
I think he was a sophomore, junior, one of those.
Okay, so either 1 or 2 years earlier.
Mhm.
And the context you mentioned Rashaun in, what was the context around it? Were they friends?
Never friends.
Lack of personal knowledge, hearsay, motion to limit.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection to the following question after you read it.
Was Bryan friends with Rashaun?
No,
And this is something you knew?
I personally knew that, yeah, no, never.
And did you hear his name on more than one occasion?
Right on multiple occasions. Yeah.
Was it always in the same context of them not being friends?
Never
Objection,
friends.
hearsay, motion to limit.
Sorry, you can repeat that.
Never friends.
Never friends?
No.
Now, going to the fall of Bryan's senior year, what type of car was Bryan driving at that time?
His senior year, he was driving a Infiniti QX56.
And can you just tell the jury kind of, is that an SUV, is it a car?
It's an SUV.
What color?
It was black.
So at the time Bryan got the call from Drew Rosenhaus that you were there for, was he still having issues with Rashaun?
Objection, hearsay, motion to limit.
Yes.
So specifically in October of 2006?
Yes.
Yes. And did he specifically mention Rashaun by name?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
So now I want to take you back to November 7th of 2006. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did you talk to Bryan that day?
Yes.
When did you talk to Bryan?
Right after practice.
Do you know about what time practice would end?
I think a little after 6, you know, but he was calling me. He usually called me when he's heading home.
Okay. On his drive?
Yes, on the drive on the way home.
And where did Bryan live at that time?
At the Colony Apartments.
How far, if you know, was that from where they practiced?
I think maybe like between 5 to 7 miles, not far.
Okay. And what type of phone was Bryan talking to you on?
Nextel Church.
Can you explain to the jury, because I don't think those exist anymore, what that is?
It was a flip phone, and it's like a walkie-talkie back then. You could either call or use the church, you know, as the guys here have.
Like the walkie-talkie?
Yeah, the walkie-talkie.
And how were you talking to him that night?
On the Nextel Church.
On the church? Like using the walkie-talkie
Yes.
feature? And when you talked to Bryan, was he alone in the car?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because he finished dropping off a teammate, and then he was on his way home. So I asked him, you know, how far he was from home, and are you heading home? He said, I'm almost home. And that's how it was going. So.
Okay. Do you remember what you talked about?
We was going to Sudamar that weekend because I was off on the 4-day weekend, and he was like, because Sudamar ended up painting the car that he did not like, and he wanted to be like more flashy. It was painted gold at the time, but he wanted a candy orange, like a Skittle color orange, and we was going over there to get him a deposit and we have him paint the car over.
Okay. So you guys were talking about paint colors,
Yes.
cars.
Mhm.
Is that something you guys often talk about?
Yes, all the time.
Did Bryan seem upset?
No, not at all.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary?
Nothing. It was just a normal conversation that we had.
When was Bryan home when the call ended, or the church, when you stopped talking?
Yeah, he said, yeah, I'm going to pull up right now, so I'm going to talk to you later. And it was like, yeah, that was our signing off as far as saying like, bye.
Okay, so instead of saying bye, he would say.
He would say, yeah.
And what song did that come from?
Jeezy.
Jeezy?
Mhm.
So at that point, did you think Bryan was home?
Yes.
How did you learn that Bryan had been shot?
had a call from Cat. Cat was blown up at first. I was home. I just got the phone, and Catfish was like, his roommate Cat was like, hey, Patty got shot. Patty got shot. You got the voice on my phone. Like, what? So when I called back, that's when he said that. So I ran to him and I said, let's go. I said, man, let's go. So we flew over the traffic, and that's when we seen the tape. We didn't want to tell my mom, because when my mom knew something was wrong, how do we left out the house? So that's how I found out.
So you got a voicemail, and then you spoke to Kat.
Yeah.
Is Kat's name Dwayne Hendricks?
Dwayne Hendricks. I thought Cat was playing, but the way he sounded on the phone, I knew that it was something serious.
How did he sound?
Hysterical, crying on the phone.
And who did you go with? Who were you with?
Yeah, my sister.
Your sister Nellie?
Huh?
When you got to Bryan's apartment, were police on scene?
Yeah.
And did you speak to the police that night?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the police that night of Bryan's issues with Rashaun?
Yes.
Did you speak to the police later that month?
Yes.
And later that month, did they ask you to do anything?
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, they told me that, I think it was about the car.
What did they have you to do with the car?
Start the car and see how long it would take for the lights to go off.
Whose car was this?
His.
Bryan's?
Yes.
Where did you take Bryan's car?
I took it to the police station.
Were you there when they tested his car?
Yes.
And what were they looking for?
When you turned it, he had an alarm set on the car. So it took, when you turned the car off, the light would stay on. And for like, I think 60 seconds or something like that, how you had it set, and the lights would shut off.
And did you speak to the police in more detail that day?
I think so, yes.
Throughout the ensuing years, did your family stay in constant communication with the police?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Ross?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you, Mr. Pierre?
Okay.
Good. I know, we need to take a couple breaks when the state was asking you questions. If you need a moment, let me know. I'll be more than happy to give you as much time as you do, okay? One of the things you were asked about whenever the government was asking you questions was a phone call that you had with Bryan on the night that he died. So I want to ask you some questions about that. You said that you were on the phone with him as he was driving home from practice that day?
Yes.
And you said it was on the next cell phone that would chirp like the walkie-talkie back and forth?
Correct.
And that call dropped unexpectedly, isn't that true?
The car didn't drop. We signed off.
Okay, so your testimony is that the call didn't drop whenever you were speaking to him while he was driving home from practice?
We just signed off. The car didn't drop, like, I don't know.
Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Dominguez where you told him that this call dropped unexpectedly?
I think so.
So you do remember telling Detective Dominguez that this call dropped and it was unusual to you? Well, I'll ask it again, Mr. Pierre. You do recall telling Detective Dominguez that the call dropped unexpectedly and that was something that was unusual?
I believe so.
Okay. You were also asked some questions about how your family was sort of dealing with this and this 15-year investigation. Understandably, as time went by and no arrests had been made, you and your family got a little bit frustrated by that. You would agree?
Yes.
You guys were frustrated by the lack of progress in the case?
Yes.
And these frustrations were made known to the police department, right?
Yes.
Your family let the police department know multiple times about the frustration with the lack of an arrest.
Correct.
And those frustrations were also made known to media outlets, right?
Correct.
Those times where your family reached out to the media and there was press conferences held where you and your family members expressed frustration with the lack of an arrest in the case, right?
Correct.
We're also asked some questions about some altercation that you heard of between Rashaun and Bryan.
Yes.
And you testified that there was a fight in the dorm room?
Correct.
And you testified that that fight happened either 1 or 2 years before your brother was killed, right?
Correct.
So this would have been either in 2004 or 2005?
Yes.
Right. You also testified that Rashaun and Bryan were not friends, as far as you were aware?
They were never friends.
Bryan did have some close friends on the football team, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
Dave Howell was one of those friends?
Yes.
And you still keep contact with Dave Howell, right? You guys talk almost daily.
Objection outside the scope and relevance.
Oh, well,
You still speak with Dave Howell, correct?
He's a family friend.
He's a family friend. And you speak to him almost daily?
Not daily. We speak every often.
Okay. Let me take it further.
Okay, they're gonna end this one?
No further questions.
Okay. All right, so they do say, I was like, they're just gonna end it, but then they say no further questions. So next video. Another brother.
Please come to the witness stand and raise your right hand and go before the minute.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hendricks.
Hello.
Can you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Dwayne Hendricks.
And how old are you?
This is the roommate.
39.
And
All right, this is the roommate, not a brother.
what do you do for a living?
I teach and I coach high school football, track and field, and cross country. I do it all.
Lots of sports.
Mm-hmm.
And did you travel here to Florida to testify here today?
Yes, I did.
And before you started teaching and coaching, what did you do in your professional life before that?
I had a chance to play for the New York Football Giants for 3 years at Abramson, they say, right after college.
And just, we'll start walking back. Where did you go to college?
University of Miami.
So were you recruited to play football out of high school?
Yes, I was recruited as a defensive end. That's when I should have changed schools, but they moved me to D tackle.
Okay, so recruited as a defensive lineman and then moved to D tackle.
Yes,
And when did you start at the University of Miami?
2004, my first year.
As a football player, did you start before the school year started?
Yes, I went down, I left my hometown after July 4th.
And when you moved down to Miami, where did you move into?
Before August, I was staying right across the street at that fraternity. I can't remember what it is now. Just to get acclimated to the workouts. And then once the season started, I moved into the freshman dorms.
And for football players, does the season start a little before school starts?
Yeah, it starts in August.
And as a football player, did athletes and football players live in specific dorms on campus?
Yeah, we live in Des Moines and Pearson dorms.
Are those dorms connected?
Yes.
So Mahoney and Pearson, two buildings but connected to each other?
Correct.
And did other athletes, other football players live there?
Yes.
And what ages, what grade levels of students lived in those dorms?
Freshmen, all freshmen, athletes at least. And then outside athletes, the normal students, they were like sophomores or juniors, whatever.
So freshman athletes and some other students.
Correct.
And when did you first meet Bryan Pata?
Has been August 2nd.
August 2nd?
I finally met everybody on the team.
Okay. And what positions did Bryan play?
Defensive end.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury how, on the football team, how positions interact with each other in terms of practices and meetings?
Well, pretty much in a normal day, you start to end, you wake up, you lift. That could be an assortment of different groups, but normally it was this freshman that lifted at 7:45 or 6:45, I can't remember, but we lifted, then we had a shower, go to our first class, or if you had a class load, you did that. After classes, we had meetings. It first started off as team meeting, then we broke down to defensive meeting, and then it was even broken down to deep line meeting where just defensive line met and we watched film and obviously got ready for practice that day, installed. After the D-line meeting, we would go downstairs, and in our locker room, when I was going there at least, it was separated, so it was numerical order, just about, because the place didn't matter, but they had all the D linemen in one section, all the offensive linemen was in another section, all the backs were in another section, so it was basically spread out. I know for sure that just the D line was all in that back area right before the shower area.
Okay, so you're in meetings together with the defensive line,
Correct.
and your lockers are by each other.
Correct.
Okay, so was Bryan Pata in your grade?
No,
What was he in relation to you?
Bryan was, he was 2 years ahead of me.
Okay. And did you interact in meetings with Bryan?
Yeah.
And were your lockers near each other?
Yeah, it was 2 lockers away, 93 and he was obviously 95, so yeah, the only person that was in between us was Eric Boncourt.
So the lockers were set up by your jersey number?
Correct.
All right, so you're 93 and Bryan's 95.
Correct.
And what was your relationship like with Bryan?
It was, I mean, at the start, obviously as a freshman, you tread lightly where you try not to aggravate the upperclassmen, but I somehow got a unique place in my heart for Bryan because Bryan was like the only person on his team that really opened his family to me. I remember my first encounter with his brothers. They came over to the apartment. And I was like, "Did they see your brothers?" Because he was knocking on their door. I didn't know, so I mean, coming from South Jersey, I was told, like, don't answer the door for nobody, so I didn't know who they were, and I was like, I'd be the type that don't let them in. I called for Bryan. These are people. He said, yeah, I'll let them in. So I met his family. First, I met his brothers. But the one thing that really stood out to me is because I'm a Jamaican nationality, so Jamaican, I figure Jamaicans and Haitians are pretty much in the same category, the Caribbeans, if you know. But I do remember one weekend that Bryan was like, yo, you want to go eat at my mom's house? And I was like, heck yeah, I'm going to go eat at your mom's house. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the very first meal I had was rice and peas, and it was like some kind of chicken. And the reason why that sat with me is because that was what my grandma made for me when she was around. So it really brought me back home. And I'm like 1,400 miles away from home. So that gave me that home style feeling. It's like, all right, I know I gotta cook meal at least once a week. So then, I mean, as an athlete, that's all you can ask for. So when I say he opened his family to me, like him bringing me home, I felt like that was the ultimate respect, where he trusted me enough to be around his family and everything. And ever since then, I've always been tight with him and his family.
So he brought you in, even though you were different grade levels,
Correct.
you became close friends.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned first living in the dorms on campus. Did you move off campus at some point?
Yes, I was not a part of the 7th floor crew, so just for the record, I was not on that song at all, but I did stay on the 7th floor my freshman year, and it so happened that I stayed in the same room with one of the artists on that song, but again, it was not me. So freshman year, I did live on campus, and then sophomore year was around the corner. And I'm not boasting, but Jersey, I feel like, has a little bit better academics, so I was able to maintain a high GPA. And one of the things where, and I think this is right, when Randy Shannon was at DC, he told us on the team, like, we couldn't move off campus after your freshman year unless you had a high GPA and you had a roommate. It was hard to find a combination of both, so I was one that had a high GPA. I did want to move off campus, but I didn't really have anybody to move off campus with me, so, and I never thought that Bryan would ask me, so I'm like, I'm staying on campus again, because CRISTINA was my first roommate. And then after Chris, I was like, all right, where am I gonna stay at? So then crunch time, Bryan asked me, because he originally asked Eric if he could brought it to Coach Chad and understand. It was like, no, Eric didn't have a grade, so he was like, no way I'm not putting you two together in the same off-campus apartment. So he 86'd that, and then he was like, well, what about Cat? Cat was what he called me. He said, I think Coach Chad was like, yeah, he can, but if his grades drop, he got to move right back home. So the whole agreement was I had to keep my grades up, which I think I did for the most part.
So you walked us like a little bit through study halls and stuff, but I'm sure the jury has a question about like 7th floor crew. What do you mean? Can you tell us about a little bit of like shenanigans that like happened with the athletes? You don't have to get into a lot of detail.
And I wasn't there when this happened, but it was a very explicit song that came out about the antics that the players did, and they published the song. I don't know how it got out. Rumor had it, Marable put it out, I don't know, but it was basically just a song that described what we did on the 7th floor, like relations or whatever the case may be.
So life outside of football.
Yeah.
All right. So, and that was your freshman year.
Correct.
And then your sophomore year, you moved in with Bryan.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned keeping grades up. Were football players required to go to study halls?
Yeah, mandatory 2 hours a day. Well, I broke it down to 2 hours a day because it was 10 hours a week. And I guess they broke it down by week, but it was 10 hours a week, I know, so they ended up breaking it down to 2 hours a day.
So you first moved in with Bryan your sophomore year. When was that?
My second year in
So
college.
you said you graduated, or you started in 2004, so that was the fall of 2005?
Correct.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
The colony.
Did anyone else on your team live in the same complex?
Siren and Andrew Bain. Siren Williams and Andrew Bain. And then after, I think Chris moved on. I want to say there was somebody else, I can't remember. But I know Siren did for sure, and Andrew Bain. 2 offensive line, they were living there.
Yeah. So you guys weren't the only football players in the complex?
Correct.
Now, did Bryan have any interests outside of football? You said he was close to his family, but anything else?
I mean, Bryan, he was a gun enthusiast because he liked going to the shooting range. He would try to get me to go out there, but anytime we had off, I was just out just relaxing. I didn't want to go nowhere. I was always like, I gotta stay in the house and conserve energy for practice the next day. We had it. So I was like, nah, I'm gonna stay home. I didn't do anything, but now looking back, I wish I was out more. But he liked cars as well. I remember he showed me some very nice vehicles that he had. His blue Tahoe with the spinners on it, and then he got the Infinity with the black, was silver rim, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or was it black on it too. But he had rims on it. It was to the point where our D-line coach was like, that's crazy. You got a nicer car than I do. And I was like, I didn't realize that at the time, but I don't know what kind of car like he did yet that Bryan had a nicer car, but I don't know how. I don't know.
Did Bryan buy cars and fix them up?
Yeah, he mentioned that he bought some cars and fixed them up. He said he had I never seen it in person, but I seen the videos of his dunk that he had, the yellow with the arm flames on it. I seen that. I only seen it through pictures though. Never in person.
So outside of football, was that one of his main passions?
Yeah, I would say.
Now, you said that Bryan brought you into his family, that you met his family. Did he speak to his family, to his brothers often?
I think about it every day. There was somebody he was talking to his family. Bryan has a big family, so I'm pretty sure every day he was talking to somebody.
And when you first moved in with Bryan, was he dating anyone?
No.
At some point while you were living with Bryan, did you start dating anyone?
Yes.
Who did he start dating?
Jada.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1-0 for identification. Do you recognize this picture?
Yeah.
And is this a photo of Bryan and Jada?
Correct.
And is this how they looked around the fall of 2006?
Correct.
Okay, at this time, the state seeks to introduce what's been pre-marked as State's 1-0 into evidence.
No objection.
State Exhibit 1-0 marked for identification now becomes State 15.
And how was their relationship?
It was solid. I mean, they argued, but that was about it. But I seen
Did it seem anything unusual?
no.
And did Jada at some point move in with you?
Yes. And I don't remember when that happened, but it did happen. We went from just like us two being in there to like now having 3 people in there with a dog. And like, all right. So I was like, I thought Bryan was trying to make a family type. So, okay. I guess I'm the stepbrother or whatever the case may be, the in-law or whatever. But yes, it did happen where she was living in there and they got the dog. Bryan got really attached to the dog for some odd reason too, which was odd because it was a real small dog and he was real, obviously the same size guy as me, so I'm like, so I didn't know about that. But yeah, it did happen.
So like a little dog?
Correct.
Okay.
A real small, it was a Yorkie of some sort. I can't remember what kind, but I just remember Bryan was in love with the dog, to say the least.
And you said it was funny because Bryan's a big guy. So how tall are you?
I'm 6'3".
And how tall? Was Bryan taller than
Yeah,
you?
Bryan he had to be 6'4".
Okay. So big guy, tiny dog. Can you stand up for a moment? I think there's. Thank you. And now, do you know someone by the name of Rashaun Jones?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Rashaun?
August 2nd.
When you first started?
Correct.
So that's the day it seems like you keep coming back to that. Is
That was
that,
basically the first day that everybody met because when I was there early, July up to August, I seen some people come in, some people go out. I can't remember if I bumped into Rashaun then or not, but I was there working out. I do remember Anthony Reddick being there working out. I do remember curvy working out. I just remember doing that ab circuit twice and that killed me, so I was just hard trying to get through it, let alone remember who's there. I do remember Khalil killing the workouts. I'm like, he played wide receivers. I was like amazed because coming from South Jersey, I thought I was the biggest person, and everybody on the field was smaller than me. So going down into like a talent pool where the same size talent, it was like eye-opening to see kind of people out there working.
So you said you came in July and you're doing like weight room workouts?
Yes.
Or is that what it was? And you said something about the talent. Was University of Miami at that time a contender for the national championship during like year after year?
Yeah, the reason why I went to UM was because they just came off that the 2002 title game versus Ohio State, and I remember watching it, and I think I remember telling Willie that I don't know which school I'm going to go to, and I knew it kind of in my heart that I wasn't where he was going, but I was trying to figure out where he was going at that All-Star game, so he's like, I don't know, man. He was like, Florida State recruited me hard, and Miami recruited me hard too, that's at the crib. I was like, yeah, I mean, Florida State wasn't recruiting me, but Miami was. So I was like, I don't know either. I was playing the cat and mouse game with him, just trying to get him the answer, but he was like, it made him down to who win that game. After it made him down to me too.
So that's when you were being scouted for colleges?
Correct. Even though Miami lost in that game, I was like, I knew in my heart of hearts that I wanted to go play with the best of Miami was at school at the time.
And which Willie are you talking about?
Willie Williams. My recruiting class #1 player in the nation.
Willie Williams.
And you mentioned
At the time, in my heart of hearts that I wanted to go play with the best of Miami was at school at the time.
And which Willie are you talking about?
Willie Williams. My recruiting class #1 player in the nation.
And you mentioned an all-star game. Did you meet some of your fellow, who would become your fellow players?
I ended up seeing him there. I seen James Bryan there, linebacker. So Willie and James Bryan were 2 linebackers from UM. I seen some Florida State linebackers there who I ended up playing with in New York. There's more so defensive players I do remember because my side of the ball, but I did see it was James Bryan and Willie were 2 people that had them on the UM with me.
So at the time, the University of Miami was recruiting some of the best high schoolers in the country.
Yeah.
So now going back to when you first started, so you said August 2nd of 2004, when you met Rashaun Jones. Do you see Rashaun Jones in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Can you stand up and point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
Right there in the brown sweatshirt.
Thank you. Please let the record reflect that Mr. Hendricks has identified the defendant. Can you just tell us what your relationship was like with Rashaun as a teammate?
I didn't really have one with him. I mean, to the furthest extent I remember Rashaun, he would just talk about girls a lot, but that was about it. There might be a lot of people talk about girls all day, so I was like, it's just like normal conversation with him. I never went out with him. It was like, within the fraternity or brotherhood of Miami, you still had, there's separate groups, like, you had offensive linemen. Obviously, the offensive linemen going to hang with the offensive linemen. Me being a defensive lineman, I was going to naturally hang out with defensive linemen, so. And it was obviously enough of us to go around. We had 4 in my class that ended up, after the fact, changing some positions, but it was me, Calais, 50, Ryan Anderson, I'm sorry, and Eric, Joe came in afterwards, Kellen was there early, so it was like a lot of us there, so there was enough people to hang out with and not have to like go searching for a group to hang out with.
Who were Rashaun's close friends on the team, if you know?
I think Rashaun did the same thing I did, where I remember hanging out with Bruce and George Simmons a lot. For some odd reason, I thought him and George went to the same high school, if I'm not mistaken. Or they came in from the same high school together. That's all I remember. or the same area or something like that.
And is Bruce Johnson?
Yeah. I know playing with Bruce. Well, I was on the team when Bruce was in New York as well. We were rookie roommates for rookie training camp.
So right after you were
Right
drafted?
after, yeah. Well, he's a priority free agent. I was, I guess, a priority free agent, or a lower level priority free agent. So we signed basically a deal with the New York Football Giants before every other rookie who made it after that camp would be able to sign a deal. That's the difference between a priority. You have a team to go to, a regular free agent, you don't have a team, and you're basically playing off of practice squad, or not practice squad, but the rookie mini camps or mini camps that they have.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for explaining that to us. So did Bruce and George also start with you? Did Bruce Johnson start with you at the University of Miami?
Yeah, he was the same class as me, yeah.
Okay, so you guys were together
Correct.
quite a while. And then, what was Bryan and Rashaun's relationship like?
At first, it was just like an upperclassman, show the young classmen the ropes type. Then I guess it got real bad where I remember Bryan obviously having some bad words with Rashaun to the point where I guess I thought it was a little scuffle, honestly, because in the summertime, that's what happened. Anything that a freshman did, you could look at somebody the wrong way. It was like everybody standing, carrying on in the locker room, and I thought it was just like banter between teammates or whatever the case may be, but they had a real bad scuffle between the training room, which was the door that connected the locker room to the training room, and that was basically a door. So our section that was behind the offensive line had to pass straight to the door, but our section was basically the wall that separated, or the lockers that separated, so you would have to walk around the corner. Now I remember they kind of had stuff on it. It happened either this went into the training room or it was coming out of the training room. I can't remember, but I do remember having that stuff. I thought, because I believe on the area at that time, they pieced it up. It was good, and then they left.
Okay. And that happened, that scuffle was your freshman year or your sophomore year?
I can't remember when it was.
Objection, Richardson.
Oh. And do you remember if they ever became friends?
Not to my knowledge.
And you lived with them?
Yes.
Do you remember Rashaun dating anyone?
I thought he was dealing with Jada before Jada got with Bryan. I actually thought they were dating in high school. Don't know where this comes from. I played football so long, but I thought they were like messing around before they got into UM. But they were messing around, I guess, early parts of UM.
So freshman year.
Yeah, I assume.
Do you remember if Rashaun dated anyone else?
I do remember him talking about Ross's sister.
Do you remember Ross's last name? Was that
Abramson or something like that.
And he was on the football team?
Yeah, he was the only, well, besides TC, one of the other Jersey people on the team. So I felt like I had to stick with the Jersey people at the end of the day. That's where I'm from.
And do you remember if he was in a serious relationship with Ross's sister?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Oh, he can't recognize.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you ever see them out together?
No. But he did talk about her living on the beach though. Now he went to her crib or drove to her crib or whatever the case may be. I do remember him talking about it.
Okay. So I want to take you to November 7th of 2006. Do you remember that day?
Yeah, I do.
Can you walk me through your day, like starting in the morning?
Normal morning. It's Tuesday, so we had workouts that day. So I lifted at, my lift group was at either 6:45 or 7:45. After lift Tuesday, I didn't have my 3 classes, so I may have had 2 classes, because it was a Tuesday. After class, we had meetings. I know we had a meeting that started at 2 o'clock. After meetings, we had practice. Yeah, we went down to practice. After practice, that day, I guess I decided to skip study hall, or it was after study hall, I can't remember. But I do remember talking to Bryan and him saying to me, I'll meet you at the crib.
So let me just stop you there for a moment. So, were the meetings you had at 2 football team meetings?
Yeah,
Was practice after those meetings?
correct.
What time did practice usually wrap up?
And it had been like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. You know, it's a big gap, I can't remember.
After practice, would you all shower and change?
Most of us. I say that because we did have one person on the team that didn't like to shower.
Okay. Did Bryan shower?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So, after practice, did you see Bryan go to his car? Or did you walk to your cars together?
We were walking out the building, and I remember saying, all right, I'll see you at the crib. And he said, all right, I'll see you at the crib. But then I remember Bryan, either, I don't know how it went down, but Stanley Holmes, and Chaz Washington, the 2 freshman D tackles, they were either waiting for a bus and Pat said, come on, I'll take y'all home. So I was like, I'll meet you at the crib. That was the last thing I remember.
After you left practice, did you stop on the way home?
Yes, I stopped to get gas.
About how long would it take you to get home? In general, not if you're
Like
stopping.
20 minutes.
Now, I just want to just stop you before we get home, before you get home that night. Did Bryan have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Did you all have cell phones?
Yes.
Do you remember what types of phones Bryan had?
I do remember him having a chirp. He had the next stuff because he got me in the class with it one time. I do remember he had a sidekick, but I think it broke. I don't know when it broke because I had one. So I didn't remember him having one. I don't know if Andrew was pushing me or what, but I do remember Andrew was watching that and getting one of the sidekick. So I had that after, so I went down with the Nextel, and then I got the sidekick. I don't know how my mom approved that, but got the sidekick, so I had 2 phones. And as a financial literacy teacher, that is not the most financial wise thing to me.
And so you had 2 phones. You said Bryan had 2 phones too?
Yes.
And you said the Nextel chirp. Can you just explain to the jury what that
It's
is?
a Nextel phone was Sprint came out with it, where it had a button on the side where it acted like a walkie-talkie. So it beeped like a walkie-talkie chirp, and then you just proceed to talk.
So you didn't have to make a phone call.
No.
And did it look like a flip phone, or how did
Yes.
it look?
It was a black case that flipped down. You could either have the display on the front, or it could be a solid phone, cover phone, whatever the case may be.
And can you describe to the jury, in case they don't know what a sidekick looks like?
It was like a phone side, like a little bit bigger than the iPhone that had a screen that flipped up, so it expanded in size. And it had like a joystick handle to it where the keypad was in the middle and you could use your thumbs to control the keypad.
And so was this in the days before the iPhone came out?
Yeah.
Now, I want to continue your drive home that night. Can you tell the jury what you remember when you got home?
I pulled up to the house. It was kind of dark. I believe I was going to the parking spot on the left because all the parking spots on the right were for permitted spots, and Bryan was on the left, so I was trying to turn into the left spot or a left spot on the left side. Then I noticed Bryan on the ground, so I hopped out of the car, and I hopped out of the car, and I was like, yo, stop playing. And I walked up on him, and I'm like, I think I said it 2 times, stop playing. And once I finally got to, I guess, sight, he had a puddle of blood behind his head. That's when it hit me. It was, well, he wasn't playing, and I wasn't in the game anymore.
Did you call anyone from his family?
I tell people to this day, that was the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. It was call that. To call his mom and say that her youngest is dead, it was just like, you won't understand how hard it was for me. Especially when she just let me into her family, like, I'm telling her this, like, I didn't want to have to tell her that. I did not, but I know I had to.
When you called his mom, had the police arrived, or is this something where when you saw Bryan, you knew?
I remember after that moment, when I went down, it was like all blur. I don't remember making a phone call. I don't remember, apparently there was somebody helping to perform CPR on him. I don't remember those moments. I do remember making that phone call though.
Was Jada there?
I don't even remember seeing her, but yeah, she was there. I don't even know what she was doing.
I'm going to show you some photos from your apartment. If you don't mind, do you mind stepping down? We'll go through.
If any of the attorneys want to say anything,
You want to step up to one of the sides so the jury can also see, can everyone see? And since they didn't get to see before, what are we looking? This is, I'm showing you, it's been entered at State's Exhibit 15.
That's Bryan and Jada.
And State's Exhibit 2.
That's where we stayed at in the front, where that blue car is. That canopy would be the entrance for our apartment.
This?
No, the black canopy. Yep,
Where was your apartment located?
on the 2nd floor. But it'd be like the front here, so if you come to your right, a little bit more, that'd be our window. I think that was our window right there behind the bush, if I'm not mistaken.
Behind the palm tree?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at State's Exhibit 1.
That's the other apartment complex.
Is this the entrance to your complex over here?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Composite Exhibit 13. Is this Bryan's car?
Yeah,
Is this the black Infiniti you were talking about?
correct.
And where did he park relative to the entrance of the complex?
Normally in that spot where I felt like it was closer to the awning because the canopy wasn't right there. It was a little further back. It's like where outside the black car.
Can you see?
Oh, here, why don't you, or you want to set over here? Okay. So you said the canopy's over
Yeah.
this way.
That's my truck right there, silver truck.
Is that where you left it?
It must have been, I don't even remember moving the car. That's the front of my vehicle.
And is this the canopy you were referring to?
Yeah, and look at the spots, they all say reserved.
Did your unit have certain assigned parking?
Yes, I can't remember which one.
And where was your unit?
Upstairs, down this hall, on the right-hand side. It was the first unit on the right. Down the hall, the first unit on the right, so it was, I think, a washing area or something like that, then the apartment.
Is this of you looking towards the entrance of the parking lot?
Yes.
And this is Brian's?
Yep.
And now I'm showing you what's now been entered as State's Exhibit 14. When you first walked up to Bryan, when you first walked up, where was Bryan laying?
In that same spot.
And you said someone had been doing CPR on him?
That's what, I guess the recording said. I don't remember it at all.
It's all kind of a blur. And these are the bushes we saw in the parking lot photos?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you remember when you first saw Bryan? You're shaking your head, no? And could you tell where Bryan had been injured?
You couldn't tell from where it was, but I did see the puddle of blood behind his head. So then that's when I realized it wasn't a game. So somebody had to move the body, I guess, because his head was closer to that puddle of blood. I was on the ground.
When you first saw him?
Yes,
So does it look like he's been rolled over here?
yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. So that night, I know it's a little bit of a blur. Do you remember being asked to go to the Hecht Center?
Yes, I do.
And why did you go to Hecht Center that night?
Mandatory team meeting.
Was everyone there?
Yep, except for one person. I don't remember seeing Rashaun there at all.
But you remember everyone was
I
there?
remember seeing everybody else, but I don't remember seeing Rashaun. Now, there was a lot of people on the team, but that's one face I don't remember seeing.
And you knew you had to go to the meeting?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked with State's Exhibit 1S. He's showing you what's been marked with State's Exhibit 1S for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize it?
I remember somebody laying it out.
Was this taken after the last game of the football season?
No, because the last game, I don't even remember, because I know we played Maryland that week, and that ain't Maryland Stadium, that's the Orange Bowl. So it has to be, it's a home game, so it has to be after the last game of the season.
Do you remember this being laid out and happening in the moment for Bryan?
Who put it out, though? It's Bob, yeah.
Not who put it out, but do you remember this happening?
Yeah, I do remember it, that moment.
And does this accurately depict the players on the team around at that time? Sometime in November of 2007? 6, sorry. At this time, the state seeks to introduce what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1S into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, read it.
State Exhibit 1S, marked for identification, now becomes State Number 16.
Permission to publish granted. So you were saying you could tell by the photo. Where was this taken?
At the Orange Bowl.
One moment. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
So that locker room scuffle that you mentioned, is it fair to say that you don't know when that happened?
I don't remember.
And you don't know why it happened?
Can't remember.
You don't know how it started?
No.
And locker room scuffles weren't uncommon, were they?
No.
Teammates got into fights pretty regularly.
Correct.
And so you told us a little bit about your relationship with Bryan versus your relationship with Rashaun.
Correct.
Bryan became somewhat of like, you know, a family.
I would say definitely.
This family became like your family.
Correct.
And Rashaun, you and Rashaun were cool, right?
Correct.
You were just teammates.
Correct.
And you told us about how you moved in with Bryan.
Correct.
And he kept guns in the house, right?
Yes.
And specifically, he had a Glock. Do you remember that?
No, I've never seen that.
What about an AK-47?
I did see that.
And a shotgun?
I did see that.
Now, on November 7th of 2006, you and Bryan left the facility around the same time.
Correct.
And you each stopped, you made one stop each on the way.
Correct.
And do you agree that it would have probably taken, you know, comparable time? So let me rephrase that. So he was dropping someone off, or two teammates off on the way, right?
Yes.
And you were stopping for gas.
Yes.
And as far as you remember, the gas station was also on the way.
Correct. On the way home. Correct.
So you would have gotten there around the same time. Is that fair?
Not necessarily, because if it took longer from the pump my gas, it was the variable was the wait for gas.
Right. The variable was late for gas, but he also had to stop and drop someone off.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about difference in timing, it couldn't have been very long. Is that
Correct.
fair? And so when you got to the Colony apartment complex, you told us what you saw. You saw Bryan on the ground. Right?
A bottle club behind his head.
And you called 911.
I don't remember making that call.
If you heard the 911 audio, would you recognize your voice?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and play it a little bit for you. You can confirm.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we come side by side?
What?
Briefly?
They won't let them play the 911 audio? Why not? How is it outside the scope when we're talking about the arrival timeline? Alright, maybe they're queuing it up because I heard "there we go." Just zooming in on him blowing his nose.
Alright, objection sustained.
So they can't play it.
You called 911, but the details of the night are a little fuzzy because, you know, you have been through something really traumatic. Is that right?
Correct.
And do you remember telling 911 that it was very dark?
Objection, improper.
Sustained. It was
Improper
very dark when you
impeachment.
were there, right?
It was dark, yeah, it was dark.
You couldn't see the actual wound on Bryan's head.
It was behind his ear, apparently. And he was laying face up, so I couldn't see it.
And Jada came outside around the same time that you got there, right?
That was a blur to me. I don't remember when she came, if she was there.
Do you remember that she was hysterical?
Yes, I do remember having to like try to calm her down while making a phone call to the emergency services, and then I guess I was able to calm her down and knew that they were on the way, so then I had to make that call to his mom.
And she was, when I say hysterical, crying, screaming, really upset.
Jada, yeah, that's what she sounded like.
Okay, and like you said, the rest of the night was a blur.
Correct.
Did the school, rather, not the police, did the school put you up at a, I think it was a Days Inn hotel?
It was a Days Inn, I believe, one across the street.
Okay, and do you remember going to the Hecht Center that night?
I know. I'm emergency meeting.
And if someone else were to say that you weren't at the Hecht Center that night, that you went straight to the Days Inn, would they be wrong?
I don't remember after, but I do remember going to the Hecht, and I remember staying at the Days Inn.
And then when you were at the meeting at the Hecht Center, you said that you remember one person not being here.
Yeah.
At the time, did you know that Rashaun had been suspended?
Nope.
And the police spoke with you on scene that night, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't remember that conversation.
Okay, after that, do you remember that you spoke with them at all, though? That the police asked you any questions?
I don't remember them bringing me down to the station, formally sitting me down and asking me questions. No, I do not remember that.
But what about on scene? Like, did they ask you what happened?
I do remember, I guess, seeing transcripts of me talking to the cops, but I don't remember actually going through it.
After that night, when was the next time that you were contacted by the police?
Uh, 2020.
And Rashaun continued to play on the team, right?
Yeah,
After you came back from the suspension? Right?
yeah,
Just asking you because the court reporter's taking down what you're saying.
understood.
Okay, and so the state showed you a photo, right? A team photo around, yeah, you have it right there. Just a moment, please. All right, we'll put a pin in that. All right, we'll go back to that. All right, and Rashaun was also not part of the seventh floor, right?
No, I don't think so.
He came in your class.
Correct.
Just on the bridge. So, I know you said you remember that Rashaun wasn't at that meeting. Do you remember anybody else who was at that meeting? No? Can you say with certainty that everybody else was at that meeting?
No.
And you, Rashaun also wasn't at practice that day, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
We have a separate D-line practice where for at least 45 minutes every practice, we were just with D-linemen. And then we would go over to offensive line, and then we would go to team. So between the mix of those two periods, I was just here trying to make through my freshman year and sophomore year. After that, it was all over. I pushed through.
All right, we have no further questions at this time. Redirect?
A long redirect.
Hello again.
Hello.
So defense counsel asked you if Rashaun continued to play on the team after Bryan was murdered. Did Rashaun end up transferring out of the University of Miami?
To my knowledge, actually, I don't remember.
It's fair to say you weren't close.
Yeah, we weren't close. Until you remember.
Do you remember, did you guys go to a bowl game that year?
We went to a bowl game every year except for one. In the first year that I think Coach Shannon was the head coach, we didn't go to a bowl game. So was it the second year? One of those 2 years.
So at this time, Coach Cooper was the head coach and you said that
We should
Randy
have
was the
been.
defensive coordinator.
We should have went to the Peach Bowl. We went to the Peach Bowl 2 times. And then I think we took the gap year, or we went to the Micron PC Bowl game, and then there was a bowl game in Nevada that we played in, or Idaho, or Boise, Idaho on that. And then we played in the Walnut Bowl my senior year. So,
Do you remember Rashaun playing in any of those? Now, when I asked you about what you remembered when you first got home, do you remember calling 911?
I was old, but I don't remember making that call. But apparently there's transcripts of me calling, so yes, I did.
Did I play that call for you?
Yes, you did.
Do you remember it at all other than that you can recognize your voice?
I barely could recognize any words that were said on that. Just, I guess it was low recorded or whatever, but I heard my voice.
And going back to where Bryan's body was, you said when you first walked up, his body hadn't been turned over as it was in those photos.
I just remember that I'm sitting face up. It's a memory that is going to be ingrained in my brain forever. But I can remember seeing her face and his mouth partially open as he was looking up.
Is the area in front of Bryan's car over by the dumpsters dark?
Oh, yeah.
Is the parking lot and the area around the apartments lit?
There was one light that was leading up to the entrance of the apartment. Well, the wall where that canopy was, there should have been a light right there. If it was on, who knows? But it was supposed to be well lit, but it was not well lit.
Yeah.
And that was the only light I can remember having.
So the area where Bryan's body was, is that over to the side where they're not lights?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, let me give the jurors a quick question break. Thank you. If you could just step outside of me.
All right, there's still more on this video. So they're going to do a restroom break, but what else is all this? Maybe they just didn't clip it?
Go down.
What'd they say?
We just need to call him back to introduce the 911 and also some photos that are similar to this photo.
Okay. So let me give everyone a quick restroom break as well, and then we'll come back. And
You need to leave for the airport.
Yes.
So,
okay, so we'll call them back in the next 7 minutes.
thank you.
All rise.
Alright, so we can skip this.
These photos as well.
Oh, wait, let's listen to this. What's this?
These photos as well, but this other photo.
He just didn't really remember saying, oh, you know, I honestly almost pulled it back. I almost pulled it back because of the way he
No, you know what happened. No, you don't have to worry about it.
I want to show them, maybe we can just keep doing. I just heard the top one, but these are
Yeah, it's different.
Somebody's zoom in on the we who labor here seek only the truth.
It's that one.
All right, thank you. You can be seated.
Just before the jury goes back, there are two photos that are going to be entered by stipulation as well. Dave was going to introduce them through another witness, but the defense intended, so.
Okay.
State's standard is 2H and 2I and F. I believe the defense will be fine.
Okay.
Yes. So they're going to have this guy.
All right, thank you. So you want to have him back already on the stand?
Yes, I'll go get him.
And Judge, I'm so sorry I wasn't able to interrupt. One minute.
Okay, hurry.
I'm going to the next witness, so I just want to make sure that.
Well, I'll give you another break so that you can.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
And there is one additional thing we wanted to address sidebar.
Oh, yeah. Can someone else come?
Yes.
Right now the video's freezing. Everybody, it looks like I forget what they're called. A cinematograph or something. There's our deputy getting a drink. Yeah, are we sure they actually labor to find the truth?
All right, thank you for coming back here as best as we can. Bring them out, please. For the record, the defendant, the attorney, Mr. Brown.
Alright, so I couldn't discern what the additional issue they wanted to talk about was, but the other issue, it seems like the state was going to call a different witness to get photos in from, I'm assuming, the crime scene. But instead of having that witness, whoever the witness is, identify certain photos, they're just going to have this guy do it.
All right, so jury.
Thank you. You may all be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, this witness is out of town and he has a flight to catch. So the defense was intending on calling them in their case in chief, but in order to facilitate that happening now instead of in a couple of days, we're going to go ahead and allow the defense to recall this witness. Yes.
Oh. Okay, so they're doing a out of order. This would technically be what the defense would bring on their case in chief. So this is going to be direct examination now of this witness. Let me update the banner.
So, we were talking about before when we were on cross-examination, the 911 call. Mr. Maroney is going to play you a very small portion of it, and you can tell us if you recognize.
All right, so I'm sorry. So she really sustained it. If they're letting the 911 call come in because it's now the defense's direct as their like out of order case in chief, that means the only reason it was sustained previously was because it was outside the scope of cross-examination and not for some other reason? Because that just seems dumb. But okay.
Your Honor, I said that the state would agree to the introduction of the 911 call. We were going to introduce it in another format at a different time, so we have no objection to listening to it.
All right.
If they're seeking to introduce it without.
Okay. So you're stipulating so he doesn't have to write?
Yeah.
Identify it. Okay. And you don't have to do that. Okay. All right. So let's mark it, please, in evidence.
Which one? Mark for that?
It's A1.
Defense A1, mark for identification now becomes defense A.
All right, and when may we publish?
Yes.
I'm going to turn the volume down a little because it might be loud.
hours, complaint desk position number 1. Yeah. Hello? What address? 9315,
It's not playing through the TV. Any issue if I just put my laptop there to play because the speaker's not?
Put it in front of the mic.
1902 hours, complaint desk position number 1. Navigating Lisa Fire with emergency. Yeah. Hello? What address?
9315, Southwest 77th.
What happened there?
Somebody got shot. The guy's on the ground. I don't know where he's bleeding from, but he's on the ground, man.
Okay, I need you to stay with me on the line. Did you see what happened?
No, I did not see what happened. Nobody see what happened, man.
You don't know where he shot?
He's bleeding from the chest, man.
Okay, good.
Put the sign up. Put the sign up.
Okay, so just leave him alone. He's really bleeding from his head?
He's not breathing, man. He's bleeding from his head.
Is that where the wound is?
I don't know what the wound is, man.
Okay. Okay, help is already on the way. Screaming and yelling is not going to help the situation. What's the name of the complex?
The Colony Apartment.
Colony?
The Colony Apartment. The Colony Apartment.
Okay, you said he's not breathing?
No, man, he's not breathing.
Okay, I need to know if you see a gunshot wound to the head.
I don't see any gunshot wound, man.
Okay, but you say he's bleeding from his head. What part of his head is he bleeding from?
It's from the back of his head.
From the back?
From the back of his head.
Okay, do you know this person, the woman that's screaming? Does she know him? That's his girlfriend? Okay, does she know what happened?
No, she did not see anything. Just keep his mouth there.
Okay, I need to generally check and see if he does have a gunshot wound to the head. To the back of his head.
We can't see. It's dark out here. We cannot see anything, man.
Okay, but she says he's not breathing?
She's not breathing.
Okay, is she giving him CPR?
Yes.
Okay,
We have assistance. Come. There's a guy helping pushing on the chest.
Okay, do they know what they're doing?
Yes. Keep it quiet on his mouth.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with it, sir. Okay, do they know what they're doing?
I don't know CPR.
1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, girl. Go ahead. Okay, he needs to pump 15 times. Okay, we have help on the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And do you remember who the person was who was giving CPR? No.
I think it's Jamie Duarte, but he's deceased now.
Now, the state showed you a photo, a team photo, right?
Yeah.
I have a couple of other photos. Is there evidence? Yeah, so can I please publish it?
Want me to comment?
Yes,
I already. Yeah, but remember, nobody was here.
Oh.
State Exhibit 2H and 2I marked for identification now becomes the State Exhibit 17 and 18.
right, so that's the end. Okay, that's like 10 seconds.
You have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
All right, so they get those exhibits introduced. One of those was when they say the team photo is the one where they're standing around like the memorial picture on the field of Bryan Pata. And that's the one, if you saw any other sessions, I feel like the internet was reacting after Rashaun Jones' arrest saying like, oh, look at the look in his eyes. Rashaun Jones looking at his teammate, he knows what he did. But I think they're getting that introduced because they want to show he still continued to play for the team. He wasn't fleeing. He didn't like try to cut out of town. And that undercuts the state's theory that he went to this guy, Mike Sanders, and said, I need money, purportedly because he was trying to leave town because he just killed somebody, his consciousness of guilt. So we'll see what they do with that photograph later on. Next up, let's see who we got. A teammate.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Sanders. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning, Michael Sanders.
Oh,
And
this
Mr.
is Money
Sanders,
Guy.
What do you do for a living?
Work in sports,
And where do you live?
California.
So you traveled to be here today?
I did.
Did you attend the University of Miami College?
I did.
And what year did you start at the University of Miami?
2004,
Why did you come to the University of Miami?
to play ball and to go to school.
And what type of ball did you play?
Baseball.
Do you know someone by the name of Rashaun Jones?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
Sean's wearing a blue shirt, blue sweater.
Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. When did you first meet Rashaun?
I think freshman year of college.
Were you both freshmen together?
I think so.
And did you live in the same dorms?
We did. I believe so.
Sorry.
I believe so, yeah.
Were there specific dorms for student athletes?
There were.
And were those shared by athletes regardless of sport?
There were.
When did you move into the dorms?
Freshman year when I got to college, 2004.
Is that when you first met Rashaun?
I think so. Around that time.
This just been a long time.
It's been a long time.
And did all the athletes use the same athletic center? For like working out, training, weights?
For working out, yeah.
And what was that called?
The Hecht Athletic Center.
Were you close to Rashaun?
We hang out.
Do you have other friends in common with him too?
I'm sure, yeah.
Back then at least.
Yeah, I'm sure back then.
Did you keep in touch over your time at the University of Miami?
Yeah.
Did you get to know someone named Bryan Pata?
A little bit, not that well.
So not as well as you knew Rashaun?
No.
What was your relationship like with Bryan?
Just in passing, over at the Hecht.
Do you remember the day Bryan Pata was killed, November 7th, 2006?
I do.
What do you remember about that day?
I remember was headed out to dinner with another football player and got a call to bring him back to the athletic center.
And who was that football player?
Khalil Jones.
Were you close with Khalil?
I was.
And was it Khalil who got called or you who got called?
I wouldn't be able to recall, but I'm imagining Khalil, being that he's on the football team.
And where was he asked to go?
To the Hecht.
What did you guys do after you got the call?
Turned around, headed to dinner and went to the Hecht to drop Khalil off.
Did you go inside the Hecht at that time?
I don't recall.
So did Khalil go to the meeting?
I assume so.
Did you go to the meeting?
I did not.
Why not?
Because it wasn't a meeting for baseball players. Football team got called.
Where did you go instead?
Khalil's house.
What did you do while you were at Khalil's house?
Can't recall. It's a long time ago. I think I watched the news.
Was anyone else there, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Why did you go to his house?
No idea. I would go over there all the time.
Was this something kind of surprising or alarming?
What's that?
Bryan's murder, or that Bryan had been shot, I guess, at the
I
time.
mean, yeah, definitely surprising and alarming.
What was kind of, I guess, can you describe how you and Khalil were acting when you got shot, like the demeanor when you heard this?
No, so long ago. I'm imagining we were shocked. You know, I remember being surprised, obviously.
What happened while you were at Khalil's house?
Watched the news and got a phone call from Rashaun.
At that time, was your phone number 770-296-2485?
I believe so, yeah.
Why did Rashaun call you?
Not fully sure. He just asked me for money.
Did he tell you why he needed the money?
No.
Did you agree to give him the money?
No.
Do you have any idea why he was asking for the money?
No idea.
What were your thoughts about the timing of his call?
Objection, relevance, speculation, improper opinion.
I don't know what my thoughts would have been a long time ago.
Were you surprised to get a call from him at that time?
Sure, yeah.
Did you think the timing was odd?
I just knew the football players were all in a meeting, so
Everyone else was at the Hecht Center?
I don't know. I wasn't at the Hecht
Sorry,
Center.
let me just rephrase. You just said that you knew there was a football meeting.
I did, because I dropped Khalil off.
So were you surprised to be getting a call from Rashaun, who was a football player at that time?
Yes.
Did you ask Rashaun why he wasn't at the meeting?
I don't fully recall. I believe I did.
What did you do when you got off the phone with Rashaun?
Went over to the Hecht Athletic Center.
Why did you go to the Hecht?
Just to let coaches know that I received that phone call.
Who did you speak to?
Coach Coker.
And did you tell him about the call?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 24. And I'm showing you what is labeled here as page 2. What time do you ever know what time you went to the Hecht Center?
I don't.
What did you do after you got the phone call?
Went to the Hecht Center.
Was that something you basically got the phone and went straight there?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think there was much time in between.
So I'm showing you a phone call that was made from the defendant's phone at 22:25, so 10:25 for 20 seconds to 770-296-2485.
That's fine.
Is that your number?
That is.
Can you write your name next to this number? Thank you. Your Honor, one moment to confirm. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Hi, Mr. Sanders, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So first I have some questions here about you writing your name next to your number. So you wrote your name next to the number 770-296-2485, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote it next to the entry that's timed at 22:25 or 10:25 p.m.
Correct.
And this record shows you as calling Rashaun, correct?
I don't believe so.
May I approach, Judge? So do you see here at the top where it says dialed number?
I do.
And it points to this column?
It does.
And it shows at 10:25 p.m. the dialed number was 786-512-5787?
Correct.
And you see on this column it says the calling party number, correct?
Correct.
The number who does the calling?
Correct.
And that's in the column where your number is listed, 770-296-2485.
Objection, Judge.
Correct.
What is being read is not...
Okay, no speaking.
Yeah, objection, Judge. It's mischaracterizing the evidence, and if we can go sidebar.
Okay, overruled. All I need to address it on the retrial.
So, Mr. Sanders, it appears that for that specific entry, you were the calling party, you called Mr. Jones, correct?
Don't recall that.
You don't ever recall
He
making
wasn't
a phone
calling
call
you
to
for
Mr.
money.
Jones?
I don't.
Now, you said that there was a in this phone call you described, you said Mr. Jones asked you for some money, correct?
Correct.
You don't recall the amount of money that he asked you for?
I don't.
You don't recall the specific words that Mr. Jones used during that phone call?
I don't.
You don't recall any reason for why he was requesting this money, correct?
I don't.
The only thing you recall about that phone call is he asked you for some sort of money.
Correct.
You don't know anything about Mr. Jones' financial situation at the time, do you?
I do not.
Do you know where Mr. Jones is from?
No.
Do you know anything about his family's financial
I
situation?
do not.
Do you know where he was living at the time?
I do not.
Now, your parents owned KFC franchises, correct?
They did.
And that was known to people at the University of Miami?
I imagine so. Some people know.
And your parents had money by owning the KFC franchises? They were well off?
Yeah, some.
And the state asked you some questions about whether you thought there was anything unusual or suspicious, and you said that you do not recall how you felt about the call at the time?
20 years ago.
And a few days after you had this phone call, you saw Rashaun again on campus, correct?
I don't know how many days after. I don't know the time frame, but I do recall seeing him on campus.
Some short period of time thereafter, you saw Rashaun on campus after that phone call.
Again, I remember seeing him on campus. I don't know the period of time, but I imagine
Was
some
it
short period.
less than a week?
That's the thing, 20 years ago. Again, I can't recall exactly when.
Less than 2 weeks?
Probably somewhere.
Okay,
Right?
so sometime within 2 weeks after that call, you see Rashaun on campus.
Yeah,
And you ask him, hey, what was going on there?
I think so, yeah.
And he says, don't worry about it, it's all good?
I don't know, he said it was something to that effect.
Something to that effect.
Yeah,
And there was nothing unusual or suspicious about that interaction?
no.
Moment to confer, Judge.
I don't think this testimony that he asked for money is compelling at all.
One more question, Mr. Sanders, or one more topic. Can I approach the witness, Judge? So whenever we were discussing the phone call earlier, we discussed the specific phone call at 10:25, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said you don't recall having a conversation with Rashaun where you called him.
No.
Okay. Now, in fairness, there is a call earlier where your number is listed as the dialed number and Rashaun's number is listed as the calling party. Is that correct?
Sure.
At 10:04?
Yep.
Okay. But then this call at 10:26, you have no recollection of, you don't know what was discussed, you don't know what was said, you have no information about that, don't even remember it.
You talking about this call?
The second call where you called him back. You have no recollection of that at all.
The only call I have recollection of is during the call and asking for money.
Okay. And now, but you would agree that these records would indicate that you called Rashaun back at some point that night, or made a phone call to Rashaun at some point that night?
I mean, let me take a look at it. Right here, and then where else is my number? No, this is calling party number, and it has my number.
And then this one is?
This is dial number, and it has my number.
Right, so at some point before this call we spoke, you were the dial party, correct?
Correct.
And then there was a subsequent call where you were the calling party,
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, so you would agree the phone records indicate that you called Rashaun later that night?
That's what the phone records indicate.
Okay, but you have no recollection of that, can't tell the members of the jury what was said or discussed on that second call?
Only call that I can recall and say, I don't know which call where, was the call where he asked me for that, and I went to the athletic center.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Sanders, I was flipping through these records trying to find your number. So can you write your name next to the other call as well? Let's see. Right here? This one? Let's just put it over here. Thank you. So you got a call from Rashaun Jones that lasted 153 seconds at 10:04 p.m. during the time your roommate or your friend was at the Hecht Center. Mr. Jones.
I don't know how long the call lasted, but I did receive a phone call.
Okay. And the call that you're testifying to is the call you received.
Correct.
And why did you go to the Hecht Center after you got the call?
Objection, asked and answered.
Assume because of the timing of the call.
Did the timing of the call seem odd?
Objection, asked and answered.
I believe it probably did, yeah.
Was anyone else asking you for money that night?
No.
Was it unusual for Rashaun to call and ask you for money?
I don't know. I'm assuming it was, but I'm not sure if he ever asked me for money in the time that I've known him.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure, but I would assume it was unusual because I don't recall ever giving him money.
And sitting here today, you don't want to say anything that you don't remember for sure?
For sure.
When you went to the Hecht Center, is it possible you were asked to call Rashaun back?
Objection, speculation. Objection.
I don't recall that.
I think you. I don't have any other questions.
All right. One to excuse this witness from consent for a moment.
Yes.
Oh, there's a little more.
Is he excused?
I don't believe he's under defense subpoena.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're free to go out there.
All right, so that was it for that guy. And again, this is supposed to be the state's case is there was animosity. There's this resentment. Rashaun Jones is jealous about Bryan Pata's success. He's in his feelings because he's suspended and his success is going out the window. And he's borrowing money. He's changing his number. He's doing all of these suspicious things. He doesn't go to the team meeting. And so far, my take on it is he changed his number. And if the defense can put forth information that he was running out of minutes, that explains why he would change his number coincidentally on the same day. It's not related to anything that happened that day. It's related to the minutes on his phone. And then he asked this guy for money. But maybe he needs money because he's not playing and he's tight on changing money for his phone. Like, who knows? Who knows? So, and maybe nobody was able to reach him to tell him to come to this team meeting because nobody knew he changed his phone number. And nobody remembers if they called anybody or not. So I don't know. I don't think it's compelling to me. I think it would be compelling in a bubble just to have this idea that he's asking for money to get out of town. He needs to hide his phone number. He doesn't want to show his face, even though he continues to play and he's at the university still. It doesn't work when you actually look at the context. So next up, who's here? All right, so this is a witness. It says, stayed friends with accused killer after teammate's murder. Well, that title's kind of confusing. It's not like anybody knew he was accused.
And this time, the state calls Bruce Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
If you could please stand up, raise your right hand, the clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to members of the jury?
Bruce Johnson.
And Mr. Johnson, what do you do for a living?
I run a non-profit organization for youth kids.
And does that organization revolve around sports?
Yes.
And what type of sports?
Football.
Football. And before you started running this nonprofit organization, what did you do?
I played football, professional football.
And where did you play professional football?
For the New York Giants.
And did you play with any of your former teammates there?
Just one, Dwayne Hendricks.
Mr. Johnson, do you live in South Florida?
No.
Did you travel down here for trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to be here today?
No, I do not.
Why are you here?
He leaned in for
Because you
he leaned in for that one. I think that was the loudest answer so far.
Mr. Johnson, do you live in South Florida?
No.
Did you travel down here for trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to be here today?
No, I do not.
Why are you here?
Because you subpoenaed me here.
And you understand as part of that subpoena you have to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Johnson, where did you grow up?
In Lake City, Florida.
Did you go to high school there?
No.
Where'd you go to high school?
In Marable, Florida.
Did you play football in high school?
Yes, I did.
When you were playing in football in the Lake City, Live Oak area, did you know someone by the name of Rashaun Jones?
Yes.
And how did you know him or know of him?
Small town, playing football, things like that.
Were you ever friends at that time?
Growing up, we all regularly ball. We just knew each other from the neighborhood, just playing. I mean, he grew up in a different part than me, so growing up, he wasn't nobody that I came over as a little kid.
Were you both considered good players for the area?
Yes.
What position did you play?
As far as what, Little League, high school, college,
I guess high school. We'll start.
wide receiver and defensive back.
And what position was Rashaun playing back then?
Defensive back.
And were you and Rashaun in the same grade?
No.
Are you older or younger than him?
Young.
How much younger?
A year.
Were you recruited to play college football out of high school?
Yes.
Where did you decide to go?
University of Miami.
What year did you start at the University of Miami?
2006.
Did anyone else from your area come to the University of Miami?
Yes.
Who else came?
Rashaun had went there. Another guy by the name of George Simmons, and that was about it.
Once you got to the University of Miami, did you hang out with the guys from your area, George Simmons, Rashaun Jones?
Not when I first got there. I mean, I would see him in passing, and we would talk. My first year, I was just really hanging with the guys who I came in with. You know, they was already established, so I just kind of stayed in my lane.
You said that you were a year younger than Rashaun. You started in 2006. What year did you graduate from high school? Do you remember?
2005.
Okay. Did you go straight from high school to college?
Yes.
So is it fair to say you actually started in the fall of 2005?
I guess you could say that.
Did you take a year off between high school and college?
No.
Okay. So you went straight from graduating high school in the spring of 2005 to starting football in the fall of 2005?
Yes, I guess.
So once you were at the University of Miami, what was your relationship like with Rashaun Jones?
Like I said, the first year, we knew each other, we taught each other because we were, you know, from the same place, but we didn't hang it together as much. The second year, we became a little bit more closer.
And how did you get closer? Like, where did you cross paths?
Man, we always in the locker room. We play the same position, so we don't see each other. So.
How were the positions set up in the locker room? Were your lockers close to each other?
Some guys were, a lot of the like older DBs, they were like together. Some of the young guys were off like a little run away, but.
Did you attend the same coaching meetings, team meetings?
Yeah.
Like with your position group?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever travel back home to the Lake City area with Rashaun?
Yes, I have.
Did you ever meet his family?
Yes, I have.
Did you ever hear if Rashaun had dated Jada Brody?
I don't know about them dating.
Did you ever hear that they had some sort of relationship?
Yes.
Do you remember when they'd had some sort of relationship?
No, I don't recall.
Do you see Rashaun Jones here in court?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what he's wearing?
A blue shirt.
Okay, please let the record reflect that Mr. Johnson has identified the defendant. Now, going to later in college, did Rashaun have a girlfriend?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Sherry.
Do you remember her last name?
Abramson.
And did her brother play on the football team?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Just we're in court. You have to answer yes or no. And were they in a serious relationship?
Yeah, they went together.
So it appeared to be like exclusive.
Yeah, like they went together.
Did she let him drive her car?
Oh, yes.
What type of car did she have?
She had a white Range Rover.
While he was dating Sherry, did he date anyone else?
No.
Did you know Bryan Pata?
Yes.
And in what way did you know Bryan?
From being on the team.
Did you ever hang out with Bryan outside the team?
No.
You ever have any issues with Bryan?
No.
What was Bryan like?
Jokester, playful, around the locker room.
Did he seem to have issues with anyone?
No.
Did you know Bryan to have a girlfriend?
Yes.
And who was his girlfriend? Do you remember her name?
Jada.
Jada Brody?
Mm.
Were they serious?
Yes.
Did you ever see any issues between Rashaun and Bryan?
No, I did.
Did you ever hear anything?
Yeah, I heard.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you ever hear that they had issues?
Yeah, I heard.
Did they interact with each other?
No.
Can you kind of just like describe to us if they saw each other, what would happen?
They walked right by each other.
Were they on speaking terms?
No.
What was Rashaun's relationship like with the coaches?
He was always okay with the coaches. The talent wasn't the problem. It was just, off the field stuff. Just small things, missing class, stuff of that sort. So that's about it.
Did he follow the team rules?
Objection. Motion to eliminate.
I mean, yes, to a certain extent. I mean, it's...
Are those the issues, though, that you were just talking about with the coaches?
Yeah, just a little small stuff like that.
Did Rashaun smoke marijuana?
Yeah.
Did he ever get in trouble with the team for smoking marijuana?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did he get in trouble more than once?
Yes.
So I'm going to point your attention to November 7th of 2006. Did Rashaun tell you that he'd been suspended from the team that day?
I was just notified that he had failed the drug test and that, I think he failed the drug test.
Did he tell you that he'd been suspended?
He told me that he had failed his drug test.
Was that a big deal?
Yeah.
How did he take it? Was he upset?
It was just like, I kind of messed up again type deal. Kind of down in the dumps about it, because you don't want to keep messing up and stuff, so.
Did you go to practice that afternoon?
Yes.
Where were you when you found out that Bryan Pata had been shot?
I was in the Hecht Center.
What is the Hecht Center?
It's a place where the student athletes, they go and basically we have meetings and stuff there, and then afterwards you have your study hall and you get your study hall hours in.
When was the study hall?
After practice.
Is this something you were required to attend?
Yes.
Were all the players required to go to study hall?
Not all the players, mainly, the freshmen and some of the sophomore guys, maybe some juniors.
So you were at that study hall when you got notified?
Yes.
How did you find out Bryan had been shot?
I was just circulating around, and coaches were just telling people, give guys a call to tell them to come back.
Were you asked to reach out to teammates, have them come back to the Hecht Center?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you reach out to Ryan Hill, Vegas Franklin, and Rashaun Jones to come back to the Hecht Center?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak to Rashaun on the phone?
Yes.
Was your phone number at the time 386-623-4318?
Like I said, I don't remember the number back then. So if that's what's on there, then...
did you have a chance to, when you were interviewed by the police and you gave them information on your phone number and where you lived back in 2006, was that your phone number at the time?
If that's what you have, then that's what's the phone number. I don't know the
Did
exact.
you tell the police the truth back then?
Yes.
So when you told them your phone number, was that your phone number back?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
So in the fall of 2006, your number, you don't remember right now.
I don't
But
remember,
if you
period.
told the police your phone number at the time, that was your number.
I guess
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Hey, hello, friends.
Okay. When you spoke to Rashaun on the phone, what did you tell him?
Patty's been shot. They want everybody to come up to the Hecht Center.
All right, for everybody coming in, hey to Hella, aka Excited Utterance. If you don't already know her, make sure you follow her. Just dropped her link. We are watching the February trial of Rashaun Jones. The trial is a 6-person jury, ended in a mistrial after the jury deadlocked, 5-1 in favor of acquittal. And we've only made, I think this is the 4th witness so far. State's theory is it's a 15-year-old cold case. They suddenly decide they want to arrest Rashaun Jones in 2021, August of 2021, for the November 7th, 2006 murder of Bryan Pata. They were both University of Miami players, and a lot of these witnesses are also teammates from back in the day. And State's theory is he killed Bryan Pata over jealousy for his success with football that was on the way. He was going to be a draft pick, and jealousy over a girl that he was dating that he used to mess with too, but nobody said that they actually used to really date. It was kind of just a college thing. And the whole case is a hot mess. So we spent 3 sessions going through pretrial motions and the backstory, and we're finally watching this trial. He's got a hearing on Monday in relation to some very, very spicy stuff that's happened since this trial ended in a mistrial. But the state's still trying to retry him. So if you like messy cases, this one might be a good one. And welcome aboard. I think if you've never been here before, I think you'll like the chat we have here. And give them a warm welcome, you guys.
What did he say back to you?
Okay, all right.
Did he ever tell you he wasn't coming?
No, he never said it.
Did he ever indicate there was a reason why he wasn't going to come to that meeting?
No.
When you went to the meeting, did you see Rashaun at the meeting?
No.
Did he reach out to you later that night?
I don't recall.
Was that meeting a mandatory meeting?
I mean, it wasn't scheduled, you know, so, I mean, it was, people were supposed to come back, so I don't know if you could call it mandatory because it wasn't scheduled. It was just, you know, call everybody, get them here, and go from there.
Did everyone start coming back?
Yes.
And can you just kind of tell the jury that, what was the demeanor of the team at that time?
Everybody's just shocked.
Shocked? Once everyone arrived back at the Hecht Center, was there a meeting with the coaches?
Yeah.
Did Rashaun tell you where he was at the time of the meeting?
Not to my knowledge, I mean, you mean when?
When you spoke to him after the meeting, did he tell you where he'd been or where he was?
Now, like I told you before, I don't recall speaking to him afterwards.
After Bryan's death, did you stay friends with Rashaun?
Yes.
Did you continue speaking to him over the last 15, 20 years?
Yes.
Are you friends with his family?
Yes, I know him.
Is it hard for you to testify here in court today?
Yeah, I think it will be for anybody.
so much, Sunshine. I'm glad you like the variety of
I'm going to show
cases.
you what's been entered, or let me ask you a couple. Is the 386 area code the area code for Columbia County, Lake City?
Yes,
Did you have a 386 number back then?
most likely I did, probably.
Did you get a phone number, like a cell phone, when you were in the Lake City area that you then used when you were at the University of Miami?
I couldn't tell you if it was a cell phone or not. We had like sidekicks at that time.
So I would consider a sidekick to be a cell phone.
Okay, well,
Okay, so can you tell the jury what a sidekick is?
it's a phone, I guess.
Okay. And it like flips up and you can text and stuff?
It's a phone.
So I'm gonna show you what's been introduced as State Exhibit 24.
I see what you're showing.
You've already seen it before it was just introduced.
I didn't see it.
We just spent 15 minutes over this.
Now we need.
It's this phone call with the.
All right, we don't need to discuss the purpose, let's figure it out.
No, he will object. The witness has not said that he has any,
It's in evidence, she can say something. He doesn't need to say anything. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Jones, I'm showing you the United States Exhibit 24. You testified that you called Rashaun to come to the meeting. Is that correct?
Okay, if that's what it says, then.
No. I'm asking you what you testified to. Did you testify that you
Went
called
back in the
Rashaun?
day?
Yes.
Back in the day, if that's what it says, then yes. Because I'm telling you, I don't remember the exact calling who I called before, afterwards. I don't recall that exactly. So if that's what it says, then
I asked you if you called players to come back to the meeting.
yes, and I answered that.
Yes, and I'm showing you what's been entered as States Exhibit 25, the records of Rashaun.
Okay.
Look at the judge's face. The judge does not like this witness. Probably because this witness does not like the state.
Afterwards, I don't recall that exactly. So if that's what it says, then
I asked you if you called players to come back to the meeting.
yes, and I answered that.
Yes, and I'm showing you what's been entered as States Exhibit 25, the records of Rashaun.
Okay.
24, sorry, thank you. And you called Rashaun after you were notified of Bryan Pata's death.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's a question, did you?
Yes, he was one of the players.
Okay, so there are two calls at 1946, which is 746, from 386-623-4318 at 746 and 749. The second call lasted 209 seconds.
Okay.
I think, or sorry, is it 49? Sorry, 49 seconds. I apologize. Wrong column. Were you asked to call, you told us you did call Rashaun at that time?
When the coaches told us to call the players?
Yes.
Yes.
And looking at this number, 386-623-4318,
What about it?
is that the number you gave the police back then?
I don't remember the number. If that's what is on there, then that's must be the number because I don't remember the number.
Okay. And if that's what's on here, it must be the number?
I don't remember the number.
Okay. One moment, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. I don't have any other questions.
Oh, we got cross.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, we got Benita Jones Peabody. Another Jones not related to Rashaun Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
The state asked you if you wanted to be here and you said no.
Correct.
This is not your first time coming to Miami-Dade County on this case, is it?
Correct.
And when you came the last time, you were treated very rudely, weren't you?
Objection. Outside the scope of cross and relevance to his testimony here today.
It's
Sustain.
You didn't want to be here the first time you came either, did you?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And it had a lot to do with the way you were treated, isn't that correct?
Objection. One asked and answered relevant outside the scope.
It's the same. Let's move on.
You know Rashaun Jones from Lake City.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a small town,
Yes, ma'am.
and everybody knows everybody there.
Yes, ma'am.
It's the kind of place that people want to raise their children. And you know Rashaun's demeanor, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen Rashaun with a gun?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever seen any fights between Rashaun Jones and Bryan Pata?
No, ma'am.
Would you characterize Rashaun as a bully?
No, ma'am.
You've gone out with him before, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know him as a person who would start a fight with anybody?
Objection. Improper reputation evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
They don't want good character evidence. Thank you, Queen Ash Bash, becoming green. You could use the deputy emojis now, the left and right.
You indicated to the court in your testimony that you have a not-for-profit organization.
Mm-hmm.
That's an organization that works with kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Rashaun Jones work in that organization with you?
Objection. Outside the scope relevant.
It is inside the scope.
It is not inside the scope. That's my determination, not yours, and it's sustained.
Your Honor, may we come sidebar?
Not now.
I'd like to have access to the record.
You will have access to the appropriate time, Mr. Peabody. Please
Thank
ask
you.
your next question. You're
I
very-
will, Your Honor. I just wanted to make sure that that was
Mr. Peabody,
okay.
you're very welcome. Please ask your next question.
I will.
Why do you have to say something afterwards? You will, I expect you will. Ms. Peabody, please have appropriate decorum and ask your next question. The next thing on your mouth should be a question. Go ahead.
My question, Mr. Johnson, is this. In your not-for-profit organization that you testified to in the direct examination, did Mr. Jones work?
Objection. Same objection.
Sustained.
You testified you were asked a question in reference to whether or not Mr. Jones told you that he was coming to the meeting.
Correct.
He never told you that he was coming or that he wasn't coming, did he?
No, ma'am.
You knew on the day that November 7th, 2006, that Rashaun Jones had been suspended from the team. You learned that, didn't you?
Yes.
You were not in the meeting that he had when he was told that he was being suspended from the team for 2 weeks, did you?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know what was said to him in that meeting?
I don't.
And you indicated that you saw people coming, the different team members coming to the Hecht Center for the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
There were more than one player that did not show up at that meeting. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know who came and who didn't come.
Yeah, I don't know.
You never saw a roster of who was there
No, ma'am.
and who was not there.
Correct.
And when Rashaun Jones was dating Sherry Abramson, it's your testimony that you didn't know him to have any other girlfriend at that time.
Oh, no, ma'am.
And at the time that he was dating Sherry Abramson, Bryan Pata was dating Jada Brody. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
One second to confer, Your Honor.
Oh God, our favorite witness is next. Or the next video. I don't know if they call anyone after this guy. Yeah, the next witness is Mr. Howell.
A few more questions, Mr. Johnson. You were in the locker room with Rashaun Jones and Bryan Pata, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated, you testified, that you never saw them get into a physical fight.
No, ma'am.
The relationship that they had, you said that they were not cordial, they were not friendly with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Was that unusual? That was not unusual behavior between teammates in the locker room, was it?
We'll allow it.
Can you repeat it again?
Sure. It was not, the relationship was not unusual between Bryan Pata and Rashaun Jones, that they didn't gel with each other, was it?
It wasn't unusual.
Your phone call with Rashaun Jones on the evening of November 7th, 2006, there was nothing unusual about your phone call with him except that he was down in the dumps about his negative test score for marijuana.
No, which call is this? You said the call. You talking about when I talked to him about?
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, he was just, just like I messed up again, kind of down in the dumps, like here we go again, like don't know what, if the coach is gonna get upset type deal. You don't know, just up in the air with his career at that time.
He didn't seem out of breath when you were speaking with him, did he?
No, ma'am.
He didn't seem scared?
No, not me.
Nothing unusual at all?
No.
And you were never really close with Bryan Pata, is that correct?
Yeah, no, ma'am.
That wasn't unusual either, was it?
No, ma'am.
You played different positions, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked different age groups?
Yes, ma'am.
The police questioned you a day or two after the November 7th, 2006 murder of Bryan Pata. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And not only did they question you, they questioned other players as well.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
The next time that you spoke to police after those couple of days after the murder was 2021, was it?
Yes. Yeah.
And your whereabouts was well known. You were playing football in New York, is that correct?
In 2021?
No, from the time that you left college.
Yes, ma'am.
So if anybody needed to get to you, they would have been able to reach you had they had any more questions for you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that period of time, between November 7, 2006, up until 2021, you were in contact with Rashaun Jones, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about the sidekick.
Mm-hmm.
That was the phone that you had, correct?
Yeah.
Was it more like a walkie-talkie?
I mean, it was basically like a speakerphone. I mean, you can use it on speakerphone or whatever. I mean, it was just a little cooler device. It was still a phone at the end of the day. I mean, people just use it basically for chatting.
And during that time, because you come in an era where you've seen a lot of advancements in cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
So the phone, the sidekick that you had then is quite different than the cell phones that we have now in 2026, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, 1 second. If I can have a moment to answer. One other question, Mr. Johnson. When you called Rashaun on the night of November 7, 2006, was there anything unusual in your conversations with him and telling him about the meeting at the Hecht Center with Rashaun Jones? Was there anything unusual about that call?
No, ma'am. It wasn't nothing unusual at all.
Did you hear anything unusual in his voice on that call?
No, ma'am.
And you've known him since you both were children in Lake City?
Coming out playing rugby and football, I was about 7, 8 years old. So, I mean, yeah, we knew each other. Like I said, when we got older and then we started, at college hanging together.
But you've known him since he was 7 or 8 years old?
Yes, like I said, it's small town, everybody know everybody. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. Hi, Mr. Johnson. I thought you told us here earlier that you were just kind of football acquaintances growing up in Lake City, and you weren't friends until later on in college. So which is it?
So whatever you ask me, I answer. So if you ask me a question, I answer the question. You never really asked me to get into anything.
I asked you, let's see, if you knew Rashaun Jones and if you knew him growing up. And you said you only knew him from rec football leagues and you were just acquaintances and not close.
Exactly.
Okay,
like I
sorry.
said,
Just seems a little different.
I just said that we know each other from playing football. It's a small town. Like I said, I told her that we didn't start hanging together more until I went to college.
So defense asked you about not speaking to the police between the night of Bryan's murder and 2021. Prior to testifying here today, did you have a chance to review notes that were taken by the detectives who interviewed you
Did I have a chance to review any notes?
prior to coming here to court today? The detectives' notes.
Just that little bit you showed me earlier, that's about it.
And those notes were from 2007, July of 2007?
If that's what you had, and
I can show you again. Would you like to
that's
see
what
it?
if you want to.
Your Honor.
It's the first time.
Okay, let's not.
May I show him to refresh? Have you seen this before?
You just showed me.
Yes, and the date?
I didn't see no date. You showed me something else. There was no date. You were just showing me things. You didn't show me no
She
date.
just threw her laptop
The
down.
date is at the top.
You didn't show
Of what
me.
yes, I understand that right now. Is this the page I showed from the notes?
Keep scrolling because you only went down to the bottom part.
Look at her face. I know it's half hidden. But first of all, she tries to catch him like the date's right there, it's right at the top. And then she realizes that it wasn't actually on screen as he was saying. And then she gets all attitudinal in the half face that's visible.
And the date?
I didn't see no date. You showed me something else. There was no date. You were just showing me things. You didn't show me no date.
The date is at the
Look
top.
at the judge.
You didn't show
Of what
me.
yes, I understand that right now. Is this the page I showed from the notes?
Keep scrolling because you only went down to the bottom part. Keep going.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment.
Oh. He's saying keep going.
I guess what you showed me was quicker, so I don't know exactly what you showed.
Just one page?
Yeah, you showed me quick, and then like I didn't have this number before. This is what you just showed me just not too long ago.
And I showed it to you on prior occasions too?
No, I don't remember seeing this on prior occasion.
Mr. Johnson, did you meet with me prior to a deposition with the defense?
Yes, but I've never seen that until today.
Okay. What you saw is dated July 30th.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying.
She is testifying.
And what I just showed you, you also saw today. So did you speak to police after the initial meeting at the Hecht Center?
She said about a couple days later. Then they before I went to the NFL. I remember that they may have came and talked to me then. But I mean, I don't even know.
Did you speak to the police? Is it fair to say that you spoke to the police a few times?
No.
No?
No, not a few times. Before, but the last time I spoke to him was in the time I had to come down here that time.
Okay. That was the most recent time.
That was the most recent time, besides what you guys have been doing with me.
So, are you saying that you did not speak to police in the summer of 2007 and the spring of 2007, or that you don't remember?
I don't really remember because all I remember is them talking to us during that time. I don't remember me going back and doing what I don't remember. I don't.
Okay. I'm just trying to clarify what you told defense because you're very definitive when you said it.
Objection. They should have objected, not that it would have mattered.
You testified today that Bryan was older on the team.
Yes.
Were you close with any other players in Bryan's age?
Yeah, a lot of guys.
So it wasn't unusual to be closer with older teammates.
It's just who you jail with. You know, some dudes, yeah.
Were you close with Dwayne Hendricks?
No.
Were you close with Eric Moncourt?
Yes.
And Eric Moncourt is Bryan's age?
I guess, yeah.
If you don't remember, We're just asking.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Oh. And the defense asked you again about when you called Rashaun to let him know about the meeting at the Hecht Center. Did you speak to Rashaun that night and find out, or that day, sorry, and did he tell you he was suspended?
Like I said, when we found out about the whole drug test thing, I knew then, so.
And that was a separate conversation than when you told him he had to come to the
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization of the testimony.
Overruled.
Repeat it.
Was that a separate conversation than when you called and said he needed to come back to the Hecht Center for the mandatory meeting?
Yeah.
It was separate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization.
Overruled, the jurors can hear what they do.
And when you called Rashaun, he didn't tell you that he wasn't coming?
No.
Thank you, I don't have any clear question.
Okay, thank you. Is he excused?
He's excused by the state, so I guess for the defense, since he came from out of town, is he excused?
Not at this point.
Okay. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, we can have a seat outside, please. All right.
All right, guys. Everybody's favorite witness is next. Here we go.
Great. Yeah. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Oops, I had the wrong banner. I mean, I didn't completely erase my banner from 2 witnesses ago for the last witness. My bad. The asking for money was only Mike Sanders.
Good afternoon, Mr. Howell.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Hello, everybody. My name is Dave Howell.
And Mr. Howell, what do you do for a living?
I'm a law enforcement officer.
And what department do you presently work for?
Riviera Beach Police Department.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I was hired in 2016 and been certified since 2017.
And where are you from originally?
Well, I was born in Miami, Florida, but grew up in Palm Beach County.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to Palm Beach Lakes High School and Royal Palm Beach High School.
Did you play football in baseball?
Yes, I did.
What position did you play?
I played defensive tackle and offensive tackle.
Can you tell us when you first met Bryan Pata?
Yes, the first time I had actually a conversation with him was in the summer of 2002. We were at a University of Miami football camp. It was a Larry Cooper football camp, and we both were attendees at the camp.
Was this like an invitation-only type camp?
Yes, it was.
And at that time, were you both in high school?
Yes, we were.
When you attended the camp, did you know what college you wanted to attend?
Yeah, I was actually already committed to Miami from February of that year.
Can you tell us a little bit about the people, the types of players who were attending the camp?
These were all players that the University of Miami was, had a high interest in, and a lot of the top players across the country.
So was this a camp where you were kind of trying to showcase your talents?
Yes.
And you said Bryan was there?
Yes, he was.
So you said you were already committed to the University of Miami. What about Bryan?
He wasn't committed at the time.
Did you try to convince him to come to the University of Miami?
Yes, I did.
Did you stay in touch after that camp?
Yes, from that point, mostly me following him and just trying to see how things are going as far as for the season. And then we ended up going to the Florida All-Star game, which was in, I believe, December of that year.
And what players went to that game? How were you invited to go?
So basically, they hand-selected the top players from Florida, and then obviously the top players from California as well. We would fly out to California and play the game against them. It was sponsored by Air 7.
Did anyone else who ended up attending the University of Miami go to that game?
Yeah, Eric Monker was there. Glenn Cook was another player I remember from there. John Deason.
Andrew Bain.
So a number of people.
It was a good amount of guys that came up to that.
And ultimately, did you end up attending the University of Miami to play football?
Yes, I did.
What year did you start at the University of Miami?
It was 2003.
When you came to play football, did you start before the school year? Did you come to campus prior to the school year starting?
Yeah, I came in the summer for the summer workouts.
Did Bryan go to the summer workouts?
Yes, he did.
And what was your relationship like with Bryan?
From that time, we actually, the same day that I came in for summer enrollment or what have you, I ran into him out in the parking lot outside of the Hecht. And we just had like this big, you know, excitement because I knew that was, at that time I didn't really have a cell phone like that, like nowadays how people have cell phones. But so to be able to see him and know that he already committed to come to Miami, I was like elated that he was there. And we just chopped it up. He told me he ended up getting the jersey number he wanted. And I was like, wait, you know, let me go call coach and find out if I can get my jersey number as well. And from there we exchanged phone numbers and, you know, been friends ever since.
And what jersey number did he get?
He wore number 95.
And what jersey number did you wear?
I was 87 at that time.
And what position did Bryan play?
He played defensive end.
And what did you play?
I played defensive tackle.
Can you explain to the jury a little bit about the life of a college football player, your day-to-day?
It's very hectic. You wake up pretty much 5 o'clock in the morning. You know, as a freshman going into college, you would end up, University of Miami, they had us, you know, majority of the freshmen do the early morning workout, which pretty much started at 7 o'clock, I believe, or 6 o'clock, somewhere around there. And from there, we left from the workouts, went right to class. We had class back to back to back to back. Left from class, went to meetings, from meetings to practice, from practice back to meetings, then study hall. So it pretty much took up your entire day. So your life was literally, you know, what you had to do with football. And by that time, it's around like 9, 10 o'clock, you're going to bed, you know, so.
To wake up again.
To do it all over again, yes.
Now, you said you and Bryan became close. Did Bryan have any interests outside of football?
Yes, well, I mean, he always liked cars. It was one of the things that he was big into, and he taught me a lot about it. I didn't know too much about cars, so that was one of his biggest interests, for sure.
And what type of cars did you know Bryan to have? I understand he had more than one car over the course of college.
Well, the car that he had while I was there was a Chevy Tahoe, and it was blue, but it was like candy paint blue, and I was just like, I've never seen something like this before. And it was something that he was very proud about, and he had the, you know, the spinners on it as well, so, with the wheels that spin, so.
And did Bryan like to show off his car?
Yeah, I mean, he would like to record stuff. I took some pictures of him in it, you know, it was always, you know, something that he was proud about.
Was he recorded for a TV show at one point?
Yeah, actually, he was on the, I think it was called East Coast Riders or something like that. It was a DVD that they had at the time. And it was, they were able to record him actually inside of the Tahoe. And he was just pretty much saying like, hey, you know, I'm Bryan Pata, you know, University of Miami football player. And he was showing showing on the video that, you know, he has a candy painted Tahoe, and was very proud about it.
Apart from the paint color and the spinners, did he install any other aftermarket accessories?
Yeah, well, there was, he had this, it was like an alarm, but he was like, he would say kill switch. And I was like, what are you talking about? So basically he would tell me, he's like, okay, so if somebody was to take his vehicle, they wouldn't go further than like a block before it would just shut off if you don't punch the code in. So there's like a code to the left side of the steering wheel on the, like where the AC vent would be, like underneath it. And you just would punch the code in, and then, you know, that's how he would normally like take off the, clear the alarm, what have you.
Okay. So like an extra alarm.
Yeah.
Was Bryan close with his family?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And did he introduce you to his family?
Yes, he did.
Did you end up becoming close to his family?
Yes, I did.
So now I want to ask you some questions about Rashaun Jones.
Okay.
Did you come to know someone by the name of Rashaun Jones?
Yes, I did.
And how did you meet Rashaun Jones?
I met him in the summer of 2004. He came in the year after us.
Do you see Rashaun Jones in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I did.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing today?
He's wearing like a blue, yes, I did like a sweater vest, I think, yeah.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Now, you said you met him in the summer of 2004.
Yes.
Where did players live during summer practice?
There was a summer dormitory, I believe it was called Eaton, and that was the only one that was actually open for people who were doing summer school. So they would have us all move from there. Because originally I was at like Mahoney Pearson dormitory, and then during the summer everybody moves out and goes into that one if you're gonna attend summer school.
So if you guys are in summer school and going to practice, the players would be living at this dorm?
Yes.
Was there an incident that occurred in the dorms involving Bryan and Rashaun in the summer of 2004?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember about that incident?
I just remember me, Eric, and Bryan walking up the stairway, coming out of the stairway, which was on the floor where Eric's room was, because me and Eric weren't on the same floor. And once we got out of the stairway, we were looking ahead and we could see Rashaun exiting the room. So we all were kind of confused, like why he was in there. So then we just pretty much were talking to him about it, trying to figure out like what's going on. Everybody was inside of the room at the time we were having the conversation. And from my understanding at the time, it was like light. It wasn't anything crazy, you know. It wasn't like it was like we were angry about it. It was just more just wanting to figure out like what's going on. Like it was real like fishy. In a
So
sense.
let me just stop you a little bit. Whose room was he coming out of?
It was Eric Munker's room.
Was Rashaun Jones his suite mate?
I don't recall.
Was he supposed to be in Eric's room?
No.
Had he asked Eric to go to his room?
No.
Was Eric surprised to see him coming out of his room?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And where did you all go once you saw him?
But we all went inside of Eric's room.
And what happened inside of Eric's room?
So Bryan was pretty much asking him like, what was he doing in here? Just trying to figure out what he was doing. Obviously, me and Eric were both in the room as well. Rashaun was just more so like just kind of like pretty much saying like, you know, nothing, you know, I was just here watching TV, whatever, along those lines. And after a while of the questioning, Rashaun pretty much got agitated and was like, you know, I'm gonna head out of here. And as he was trying to leave out, we all were, like I said, I was in the room on one side, Eric was on that one side, and Bryan was kind of in the center, which is the one who was talking to him, and he tried to walk through or past Bryan, and obviously Bryan was in that area, so then they both kind of ended up grabbing each other, and Bryan pushed him back, and once that happened, Bryan ended up punching him.
Let me break that down a little bit. How big is this dorm room?
It's not big at all.
And I know we all saw you walk in.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'5".
And how big was Bryan, if you remember?
He was 6'4", about 270, 280, somewhere around there.
And Eric?
Eric was maybe like 6'2", maybe 250.
So you're all in this room. Was there a lot of room to walk around?
No.
And in order for Rashaun to exit the room, where did he have to go?
He would have to go through where Bryan was, because Bryan was the one in the center, and the door was behind him.
And how exactly did this fight start?
So he tried to go past them, and I believe that there was contact that was made. And then once Bryan like pushed him back to get him back away from where he was at, like in his space, it escalated from there, and then Bryan punched him.
What happened after that?
They tussled on the bed, and me and Eric kind of looked at each other initially, like, what just happened? It didn't all register at the time. And then he was just like, man, let's go, let's break it up. So we went over there, and at that time we was able to get Bryan. And then as we got Bryan off of him, Rashaun got up. And then that's when Rashaun was walking out of the room. But now there's a lot of people who are around the entry of the door, because they're all hearing the commotion. And Rashaun said, you might as well call you Zoes and clip up.
And what is those?
From my knowledge, that was like a terminology of, like the Haitian descent.
Is that something you knew at the time?
Yeah, I knew that at the time.
So like you knew exactly what it meant?
Correct.
And what was your reaction to that comment?
Again, it was a surprise, because for me, from where it started to where it ended, I was just like shocked that it got to that point.
Did Bryan feel like he'd been threatened?
Yes.
And what did clip up mean to you?
Like, get your guns.
Did Bryan follow Rashaun out?
Bryan walked out. Rashaun got out of the room first. Bryan walked out of the room. I went with Bryan, and I just was de-escalating, talking to him like, bro, like, chill, let's, calm this down. And then as I was walking with him, because I felt like me and him had that relationship to where if there was ever a moment where, he might not, be at his best or whatever, I could talk to him or calm him down and get him back on track. And I spoke to him, and I told him, I said, hey, let me just get on the phone. I don't want you to stay here. Get on the phone, and I'll call one of my friends to have you stay over there. And I called one of my friends, and they were okay with it, and he slept over there that night.
So just to be clear, at the time you all were staying in the dorms for summer?
Yes.
And did your friend live nearby campus?
Yeah, approximately about maybe 5 minutes or so away.
Closer than Bryan's mom's house?
Correct.
Did you have workouts in the morning?
Yes, we did.
Did Bryan seem affected by that threat going on? Like going to practice the next day?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did it seem like everything was normal with practice?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Did everything go back to normal?
Sorry?
Sorry, did everything seem to go back to normal?
It appeared that way. Nothing ended up escalating in the practice times or whatever.
That summer, were there any other incidents?
In the summer? No.
Where were you living that fall?
In the fall, I was in the Mahoney side.
And are those athlete dorms?
Well, it's the dorms for all the students, but athletes were there as well.
And just so we have our timing here, this is now the fall of 2004?
Yes.
Did Rashaun Jones live in the dorms?
Yes, he did.
At some point that fall, did you see Rashaun Jones with a gun?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where you were when you saw him with a gun?
Yes, I was in a mutual friend's room.
And whose room were you in, if you remember?
It was Patricia Dunock.
And you said mutual friend. Mutual friend of Rashaun's and yours?
Yes.
And what happened inside that room?
We were just horse playing. Me and Rashaun were horse playing, slap boxing. And I ended up...
Motion's in limine. Can we come sidebar?
Yes.
Dang, they gave us the machine. He just said he didn't want any more water to the bailiff, the deputy. He's gonna regret saying no more water in a few seconds. they're arguing. That wasn't quick. He's cleaning some lint off of his clothes. Well, they sidebar for a while. We're gonna do the jumps because this is
Thank you, Mr. Howell. So,
Overruled.
Mr. Howell, you were saying that you were horse playing in the room?
Yeah, we were horse playing, we were slap boxing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is slap boxing?
Just pretty much open hand, like slapping.
So this was in good fun.
Yeah.
And after you were slap boxing, did Rashaun show you a gun?
Yes, he did.
And had you ever seen a gun before?
No. Not outside of, television, but not in person.
Can you describe what the gun looked like?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the gun looked like?
It was a black gun. It was a revolver. Smaller caliber. It was a snub barrel. It was short. It looked very thick. The barrel looked very thick, and the whole, from what I could see from when he had it in his hand, all black.
How did you know it was a revolver if you've never seen a gun before?
From when I would watch
the Western.
I used to watch Westerns with my older brothers. They used to love watching Westerns. So I'd always see the guns that they would use, use in those Westerns and then pull it out as a revolver.
Why do you remember a gun?
I've never had anyone pull a gun out on me before.
So you've never seen a gun before?
Okay, overruled and reserved now.
So Mr. Howell, was that the first time you'd ever seen a gun before?
Correct.
Okay. Now that you work in law enforcement, have you had training on firearms?
Yeah, yes, we've had training, through the police academy, and obviously every year we have to qualify with certain guns in our qualification shootings and stuff like that.
Now, looking back, can you tell us what type of gun it was?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Overruled.
So looking back now, can you tell us what
Objection, Your Honor.
of gun?
Not time related.
Overruled.
Looking back, can you tell us now what type of gun that was?
I would honestly say that it was a smaller caliber revolver.
Would a .38 be considered a smaller
Objection, Your
caliber?
Honor. Leading.
Overruled.
Would a .38 be considered a smaller caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was your relationship like with Rashaun?
From like the day one, I was cool with him. Never really had an issue with him. We hung around some of the same people. I valued all my teammates. I never really had an issue with them, and it's funny because there's like a thing that he would usually say to me, like that Randy, our coach, used to always say about me, like dropping my nuts, which is pretty much to kind of tell me to go harder. So he would always say that, and that kind of helped me through while I was in practice and stuff like that. So, like I said, I really didn't have an issue with him at the time.
So he said it in a fun manner.
Yeah.
Now, what was Bryan's relationship like with Rashaun?
I would say that it was indifferent. He never really, from the beginning, because we were obviously a year older, so it was kind of one of those traditions at University of Miami. The older guys normally would mentor or at least kind of coach up how it's done at University of Miami. So for him, it was just like, he's a freshman, so he doesn't really, like hang with him, deal with him, or anything like that. So it was just one of those things.
Was Bryan afraid of Rashaun?
No.
So you all are on the same team. Were they still able to play together?
Yes, they were.
Do you know someone named Jada Birdie?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Jada?
We went to high school together at Rothon.
Did she ever talk to you?
Did you know that Jada Birdie went to the University of Miami?
I did, not before, but like I saw her at the school, and we ran up to each other like, hey, what's going on? I didn't know you were here. That kind of thing.
Is Jada younger than you?
Yeah, she's younger.
Okay. And at some point, did Bryan and Jada begin dating?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell us how that came about?
We were at the, they used to call it a Rathskeller. This on campus, like, event hall, basically you would call it. And they were holding an event out there, and I was with Bryan. And then he saw her from afar, and he was pretty much saying, like, oh, she's attractive. And he wanted to know who she was. I looked over there, and that's when I spotted her again. I was like, yeah, I know her. I went to high school with her and what have you. And then at that moment, he was just like, for real? He's like, put me down, which was like, introduce us. And I said, no problem, I'll bring you over there right there. And then they ended up, I introduced them, and then they ended up talking from there and exchanged phone numbers, and ultimately ended up dating.
Do you remember when you introduced them?
I don't recall the exact date.
Was it, or what year it was in?
It was in 2005.
And were they in a serious relationship?
Yes, they were.
Did Jada end up living with Bryan?
Yes, she did.
Did it ever seem to you that Rashaun was an issue in their relationship?
Just off of conversations that me and Bryan had.
Your Honor, hearsay.
But without, for now. Yeah, without telling us the exact conversations.
Right.
Did it seem to you that Rashaun was an issue?
Yes.
Something that came up?
Yes.
And did Rashaun seem to get between them?
In regards to what?
In between Bryan and Rashaun?
Speculation.
That's what we'll be to know.
Did Jada cause issues between Bryan and Rashaun?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Just her going back to Bryan and telling him something.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Are these things you saw?
Well, just a second. Just change the form of the question.
Did you see any instances where Jada directly came between Rashaun and Bryan, created any conflicts between them?
Like in person, though.
I'm sorry, what's the objection?
I'm withdrawn.
Withdrawn, okay.
Did Bryan and Rashaun get in any other disputes?
Yes.
Were they over Jada?
Yes.
Did you see any of those disputes?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what you saw?
It was in front of the cafeteria that we normally go and eat at. Bryan was upset about something Jada told him, and Rashaun was coming from, I'm believing he was coming from class or what have you, and Bryan, confronted him about it, about what Jada told him.
And what happened?
Rashaun denied that there was any issue, and it was just words between the two of them, and they moved on. There was nothing physical.
And that was after Bryan and Bryan and Jada were dating?
Yes.
Now, just for some timing, at some point did you leave the University of Miami?
Yes, I did.
When did you?
So I left the end of 2005, but I officially transferred out in March of 2006.
So after the fall of 2005 semester, you were no longer attending the University of Miami?
Correct. Once we went on break, I went back to my residence.
So the incident between Rashaun and Bryan that you just told us about outside the cafeteria, did that happen at the end of 2005?
Correct.
Did Jada and Rashaun ever date?
It was speculated. Yeah.
There were rumors about it?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
And where did you transfer to?
I transferred to Portland State.
Did you stay close with Bryan?
Yes, so we spoke on the phone a lot.
So I want to bring your attention to November 7th of 2006. Where were you living at that time?
I was on campus over in Portland.
How did you find out Bryan had been shot?
I was just leaving out of practice over there in Portland State, and I got a call from one of the teammates, and it was multiple players that were around. I could hear a few of them in the background, and they were telling me that Bryan got shot. And at first I said to myself, this gotta be April Fool's. Like, I never thought anything would ever happen to Bryan. You know, I've always described he had that tattoo of Incredible Hulk on him, and I truly looked at him like that, like, you know, fearless, strong, just, and after I realized, I was like, wait a minute, it's November 7th, and I heard the other teammates continuously saying, like, yeah, he got shot, man, he's gone.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay and a narrative.
They confirmed that he was shot and killed, and I went inside of the training facility. I was trying to get treatment, and I fell down in there. I started crying, and one of my teammates, my closest teammates over there, was a running back. His name was Momar. He came over and was like, "What's going on?"
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
So what was your reaction?
I was devastated.
When did you realize it was real?
Once I got to the dorms, and I turned on the TV and I saw it on ESPN, and even at that time I still was visibly, like, verbally saying out loud, he's gonna be all right. So it didn't even hit me. It kept saying Bryan Pata shot and killed, and I said, he's gonna be okay, he's gonna be okay, he's gonna come back. And it just didn't hit me until
He's got a tear.
I ended up calling, and I spoke with Jada, and she confirmed it as well. And it was tough. Called my mom and told my mom what's going on. She just told me to go in my room and just, if I gotta cry myself to sleep, cry myself to sleep.
Oh. He still has the crease.
You need a moment.
Yes, Judge, yes.
All right, close.
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, what? I didn't even hear. Did I miss her saying no further questions? I was just distracted by him crying.
Yes, Judge, yes.
Any other questions? You need a moment.
Just has another moment.
Yes, Judge, yes.
All right, close.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then she says, all right, cross. When did we pass the witness?
Your Honor, I'd like to give the witness an opportunity to compose himself.
Yeah, I'll get there.
Just pass them a crying witness.
Mr. Hall, would you like an opportunity to step down?
I'm good. Thank you.
I want to call your attention. You said that you came into the University of Miami during the summer of 2003. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Rashaun Jones came in the summer after that in 2004. Is that correct?
In 2004, yes.
You indicated that you're very close to Bryan.
Yes.
In fact, you described him as your best friend, is that correct?
Absolutely.
You're close to his family as well.
Yes.
And you told them that you would do anything to assist them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh.
Now, back in 2004 in the summer, you testified to an incident that happened in the dorm room of Eric Moncor.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
That incident happened late in the evening, early morning. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
In fact, Bryan Pata and Eric Moncor had been off campus until very late. Isn't that correct?
I mean, I was in my dorm, so I know they came to my room at a certain time, yes. But I don't know obviously what they were doing before, or if they were.
You say that they came into your room?
Yeah, they came to my room, and then we all went up to Eric's room.
Okay, so they came to your room late night. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was Eric's room, not your room, right?
Correct.
And Bryan at that time did not live on campus, did he?
No, he didn't.
So it was so late, and because of your early morning schedule, Bryan was going to spend the night in Eric's room. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure.
But he was going to stay over.
Objection outside the scope and speculation.
Okay, I'll allow him to answer the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh my God,
You're
overruled.
not sure where Bryan was going to sleep that night?
Yeah, I didn't know where he was going to sleep.
Your testimony is that the three of you were coming up the stairs when you saw Rashaun Jones coming out of Eric Moncor's room.
Correct.
And Rashaun Jones didn't run away when you all called him, did he?
No, he didn't.
In fact, he came back to that room.
Correct.
And he came into the room with you.
Correct.
He didn't suspect anything was amiss, did he?
Yeah, like I said previously, it was light. It wasn't like anyone was interrogating him or anything like that.
He came back voluntarily
Upwards.
to that room.
Correct.
And he answered the questions that Bryan Pata posed to him, did he?
Yes, he did.
And he answered questions that Eric posed to him. Isn't that so?
Correct.
He didn't have a problem with answering the questions.
Correct.
And he told him why he was there, because Eric had some videotapes that he was watching. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall if they actually.
Your testimony wasn't just before that he was there watching television?
That was what we insinuated, we thought. Yes.
That question wasn't posed to him?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether or not you asked him that question?
Yeah, like the specifics of what you're saying as far as like were you watching? I don't recall.
So he answered the questions that was asked of him?
Yes.
And when he had finished answering the questions that were asked of him, he tried to leave that room, didn't he?
Correct.
His pathway to leaving that room was blocked by Bryan Pata. Isn't that correct?
As we discussed earlier, that we all were right in the area where the door was, and
It was all of us.
it's not a big room.
My question was, his pathway to leaving the room was blocked by Bryan Pata.
Bryan, yes, Bryan was in where the door was.
So Rashaun was flanked on one side by you. Is that correct?
Can you use another word?
You were standing on one side of the room,
Yeah, on one side, yeah, by the wall.
and Eric Bunker was standing on the other side of the room,
Correct.
and Bryan Pata was blocking the door. Is that
He
correct?
was okay, so we're probably about 5 feet inside of the room. Maybe like around approximately about 5 feet inside the room, not at the door. Like you can't get out if you get what I'm saying. We all, like one of us was by the closet. The closet was to the left in that dorm. His bed was to the corner in the left. Eric was on one side because again, we're not right up next to each other. So all of us were kind of spaced in that area. And because Bryan was asking him questions, mostly, Bryan was like in the middle of that area.
In a very small dorm room.
Yeah, closest to the,
And you guys are upperclassmen.
yes,
And at that time, Rashaun Jones was a freshman.
correct,
And so you were the ones that would have been mentoring him. Isn't that correct?
correct.
But on this occasion, you were asking him questions about why he was in.
Very valid questions.
And
Yeah,
he was giving very valid answers.
yeah,
And as he tried to leave that room, Bryan Pata punched him after pushing him back, didn't he?
yeah, they engaged with each other and Bryan punched him.
Bryan punched him and he fell on the bed.
Notice how he's adding to this story. He does not want to admit that it was Bryan that got physical. So he says they engaged each other and Bryan punched him.
After pushing him back, didn't he?
Yeah, they engaged with each other and Bryan punched him.
Bryan punched him and he fell on the bed.
Yes,
And when he fell on the bed, Bryan Pata headbutted him 5 times, didn't he?
I don't know how many times, but I know I saw him, yes.
What, I'm sorry, I didn't.
I don't know how many times that he headbutted him. I know that there was a headbutt that did occur.
There was more than one.
That I noticed, I saw a headbutt, yes.
So is that yes?
That I saw at least one, is what I'm saying, that I saw.
It was more than one headbutt, wasn't
Because
it?
as I already stated to the prosecutor, I turned to Eric and we both were kind of like, what just happened? So it was like we were stunned, so we weren't visibly just looking directly at what was transpiring.
So is it your testimony here today that there was only one headbutt?
I'm saying that I saw, yes.
One second, Jordan. One second. And after that headbutt, it's the only time that Rashaun was able to get up and leave that room. Isn't that correct?
Say that again?
After the headbutt that Bryan Pata did to Rashaun Jones, that was the only time that Rashaun Jones at that time was able to get up and leave the room?
Yeah, when we broke them up, he ended up getting out of the room and walking out.
You indicated about an incident that happened with a mutual friend, Patricia Dunette, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was Patricia Dunette's dorm room.
Yes.
That too was a small room, wasn't it?
Yes, they're about the same size.
And you say that you were slapboxing with Rashaun Jones.
Correct.
You're not close to Rashaun, were you?
Like I said, I only had a select few friends that I was close with. Like I said, me and Rashaun were cool.
Is that yes or no? Were you close to Rashaun?
Oh, no.
And yet after that incident where you were in the room with the other upperclassmen and he was punched, knocked on the bed, and headbutted, you would tell this jury that you were able to slapbox with him in a friendly manner?
I don't understand your question.
So you're saying that not being close to Rashaun Jones and after the beatdown that he suffered in that dorm room, that you and he would voluntarily slapbox with you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Weird way to respond.
And you said that Rashaun showed you a gun.
Yes.
When you were asked to ID that gun, now that you have your law enforcement training, you said that it was a small gun, and the state asked you if it was a .38, and you said yes. Correct?
No, she asked me if a .38 is a smaller caliber gun, and I said yes. That's what she asked.
A .22 is a small caliber gun too.
So .22 is also a small caliber gun.
One more, sure.
This is gonna start a fire real quick. You can tell that the cup is empty. It's hollow. It says.
I want to be clear that the incident that you said that happened in the first dorm room where Bryan Pata punched Rashaun Jones, jumped on top of him and headbutted him, that was in the summer of 2004, is that correct?
That altercation was in 2004.
And that incident that you're alleging where you were shown a gun by Rashaun Jones, that incident was in the fall of 2004, you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
The incident that you said that Jada Brody said something to Bryan that had Bryan to approach Rashaun. It wasn't Rashaun saying anything to Bryan about Jada, it was Jada telling Bryan something about Rashaun. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time, Rashaun said, "There's no problem here." Didn't he?
Along those lines, yes.
He did not have a thing for Jada. And he made clear that whatever was going on had nothing to do with him.
Objection, counsel testifying.
Sustained.
It wasn't Rashaun Jones that approached Bryan Pata about anything with Jada. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
It's a good question.
Bryan Pata was your best friend. He was your bestie. Isn't that correct?
Yes, he was my best friend.
And to this day, you still remain close with his family.
Yes.
You don't like Rashaun Jones, do you?
If I like Rashaun Jones, he's a teammate of mine.
You told police that you had issues with him in reference to your girlfriend. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So you didn't like him?
Do you want me to talk about the incident?
No, I
Is that
want
what
you to
you're asking?
answer the question that I asked.
I didn't have an issue with Rashaun.
What kind of response is that? So you didn't like him. Do you want me to talk about the incident? Just say you don't like him.
In reference to your girlfriend. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So you didn't like him?
Do you want me to talk about the incident?
No, I
Is that
want
what
you to
you're asking?
answer the question that I asked.
I didn't have an issue with Rashaun, as I already stated.
I don't believe that. I love the silence. Let it marinate.
In every incident that you described, Rashaun Jones was not the initiator. He was not the aggressor in it, was he?
In the incident,
He was not the one that punched Bryan Pata, was he?
again, as he was walking out of the room, he bumped into Bryan. They both engaged each other. Bryan ended up punching him, yes.
Did Bryan step aside to allow him to get out of the room?
He was still talking to him.
So, did Rashaun, are you saying that Rashaun had to wait for Bryan to finish speaking with him before he left the room?
Rashaun's a grown man. He can go wherever he wants to go.
So, was he blocking his path?
We were still talking to him. Remember, he invited himself back into the room, as you stated already. It was light, as I stated already. We all were talking about it and just trying to get clarification on what happened. So, again, if he's talking to him and he was already invited in the room and it was okay at that moment in time, then if Bryan's asking questions, it still would apply that it's still light and they're still okay.
So Bryan's asking a question and Rashaun is saying, I've answered the questions enough. Are you saying that he cannot leave the room?
You're sorry.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
My question then is, did Bryan block his path?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow it one time.
He didn't block his way. He was inside of the room, as I already stated multiple times, where I told you he was standing at.
Was Rashaun free to leave the room?
As I stated, Rashaun could leave the room.
You were not a police officer in the summer of 2004 at the University of Miami, were you?
No, I was a student.
And you didn't have any authority to keep anyone in a room that they didn't want to be in, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, you good?
Hi, Mr. Howell.
My God.
What issues did Rashaun have with you and your girlfriend?
Objection, motion for them.
Overruled.
You can tell us, what issues did Rashaun cause between you and your girlfriend?
At the time, my then girlfriend came to me and told me that Rashaun made advances at her twice.
Did you confront Rashaun about this?
Yes, in the locker room the next day.
And what happened?
I came to him, I told him what she stated, and I told him, I said, you know, we're not supposed to be doing those kind of things as teammates, brothers, you know, etc. And his response is what threw me off. He just said, man, I do that with everybody. And I said, everybody's not my girl. And at that moment, he clenched his fist and he went like this, and he said, well, you just gotta do what you gotta do.
He's got this down.
And when did this happen?
This was in 2005.
In the fall of 2005?
Yes, ma'am.
And were these similar to the issues that Bryan had between Bryan and Jada with Rashaun?
Yes.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Your Honor, that's a recluse.
That's the nine. Is he under subpoena?
Yes.
He doesn't look like he wants to leave.
Can we go sidebar briefly, Judge?
Well, I understand you don't think he's,
He's under subpoena for the defense.
for today, you want today to stay?
Well, that's what we want to sidebar because
I can't make those decisions for you, I just need to know if he needs to stay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, so there's only 2 seconds left. Next up, maybe he'll come back. Yeah, that wasn't... I don't know. I don't think he's a credible witness. There's a lot about his determination here that I think is disturbing and unsettling, and I wonder if part of the reason he became a law enforcement officer is because he wants to be able to have authority over someone with a badge that can protect him legally from being punked or outsmarted by somebody. And there's just something that I don't think he's credible. I think he's upping the ante. And this idea that he would do anything for the family and the family really wants to see a prosecution, I wouldn't normally say this, but I think for this specific guy here on the stand, based on his demeanor and every other piece of context that we've gotten here, that he would come up with these amped up stories because he heard that the three brothers heard that ESPN was looking at Rashaun Jones, and just like the three brothers started to say things after 2020 that are not documented anywhere previously, this guy suddenly takes these 3-4 innocuous stories where, one, he punches Rashaun Jones in the face in the locker room story. 2, Bryan Pata punches Rashaun Jones in the face with this dorm room story. None of these stories are Rashaun Jones being violent or the aggressor. Rashaun Jones is also the newbie. Everybody got there in 2003 and was friends before, but Rashaun Jones gets there in 2004. He's the newbie, and somehow they said in the summer of 2004. This seems like when they first would have gotten on campus, unless he was there for the spring semester of 2004. How are they already having an altercation by August, September of 2004 if that's Rashaun Jones' first year? That sounds like he's the newbie wandering around the dorms lost, and they're trying to turn it into this weird situation when he's the newbie. And I didn't piece together that he would be fresh if he got there in 2004 and this is August, September. That would have been like the first weeks. And I get that athletes can get there early. You know, summer, they come over for a few weeks in the summer to get ready for the season. But still, like, that is such important context. And it makes him seem like the bully. And if he's trying to spit game, if Rashaun Jones is trying to spit game at this guy's girl, to me, that's a tale as old as time. The jerk, the jock, the bully, bullying somebody, and then the younger kid that's bullied tries to get the girl. And that's the ultimate way to have a one-up on someone that bullies you, is you get their girl. Now, I'm not advocating for trying to steal someone's girl, but I'm just saying, to me, it's not the behavior. The story like that is not the behavior of somebody that's so obsessed with Jada Brody that even though Jada Brody's been dating Bryan Pata for some time, suddenly that relationship sets Rashaun Jones off randomly in November of 2006 to go and kill Bryan Pata. Like, the state's theory doesn't make sense. This context isn't believable, and even if you take it at face value, it makes the motive less believable. Yeah, and could it have been hazing? Could it have been hazing? Because this is 2004, 2005, 2006. So, yeah, it sounds like they jumped him. They keep him in the room. And I think it was a great question. You're comfortable to be slapboxing with this guy, and you think that's something that happened in a dorm room just a few months prior? You still sit there slapboxing with him in front of a female who's neither of your girlfriends. This is just some girl, Patricia. And then, I don't remember if he said it here, but in the pretrial hearing, he mentioned that he ends up leaving as if his own choice. He ends up leaving and leaves the girl behind. And we heard about that here, but he was saying after that in the pretrial hearing that, like, oh, I left him behind because Patricia was like the mom type of friend that was always making sure everybody was good. I wish the jury heard that part about her being the mom type of friend, because I feel like that was his way to distance himself and friend zone the girl and not have to rationalize that he had to leave, but Rashaun didn't get kicked out and the girl was okay with Rashaun staying in the room. It's like he realized he shouldn't tell that context to this jury because it makes it seem like he's the one that didn't get chose. I don't know, there's just so much here that just seems corny. And he's a grown man on the stand saying all of this now, so unaware of himself. And there are people out there that probably think this is the most credible witness in the world. Anyway, next up, it looks like we have the professor.
A key witness.
Oh, it's only going to be a news clip? Let's see.
Is taking the stand today in the murder trial of Rashaun Jones, a former UM professor, detailing what he heard and saw the night Bryan Pata was shot and killed. Local 10's Leanne Morejon is live at the courthouse in Miami with the bombshell testimony. Leanne, fill us in.
Yes, and this former professor is one of the state's main witnesses in this case. Jurors also heard from Rashaun Jones's ex-girlfriend, who said she was trying to call him and call him and call him on the night of the murder because she was worried about him.
We met through a mutual friend.
Sherry Abramson was Rashaun Jones's girlfriend.
Okay, we have her testimony coming up, so where's this thing about the eyewitness? Let's just watch this
back
clip.
In 2006, on the night of November 7th, when
Hey,
UM
Leanne.
football star Bryan Pata was killed, she said she struggled to get a hold of him by phone.
How many times did you call?
I don't know, obsessively, I'm sure.
Did he tell you at any point whether or not his phone was off?
No, he didn't tell me. I knew it was off.
How did you know it was off?
So I was calling him like a psycho.
She was one of several witnesses jurors heard from on day 3 of Jones's murder trial.
I saw a gentleman approaching the gate.
Paul Connor, a former University of Miami professor, said he heard a loud sound the night of Bryan Pata's murder and saw Jones running from the scene.
My first thought was it may have been a cherry bomb.
Connor, as well as Pata, lived
Or a
at the
pop.
Colony Apartments near Dayland. It was around 7 o'clock on November 7th, 2006, when Connor says he was walking home from the nearby Metrorail station and came face to face with Jones.
Young African-American, 6 feet, loose-fitting t-shirt and shorts.
He says he learned of Pata's murder after arriving at work the next morning, putting the man he saw the night before into new context.
I immediately called the MIAMI-DADE homicide department.
Connor described the man he saw to a sketch artist.
Clean set of white teeth, but no gold teeth.
In 2007, police came to him with photo lineups, and with 90% certainty he...
Why was he so hyped to say it was just no gold teeth, it was white teeth?
He says selected Jones as the man he saw.
My belief is that there's really no such thing as 100%.
Jurors were told they would only watch a recording of Connor's testimony, but not the reason why. Connor was once believed to be dead by investigators, but was found alive in Kentucky last summer by an ESPN reporter. When police paid him a visit next, they found the 81-year-old in declining mental health. The jurors watched a video of his testimony recorded in 2022. And Connor's testimony is crucial to this case. He is the only eyewitness that puts Jones at the scene of the crime on that fateful night. Testimony does resume, or rather actually is continuing at this hour, and the trial resumes tomorrow. For now, reporting live in Miami, Leanne Morejon, Local 10 News.
All right, so I don't know if this whole video is her, or do they actually give us some of the footage of the other witnesses in this? Oh my God, she's on the stand for a while. Yes, I don't know. Maybe it comes up after this in the next videos. We'll see. All right, so we get the Miss Abramson.
All right, Rob, you can win. Once you get something,
We're having them wait on the spot. Got it.
Why are we zooming in like that? Looks comfy, the sweater.
All right, so drink.
What do you do? State college.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Abramson. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Sherry Abramson, SHERRY-ABRAMSON.
I'd like to kind of take you back to 2006 and your time at University of Miami. Can you tell the members of the jury when you began at the University of Miami?
In the fall of 2001.
And what was your major?
Architecture.
What year did you graduate?
2000 and...
Oh, we got the
It was
water.
a 5-year program, so it was 2006. Or...
Is it like an accelerated sort of master's program? Did you get to do both at the same time?
I did do both. Yeah.
While you were at UM, where did you live?
I lived on campus my freshman year. I moved into an off-campus apartment second semester freshman year, and then I had a number of apartments after that.
Let's go back to sort of 2005, 2006. Where did you live back then?
In Miami Beach, mostly.
What was the address of that?
That was 1508 Michigan Avenue.
Now, as a student, were you employed?
I was.
Where were you employed?
Pottery Barn.
Which location?
Sunset Place.
How long did you work there?
Roughly a year, something like that, maybe a little bit more.
What were, obviously retail, right? So what were your shifts like?
Ooh, I don't know. They were
Standard, like, did you work like 8 hours? Do you remember what your week was like?
I was part-time. And I just kind of worked around my school schedule.
Were you a full-time student?
Yes.
During your time at UM, did you meet any members of the University of Miami football team?
Yes.
Can you tell me some of the members that you were familiar with?
My brother.
What's his name?
Ross. And then just kind of by association with some of his friends. I mean, there were numerous.
Were you familiar with Bryan Pata?
I was not. I mean, I knew who he was. Yes, I was not friends with him.
What about Rashaun Jones?
Yes, I knew him and was friends with him.
How did you know him?
Oh, I think we met through a mutual friend.
And were you guys just friends?
For some time, yes.
Did that relationship change?
Yeah, we began dating.
Around what time did you guys start dating?
I don't recall.
Let's look at 2006. Would you have been dating, I'll give you a specific date, right? November 7th, 2006? That's the murder of Bryan Pata. Let's talk in relation to that time. Around when, from sort of that date, did you start dating him?
Before it.
Before? Were you guys together for weeks, months by that point?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't recall. It wasn't a new relationship, I can tell you that. But I don't know if it was weeks or months.
Were you all exclusive?
We're not.
Can you sort of expand on what kind of relationship you guys had? Were you friends with benefits? Were you seeing other people?
Yeah, we were seeing other people.
I'd like to just touch really, let me go back to, so your apartment was in Miami Beach. Did the defendant ever stay at your apartment?
Yes.
How often?
Maybe a night, a week, maybe something around like that, maybe one night a week.
Did you ever stay at his apartment?
Rarely, but yes, I had.
Do you remember where he resided?
Yes.
Where was that?
Bermuda Villas.
Okay, so you guys had been, it wasn't a new relationship, you had said. Did you ever meet anybody in his family?
I did.
Who did you meet?
I met his Granny. That's his grandmother. I met his mother, sister, niece, nephew.
Did he ever meet any members of your family?
He did.
Who did he meet?
My mother and brother. Maybe an aunt of mine. I don't recall.
Back in 2006, what kind of car were you driving?
Ooh, I think the Range Rover. Yeah, the Range Rover. Sport.
Did you also drive Maserati?
Mm-hmm.
And what about a Chrysler?
Yep.
Was that your car?
It was in my name, yes.
And whose car was that?
That was Rashaun's car.
Did you buy the car?
I put the car in my name, and then he gave me his checks from the football team.
Okay. Checks from the football team?
Yeah. I don't know how it works. Something like athletes get paid by the team, and I don't know, but he would make payments on the car, but it was in my name.
Did you ever let him drive your Maserati or the Range Rover?
The Range Rover, yes. I don't think he drove the Maserati.
What about his cell phone? Did you ever pay for a cell phone?
I don't recall if I paid for it or not.
Did you ever at any point see his firearm?
Never.
Let's talk a little bit about Bryan Pata. Did you ever talk about Bryan Pata with the defendant?
Not that I can recall.
Did the defendant like Bryan?
I mean, he didn't discuss liking him or disliking him with me.
Did you know whether or not you liked him?
I think that there was a mutual dislike between the two, yes.
Is it fair to say that they didn't get along?
I think at a point they didn't get along, yes.
Do you know why they didn't get along?
I mean, again, that wasn't a conversation that like I was a part of.
Did you ever talk with him about Jada Brody?
I had known about a situation with Jada, yes. I don't know if it was necessarily Rashaun that I spoke about Jada with.
Did you ever know whether or not the defendant and Jada had a relationship prior to him being with you?
I'm not sure if it was prior to him being with me or during the same time that we were together, but I think there was communication between the two of them, yes. I could not tell you when. Nor to what extent, I don't know.
Let's talk a little bit about bear with me a second, I just want to make sure we stay in order. Okay. I'd like to take you to November 7th, 2006. How did you find out about the murder of Bryan Pata?
After I left work, I found out from Willie Cooper.
Where were you working that day?
That was at Pottery Barn. I was leaving Pottery Barn, and I don't have any cell service there. Okay. So as I was leaving is when I found out.
Take a second to talk about Pottery Barn. Do you recall if the defendant ever called you while you were at work at Pottery Barn?
I don't recall.
Do you know if you had the phone number to Pottery Barn?
Yes, knowing that I was there working.
If there was a call on his records, I mean, was there anybody else at Pottery Barn that he knew?
No, it would have just been me.
Okay, so you said you got notified from Willie Cooper.
Right.
Around what time did you leave work that day?
I don't recall. It was the evening. That's the best I could say.
And after you left work, where did you go?
Home.
Did you go straight home?
I think so.
Did you stop at the defendant's house?
No.
Did you stop anyone?
No.
So, around what time do you think you got home that night?
I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 p.m.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the sort of communication from Willie Cooper happens sometime between 7 and 8 p.m.?
Yes, maybe 7 to 9 p.m. I don't recall what time I got off that day.
The communication from Willie would happen sometime between 7 and 9, and you made it home around, it sounds like 9 p.m. the latest you would have been home.
I think that sounds right.
Okay. Who were you with when you got the notification from Willie?
I was by myself.
What did you do when you got that call?
I panicked.
Why?
Because somebody was dead. And then Willie told me that he couldn't get in touch with Rashaun. I was scared he was dead.
Are you scared Rashaun was dead?
Because somebody had also shot Willie Cooper, another UM football player, and so it was Willie and then Bryan and then, I don't know.
Hold on, let's go back to it. So you are worried Bryan is dead, and so now you're worried because Rashaun is dead.
Yeah.
Were you worried because they didn't get along?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so what do you do as you're worried? You try to call the defendant?
Yeah.
How many times did you call him?
I don't know. Obsessively, I'm sure.
Okay, and going back to sort of 2006, you said the word obsessively, like what would that mean? What's obsessively to you? Like 1 time, 2 times?
More.
More than that?
Yeah.
So would it be fair to say you're like blowing up his phone?
100%, yes.
Were you only calling him?
No.
Who else did you call?
Danny.
Okay. And she's from Lake City, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think we've sort of done a pocket. You said Willie's calling you between 7 and 9.
Mm-hmm.
Are you, we'll say, around that time is when you're making these phone calls?
Ish, yeah. I mean, like maybe I wasn't calling as I was driving, so maybe it was after that, but in that whole period of time, yeah.
So you're blowing up his phone at some point. Do you get into contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go back a second before you get in contact.
All right, let's look at the quick story of the Willie Cooper shooting. He was shot in the butt. Oh, it wants me to sign up for the Gainesville Sun. Well, let me try an incognito and I'll read it to you guys. Or maybe there's a second article. Let's see. Miami safety, Cooper shot. Let's try this article. All right, so July 21st, 2006, Miami Hurricanes reserve safety Willie Cooper was shot in the buttocks when confronted in his yard Friday morning by an unknown person who fled after another player returned gunfire. Police said Cooper was able to walk after being shot and the injury wasn't believed to be serious, but he was taken to a hospital for treatment. After Cooper was shot, teammate and roommate Brandon Merriweather pulled a pistol from his pants pocket. Okay, never mind, I read that wrong. And fired 3 times at the person, who jumped a fence and fled with another person in a car, police said. It was unclear if the assailant was hit. Police said Merriweather used his gun legally. Cooper and Merriweather told police they noticed a suspicious car parked outside their home near campus shortly after 6:30 a.m. When they went outside to investigate, a person crouched next to the house, jumped up and shot Cooper. Isn't that the theory that the police have about how Bryan Pata was shot, that someone was hiding behind the dumpster in the bushes? The Miami Athletic, and maybe they had that vision because this was in their mind, right? Who knows? The Miami Athletic Department released a statement saying it was cooperating with the police investigation. Until the investigation is complete, we will not have any additional comment, the statement said. The house is owned by Hurricanes defensive backs coach Tim Walton and rented to players with approval from the school's compliance officer. Cooper, a junior, has played mostly on special teams for the 3 years. He's listed as a second-team safety on the spring depth chart. Merriweather is a standout safety for the Hurricanes. All right, so he's been there for a while, and this witness on the stand knows who he is, and we've got like Maseratis, we've got Range Rovers, we've got... There's a lot going on. Let's get back to... Let me run it back so we start at whatever question, not in the middle of one. Making a bunch of these phone calls.
I wasn't calling as I was driving, so maybe it was after that, but in that whole period of time, yeah.
So you're blowing up his phone at some point. Do you get into contact with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go back a second before you get in contact with him. Okay. On November 7th, the defendant changes his phone number. Did you have his new phone number? You were reaching out to him?
I don't recall.
If you did have it, do you remember how you got it?
I mean, kind of. He told me in the hallway that I got on the phone, so I mean, that.
Okay, well, were you the authorized user on his account?
I don't know.
So, at this time, the state would seek to introduce the previously marked as states and previously shown in defense as states exhibit 2F for identification purposes as states.
Any objection?
No objection other than our previous objection.
Okay.
State Exhibit 2F marked for identification now becomes State 28.
And at this time, the state will seek to introduce those previously marked as states 2G for identification purposes and previously shown in defense as states.
They be talking too fast for us to be sped up.
$29, I guess?
Yes, 29. I'll just wait for that.
Yeah, any objection?
No, other than our previous.
29.
29.
Verizon Wireless, was that your carrier back then?
Yes.
And was that the defendant's carrier back then?
Yes. I mean, of one of the phones. He had a number of phones.
Okay.
Not all at one time.
So one of his phones that he had that you communicated with was Verizon.
Right.
Did anyone in your family work for Verizon Wireless?
My father owned Verizon Wireless franchises.
Okay, so
stores, whatever.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 24, and what has been previously, entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 24. May I virtual witness? Okay. All right, so at the top here, what carrier is that?
That's Verizon.
And then whose name is listed right here?
Rashaun.
And the address under his is what?
My address at 1508 Michigan Avenue.
Does that, what if anything does that mean to you? Does it mean anything to you?
I mean, aside from that was his phone.
Would he have, to your knowledge, did he have your address listed in any of his other personal sort of documents with his bank or with anything else?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so you said you were calling him obsessively, you had reached out to him quite a few times. At what point do you get in contact with him?
I'm not sure. He either called me back or he answered one of my phone calls.
Okay. Now, would this phone call have been so after you were already out of Pottery Barn?
Yeah.
Almost at home?
Yeah.
So it would have been later in the night?
I think so. It wasn't immediate.
Now, that day, do you remember talking to him at all?
Yeah. Before I went to work?
Sure, before you went to work.
No.
Were you guys in communication at all throughout the day?
I don't know.
So, by the time that Willie calls you, had you, again, I guess, when was the last time that you maybe remember talking to Rashaun?
I don't recall.
You don't recall talking to him before you went to work?
I don't know if it was the night before, if it was the morning I went to work. I do not know. It was, I don't know, somewhere within that time frame, in a day. We had not gone several days without speaking.
Were you aware that on November 7th, the defendant had been suspended from the football team?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Willie told me.
That was the first time that you had heard that he had been suspended?
Yeah.
Remember? So did you reach out to any of the coaches to see if you could get in contact with Rashaun?
I mean, again, I don't recall, but I do know, I mean, I was told that I had reached out to Swayze.
And that was because you were concerned for the defendant?
Objection leading.
Assisting, this is the form of the question.
Why'd you call them? Why'd you reach out to all these people?
To try and find Rashaun, to see if anybody knew if he was okay, alive, anything.
All right, so at some point you make contact with him. What does he tell you?
That he was okay.
Is that all he tells you?
I mean, I don't recall the whole conversation, but the gist of it was that he was okay, he had been suspended. That was it. That's all I can remember. And then I was probably asking him when I would see him, because I did see him later.
Did he come over to your apartment?
Yes.
What time did he come?
Late, I don't recall. Oh, I mean, after I got home from work.
Were you aware that he was the only person who didn't go to the Hecht Center that night?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
Your room.
I don't know. What?
Were you aware that he was the only person who didn't go to the Hecht Center for the mandatory meeting that night?
No, I was not aware.
Wasn't, when Willie Cooper called you, wasn't he looking for Rashaun?
Yeah, but he didn't tell me that everybody else was there.
But did he tell you he was looking for him because he wasn't at the meeting?
I don't really recall if he was saying I'm looking for him for the meeting. I think it was just more like, where is he? Have you been in touch with him? Type of thing. The meeting was, not something he discussed with me.
Okay, so when you spoke with Rashaun, what, if anything, did you tell him?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you tell him what had happened to Bryan?
I don't recall. I don't know how it came up, but yeah, it was something like, we did discuss that Bryan was killed, and that's where I expressed my concern. I just wanted to know that he was okay.
Did he tell you how he found out?
No.
Your room. Did he tell you at any point whether or not his phone was off?
No, he didn't tell me. I knew it was off.
How did you know it was off?
So I was calling him like a psycho.
I am showing you what's been marked in the State's Exhibit 25. What has been, entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 25. So you said when you were looking for him, you were reaching out to sort of everyone. You were calling his grandmother, and she lived in New York City.
Yeah.
Now, I'm showing you the first page. What
Okay.
carrier is that?
Verizon.
Whose name is that?
Mine.
Do you recognize this phone number here, 201?
Yeah.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
So I'm going to draw your attention to, we'll say, 1912. It's about 7:12 p.m.
Okay.
I'm going to give you this pink highlighter. We've heard from Detective Hellman that 986 was the Lake City area code. Can you?
It's 386.
386, excuse me, thank you. 386. So can you take this pink highlighter and just look through these columns here and highlight where you see the 386 area code? You can flip through that page in the next one.
Like, are you saying I didn't call her or something? I don't know.
I'm just asking you to highlight wherever that 386 column is. If you don't see it, you don't see it.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because I had also a home phone at the time, so if I was home from work, I potentially would have called her from that.
Okay.
Why is my own phone number in here? I called myself, I don't get it.
It's the outgoing. This would be the person who dials is on this side.
I dialed these numbers?
You're the dialing party? These are the numbers that you called?
But this is my number.
Mm-hmm. This is who called you?
Oh, here's 386, here's 386.
Mm. Okay.
This is who called me?
Nope, I just want you to look right here.
This is who I called?
No, I just want you to look straight down here for the 386 number.
Oh, it's on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, so around what time did Rashaun come to your apartment that night?
I don't recall the time.
And why did he come there that night?
I don't know, to go to sleep or?
When he got there, what was he like?
I don't know.
Was he upset?
He was definitely disappointed in himself. This was a huge obstacle for him to get through. It's the second time he was suspended. He was already not like one of the starters, a star player. So this was not good, and he knew it.
So somebody who just died, he was more concerned about being suspended from the team?
Objection, leaving.
Oh, I mean, no, yeah. I'm sure he was upset that someone had been, killed, but my concern obviously was for him, so that's more the direction that our conversation went. Like, what is he gonna do now that he's suspended again?
Bear with me 1 second. When you finally talked to Rashaun, did he tell you where?
On the phone or in person?
I'm sorry, what?
On the phone or in person?
When you first talked to him.
Okay.
Did he tell you where he spent the afternoon?
No.
He didn't tell you where it was?
I didn't ask him. I don't know. That wasn't my concern.
So when you asked him where he had been all day, what did he tell you?
I'm not sure that I asked him that.
She just said that.
So you were looking for him all day, at least in the evening hours, and you didn't know where he was, and you didn't ask him where he was?
Objection, leaving.
No, my concern at the time was not where are you, it's are you okay? So,
Are you okay? Where are you? Wasn't something that you had asked him?
Objection, asked and answered.
Oh my God.
I don't know how to better answer your question. I'm sorry.
It's dumb. She's trying to twist and fit the puzzle pieces.
When you were with him, was his phone going off? Were people calling him?
I don't recall.
Did he tell you why he didn't go to the team meeting that night?
Not that I can remember.
Do you remember talking to detectives? Did detectives ever come and reach out to you?
Yes, numerous times.
Do you remember talking to Detective Patias?
No, I don't remember any of their names.
Okay, do you remember talking to detectives?
Yep.
Do you remember talking to reporters in this case?
I have.
And do you know whether or not when you spoke, at least with the reporters, that was reported?
It has been.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that?
I have not.
Would listening to that, or at least reading a transcript of it, help refresh your recollection as to what you told them?
Proper refresh of objection.
Sure.
Would it refresh my memory now? I'm not sure. I mean, what I said is what I said to them.
So reading back your own words or listening to your own voice would help you remember what you told them 5-6 years ago? Is that?
I'm not denying what I've said, so I'm not sure. Do you want me to read it?
Oh, man.
Can I approach the witness? Yes. Move to read through that.
Can I please see what you're trying to witness?
It's the copy.
Judge, can you sidebar?
Okay.
Look at the guy sitting in the back.
mean, I just read some of my responses.
Okay. So, do you recall, after reading that, where your financial duty was that afternoon?
I don't recall, but I see my statement. That he was driving around. Something along those lines was my response.
Are you serious? So a big point in this case, a selling point for the state is he told police he was at home, and then the cell tower said he was moving around. He wasn't at home, and he's actually pinging on a tower near the crime scene. So now it's supposed to be suspect that he says he's moving around, which is actually entirely consistent with if there's two towers that are near each other. Let's pull up a picture so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Because I don't know if we'll get to see these presented because this trial is so clipped up. We're going to do, if you missed earlier, we're going to do a refresher on something from one of the motions in limine real quick. So, testimony and evidence regarding Mr. Jones' cell phone tower location should be inadmissible. This is what the defense wanted. They don't want this to come in, as it's irrelevant and unduly prejudicial. First, according to the state's cell site expert, Mr. Cremacini, there are two towers of relevance in his review of the materials. Mr. Jones's home tower, Tower 206, and a tower located just east of the crime scene, Tower 142, which is the closest cell phone tower to the crime scene. Mr. Cremacini testified that he could not provide information about where Mr. Jones' phone was at the time of the shooting. We know time of death pronounced dead, 7:07 p.m. Mr. Cremacini testified that Mr. Jones' phone pinged off of Tower 142, which is the tower closest to the crime scene, at 3 different points in time that day. 3:55 p.m., 8:57 p.m., 10:26 p.m. Between those times, Mr. Jones's phone was pinging off of his home tower, Tower 206. So he's back closer to his home for whatever pings are between these 3. Accordingly, at best, Mr. Cremacini's testimony can only establish that Mr. Jones's cell phone was in the coverage area for Tower 142, 3 hours before the homicide and 2 hours after the homicide, with his cell phone pinging off of his home tower in between those times. Mr. Jones lived approximately 1.2 miles from the crime scene. So, Mr. Jones lived 1.2 miles away from the Colony Apartments, and the Colony Apartments are 4 miles away from the UM campus. So, they live closer to each other than either of them live to the campus. Anyway, so his presence in the general area surrounding the home is not evidence of guilt. Being that Mr. Cremacini testified that the records do not provide any information about Mr. Jones' cell phone location at the time of the homicide, the testimony is irrelevant, so they don't want this to come in. But here's a map to anchor us to where we're talking about. This image has 4 different cell towers. The ones that are relevant, these 2 over here are not relevant. This one's relevant. This is the 206, which is the cell tower that's closest to Rashaun Jones' residence. And then Tower 142, which is the tower closest to the crime scene. And we've got a pin right here. This red pin is the crime scene, like the Colony Apartments. This is close. This is so close to each other. If he wants to go to Publix, if he wants to go to Whole Foods, if he wants to take any of these roads and go anywhere, like any of these main roads, I would say 874 is the main road. This is US 1, this is the main road. US 1 is a main road. And then here's U of M over here. So even if like he comes down here to go to U of M this way, he'd probably ping on this tower if he's just like, I was driving around. So now we have this witness on the stand where the state's trying to like impeach or refresh her recollection. You knew where he was. Why didn't you ask him where he was when he called you? And all we get is that he says he was driving around. That makes even more sense why these pings are happening. And it doesn't put him at the crime scene. This whole case is crazy. Anyway, that's the cell tower, cell site stuff.
Is that something you do often?
Yeah. That's my next comment. He loved going for drives alone. He would just go. He would go anywhere. He'd go up 95 for a drive. He'd go down Ocean Drive. He would just go always. He liked to smoke like a cigarette and drive, put his stupid music on really loud. It wasn't surprising to me. It wasn't out of character.
Do you recall whether you got in contact with any of his family members that day?
Objection, I'm not sure, is the witness going to stay with the document?
You can flip it over.
Flip it over?
The whole package, just flip it right on.
Oh.
Do you recall whether you got in contact with any of his family members that day?
I mean, according to this, I did, but I think I also already said that I did. That I had tried to reach out to his grandma and his sister.
Did you make contact with them?
I believe I did.
Judge, thank you. I have no further questions. Finish.
All right, thank you. Cross.
All right, we have cross.
Hi, Jada. So the state asked you a number of questions. I want to start with the phone records. So the phone records, do you think exhibit?
Phone record right there. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, I grabbed my accident.
All right, name of church? Yes. So, do you see a call from Mr. Jones, from Rashaun, at 7:43?
Yes, I do.
And what about at 7:46?
Yeah.
And that would have been after Mr. Pat was killed.
Right.
So he is calling and trying to contact her. Well, how did the state not know
You
that?
also asked if you reached out to family members, coach, some other people, and you said that you wanted to see if Rashaun was okay. Is that right?
Yes.
You weren't calling him because you were concerned that he had just killed someone, were you?
No, I was concerned for him being potentially killed as well.
And you mentioned that that concern came from other things that were happening around that time.
Well, yes, because like I said before, Willie Cooper had been shot, another football player. So Willie was shot, and then I get out of work and I get to the panic that Bryan was shot, and then nobody could find Rashaun, so my mind went to the worst case. So I was worried that he had been shot.
You were concerned that UM players were being targeted.
I was concerned that there were now 2 UM players shot, and I was concerned that he was the third.
And these, just taking a step back from it all, these events happened 20 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Did you keep a diary that night?
No.
Did you make any recorded statements that night?
No.
Did you memorialize anything that happened that night?
No.
So when you're sitting here today and you're testifying, that is entirely from your memory?
To my best recollection, yes.
And when you said that you don't remember, is it because you genuinely do not remember?
No, I genuinely don't remember.
Are you covering for Mr. Jones in any way?
No.
Now, the state also asked you if you had ever seen Rashaun with a firearm. Or sorry, I think they asked you if you had ever seen Rashaun's firearm. Right? That's what they asked you.
I believe so.
And did you know Rashaun to have a firearm?
I did not.
So you never saw him with any firearm?
I did not.
And a couple of weeks ago, you were arrested on a material witness.
Objection, Judge.
What's his name?
Move to strike your...
Okay, please disregard the last statement. And so, just to be clear, any statements that you've made. So actually, let me rephrase that. In 2021, you gave a sworn statement, right?
I couldn't tell you the year, but I've given numerous statements of yes.
And so, again, just talking big picture, 20 years ago when this happened, when Bryan Pata was killed and people were being interviewed, was that the first time that you were interviewed around then? Close in time to...
By the police?
By the police, yes.
Yeah, they came to my apartment one afternoon.
And is it fair to say that that would have been 2006, 2007?
Yeah.
When was the next time that you heard from the police after that?
Oh, man. A long years. I don't even know how many years.
Over a decade?
Yeah, I would say that's sounds right. It was a long time.
Just give me one moment. Okay, so it had been over a decade since you had spoken with the police, and then when they did speak with you, do you remember that there was a prosecutor there, detectives there later on? And now I'm talking about the 2021 statement.
So in 2021, they showed up at my house again. And I wouldn't talk to them there because, I mean, I have a family and I don't know, this is not something I wanted to bring my family into. So yeah, I met with them at Starbucks.
You met with them at Starbucks, and were you told anything that you had previously stated before that? So did they tell you what you had said before that?
Objection, Judge, to the form of the question. It's confusing.
You're saying the detectives?
The detectives.
The second time that I met them, I mean, they had to refresh my memory quite a bit.
And so in refreshing your memory, they weren't refreshing your memory with your previous sworn statements, right? You hadn't given a sworn statement before 2021.
No, I had just met with the two detectives shortly after the murder, and then I don't know if that was like a sworn statement or whatever that was called. And then however many years later, 10 years later, something like that, I didn't remember a lot. So
Okay,
yeah.
they filled in the blanks for you.
They filled in the blanks for me.
I love that. Okay, let's break this down. There's this sudden story that emerges from Miami-Dade Police Department and the prosecution office that suddenly in 2021, maybe the end of 2020, they start saying that Rashaun was the top suspect all along. They just never had enough on him. If that's the case, does it make sense that the second time the woman he was dating and there's all these phone calls with and she's trying to call him, does it make sense that the second time they talk to her is 10 years later? If he was even a top suspect, not the top, but one of the top suspects, does it make sense that they don't talk to her for a second time until 10 years later? And yeah, no, I have to fill in the blanks.
And so going back to that initial meeting when those two detectives came to speak with you, was Rashaun there?
Yes.
Okay, and did he have any issue with you speaking with the police?
No, I was not going to, and he encouraged me to. We were driving, and I got a phone call from the building manager saying that there was two detectives here to speak to you. I happened to be with him in the car, and I was like, this is crazy. Why are they talking to me? And he said, go, find out. And so I turned the car around, I went back over there, and we pulled up to valet, and the two detectives were standing there, and the two of us got out of the car together.
And at that point, when they tried to speak with you, or when they wanted to speak with you, did Rashaun say something to the effect of anything that you consider
self-serving hearsay?
At that point, did they speak with you alone?
Yeah.
And if so, how did that come to be?
They would only speak to me alone. They would not speak to the two of us together.
Okay, and once that was clarified, did Rashaun have any issue with that?
He was encouraging me to go and talk to them. He had no problem with that.
And you also mentioned that you have a family now. You have kids, you didn't want to bring them into this?
Correct.
So it's not easy for you to be here testifying, is it?
It's not. At all.
No further questions. Okay, redress?
The reason the state objected so quickly there is because it was going to be eliciting a hearsay statement. So as soon as the defense attorney here said, when they wanted you to separate or whatever, what did he say? Like, as soon as she said the words "say," they knew to object for hearsay because it would be words from the defendant himself, which would be self-serving when it's the defense counsel asking the question. When it's the opposite, when it's the opposing party, then it's admissible because it's a party opponent. So they were timely on that objection, and it was properly sustained. But we got the information anyway because we still knew what they did after.
Defense counsel pointed out that at 7:43, we got a call from Rashaun Jones, defendant. What did he tell you?
I don't recall.
So
there were 2 phone calls back to back. I don't know if we spoke in the first call or not. I don't know.
So when you previously testified on direct, you hadn't heard from him and you didn't know where he was, and Willie Cooper was looking for him. You in fact had talked to him at around 7:43.
Objection is characterizing the evidence. There were calls.
You in fact had talked to him at 7:43.
I'm not sure that I had spoken to him. He called me. I don't know if we spoke or not. I don't recall.
When you met with detectives back in 2017, didn't you tell Pat Diaz that you were worried that Rashaun was going to get blamed for something?
I don't recall.
She already said earlier she didn't remember.
At least in 2007 when you met with Detective Pat Diaz.
Oh, 2007.
The time you said that Rashaun was encouraging you to talk to the police.
Yeah, he did.
Didn't you recall telling Pat Diaz that you were in fact worried that he was going to get blamed?
Objection here said. Improper impeachment.
I don't recall. I wasn't necessarily worried about him being blamed that night. I don't know what you mean.
So you don't remember saying it, or you do?
I don't.
Did you know that the other UN player that you were talking about was shot by another UN player?
Willie?
Objection, facts, not evidence.
Did you know?
Who? Which one?
The one you were talking about before. I think it was Willie?
That he was shot by a UN player?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Okay. You in fact stayed in touch with the defendant and his family even after you guys broke up?
Minimally.
And you've in fact given them money over the years? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had said that your statements weren't memorialized at some point, but they were in fact memorialized by a reporter, correct?
To a degree, yeah.
In fact, the statements that you gave were actually reported.
I mean, the ones that you just had me read those are my words.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you so much.
That's it? So what's going on with the Willie Cooper shooting? Because when I Googled it, all I saw was articles that said unknown man, but it could be that they had newer developments that weren't quite as newsworthy. That's the end of her testimony. Next up. All right, next up, it looks like they're starting with this queued up already.
Okay, hopefully I'm not. I know I got to I told you from the moment we made contact, before we go further, yeah, I do not go to your rights and also to your right. Right? How do you feel right now? Okay. You have any health issues? Horrible. Yeah, horrible. Do you take medication for that or anything? Or you played with horrible? Or what's the last grade you completed? Last grade? Well, that's educational. You went to college, I know. Yeah, I'm about 30 credits short. 30 credits. Okay, what are you majoring in? Sports management. How many credits? About 30. 30. Look over your bachelor's? Yeah. You can finish that up now. Sports management. How many hours did you sleep last night? And are you under the influence of any drug or alcohol? No.
Oh, I think that's Juan Segovia on the stand. I'm scrubbing forward behind Queen Ashbash's comment. Kind of looks like Juan Segovia. So some detective must be on the stand if they're playing this. I'm pretty sure it's the social media burner account guy.
Are you taking any medication for you? And you say you got a heart monitor? And do you have any learning disabilities or anything like that? Okay, so my goal, one by one, and if you understand each line, you just initial next to the yes, and if you don't understand it, you initial next to the no. Same thing you read, we just do for form on the department. Okay, you have the right to remain silent, you don't have to talk to me if you do not wish to do so. You do not have to answer any of my questions, do you understand that right? If you do, just initial, don't you put upside down, that's your initial. Just initial, do you understand it? You want a lawyer to be present during questioning at this time or any time hereafter, you're entitled to have a lawyer present, do you understand that right? If you understand it, then just initial yes. Okay. If you cannot afford to pay for a lawyer, one will be provided for you at no cost if you want one. Do you understand that right? That's what they refer to as a public defender. You know about that? Yes. Okay. No one's right. I know one to answer my questions about having a lawyer present. It's yes or no. And then the statement is signed on my own free will without any threats or promises that they make to me. And then yes. Let's take care of the sign at the bottom, and I'll give you the date and the time. The date is 8/19 of 21, and the time is 1:54 p.m. That's fine. Thank you, sir. I'll sign this over there later. Yes. All right, sir. All right, so you already knew when we got in the car. I told you the topic you want to talk to you about today. The case is on, and I know you were talking to me. Tell me your whatever background you want to give me. Now we can start from the beginning. You made contact with the moment you met Bryan Pata, or however you want to do it, whatever you feel more comfortable with. What do you want to talk?
I don't know what you asking me.
No, I understand. Throughout this investigation, okay, we received a lot of information of your relationship with Bryan. What can you tell me about your relationship with Bryan?
I really had an up and down relationship.
Okay. What happened? What does that mean, up and down?
We were teammates. I guess females got involved. So it was, I don't know, I guess jealousy over females.
But isn't that kind of normal stuff between players?
It's normal stuff between players. I was about to say, when Bryan died, we wasn't beef. I had no brief. I had no problem with Bryan.
Okay.
I'm telling you, shit. I can remember a home game we played in, and he did the shoestring time. I'm the one that tied up all his, after we didn't fought, after we didn't have our confrontation and all that.
What's the first competition you had with Bryan? Who's older, first of all? Who's there longer? You or Bryan?
Bryan was.
So what year were you?
He had no 04, I think he came in like 03.
Okay, so if he was at least a year or higher than you, older than you. Okay. The first beef you had in terms of a female, can you tell me about that? What was that about?
It was a female that I guess he liked it. And, she was interested in both of us, you know, at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she was interested in both of us. It really wasn't no beef. It was, that's my girlfriend now. I said, okay, I don't mess with her no more. That can be your girlfriend. So they got in a relationship and was going together. So that was really no beef. I mean, she made her his girlfriend.
What's that girl's name?
Jada.
Okay, let's talk about Jada a little bit. Jada's name comes up a lot during the investigation. Is that the first time that you have any beef with Bryan whatsoever?
Yeah.
That you remember? That was over Jada?
Yeah.
Okay. You dated Jada?
Never dated Jada.
Did you guys have any relations?
Yeah, relations once.
Okay, so you had sex with her?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's relations. And Bryan found out about it?
No, it wasn't no fun about it. It was relations before they got together.
So you and Jada messed around before Bryan was boyfriend with her?
Yeah, well, day before we both together.
Okay, and, so what was the issue? I don't understand, what was the beef?
It's just, she kept, well, I said something, and she'll go back and say something, Bryan will say something. She was just trying to nitpick between both of us. I wasn't really
Stir the pot, like you said.
Yeah, it wasn't really nothing specific. It might be over. He said something to me downstairs. What? Am I gonna get in trouble for saying something to you? I don't understand why you go back and tell Bryan like I'm gonna get in trouble for saying something to you. Like
It's kind of like Bryan didn't want her talking to you.
Yeah,
I got you. Okay. And then what happened from there? Was there other altercations or other confrontations with Bryan?
Yes, we got into well, after I had surgery. Well, Bryan actually jumped on me. I had surgery. I tore my leg open, and I was up there for summer. And I was on campus. It was in another teammate's room, and Bryan was on campus with another teammate. He was his friend.
You remember the teammate?
Eric Monk.
Okay.
So Eric was like, I was in Eric's room. I was in Eric's room, so Bryan wanted to come in. I went to open the door. So I finally let Bryan in. He rushed me, jumped on me, headbutted me. But that was the end of that. I got up from there, went downstairs. I might cry a little bit, but there wasn't no ongoing beef where I was at Bryan trying to hurt Bryan, nothing like that.
Okay. What was the next incident that happened?
For us, that was the only two incidents we got into.
You never had any other issues between you and Bryan?
No.
We've talked to several people that remember an incident where you got so upset you actually made threats to Bryan. Has that ever happened?
That was when he did, but that was like I say, I let him in the room. He jumped on me, headbutted me. Like I say, I probably argued in the hallway. I left. I went back downstairs. I think I called my grandmother, something like that. But that was the end of that. It wasn't no ongoing. It didn't spill over or carry over from that night.
Okay,
I talked to the coaches. The coaches got involved the next day. I talked to Randy Shannon about it. Walton, my Dino's the back coach. So
who's that? Who's your back coach?
His name was Walton. His last name was Walton.
Walken? Okay.
Walton.
Oh, Walton.
Yeah.
Okay. What threats did you make to Bryan that day? And the reason I'm asking this is remember I told you
I didn't threaten Bryan.
That this case we went for 15 years, so there's a lot we have to talk about. In 15 years, if you can imagine, even before I got involved, a lot of people have been interviewed. Okay, so everybody's got a side of that, to the story, and there's been a lot of the same reports from many people about some of the things that were set back and forth that happened between you and Bryan. So it's not like
everybody together, but me, Bryan, and Eric Monk in the hallway.
Okay, but there's got to be more incidents. That's what I'm saying.
You know, it was the Jada incident. Okay, that was me and Bryan in the dorm incident. And the only two incidents we had. And he reported to the coach the next day.
Okay.
And the coach got involved.
Did you ever threaten ever to hurt Bryan in any way? Did you ever threaten to shoot Bryan?
No,
never.
I didn't own a gun. I don't.
Okay, okay. Now that you asked me, you mentioned, I don't want to forget. Have you ever owned a firearm?
No.
Never. Did you own a firearm back when you were at University of Miami?
No.
You never had carried? Never.
No.
Did you ever make it sound like you carried a firearm?
I don't know. That was a lot going on back then. I don't remember if I said I didn't ever say I carried a firearm.
Okay, you have told somebody, for example, I always strap, or I always carry my gun with me, or I always carry my keys with me, anything along those lines, letting someone know that you always have a gun on you. You would never said that, and you definitely don't remember that. You would remember that if you would have done that, and you definitely never had a firearm while you were at Firearm. Did you ever have any other issues with anybody else, like while you were at the University of Miami, where a gun might have been involved, or a gun might have been mentioned, or anything along those lines?
No.
No, okay. Let's fast forward a little bit now. So now you say from the moment that the last beef that you had with Bryan, which was in the dorms, you're saying?
In the dorm. That was over the summertime.
And what year was that roughly?
It was the summer 05 something.
Okay. So that's about a year and a half. About a year and a half before Bryan was killed. And then from that point on, describe to me your relationship with Bryan from that point on.
It was really a high and by. I mean, we was on the same team. We was great. We had to come in and do play on the same team. So it wasn't no
oh, I can't come to the locker room. If I come to the locker room, I'm scared to come to the locker room. I can't be around Bryan, I'm scared. No, it wasn't that. I didn't never get that feeling of intimidation.
Okay. And never, okay, so you never, your opinion, you never had any people, Bryan?
No.
If anybody would think that you had a people, Bryan, why would they think that you had people, Bryan, like that?
Because of the Jada situation.
Because he just kept on going, because he kept dating her?
Because he kept dating her.
Okay. Did he ever bring up Jada to you ever again? Did you ever mess around with Jada after that? You left her alone, never had any issue with her alone?
Never did. I reached out to her recently when ESPN reached out to me, and I tried to ask her what was going on. She never stated that to me.
Okay, we'll get to that a little down the road. Okay, during that time at University of Miami, you're describing how your relationship. This is the summer of 2005. No more issues. You have a high five relationship with Bryan. You don't consider it was any issues whatsoever. No beef. Did you have any people with any?
Detective Segovia.
Balance of
Was
justice.
the defendant referring to an incident with Bryan and Eric Moncourt's dorm room?
Yes.
Who was present during that fight?
Look at this guy. This is my first time watching this guy. This is balance of justice. Maybe. Purportedly. Allegedly.
Personal knowledge.
Did you learn if anyone... Did you learn that other individuals were present during that fight?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
Did you interview Eric Moncourt and Dave Howell?
Yes.
Was what the defendant told you in his statement consistent with what they told you?
No, it's inconsistent with what they told me.
Did the defendant own a firearm?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
During your investigation, did you receive information that the defendant owned a firearm while he attended the University of Miami?
Objection, hearsay, lack of personal knowledge.
Yes.
When did you learn that he first had a firearm? At what point in college?
Very early on, he made mention of it, talked about having a specific type of firearm, and actually produced a firearm to one of the players.
During your investigation, did you learn that the defendant had issues with Bryan Pata?
Objection, hearsay.
Very early on, yes.
Did those issues continue up until Bryan Pata's death?
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
They were consistent from the first fight they had. There was a lot of bad blood between them.
A lot of bad blood.
Relationship. This is the summer of 2005. No more issues. You have a high five relationship with Bryan. You don't consider it was any issues whatsoever. No beef. Did you have any people with anybody else on that team? Did you have any enemies on that team?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so nobody that you would think was trying to hurt you in any way or nothing. Was there any other drama going on with the team and Bryan during that time? And your work?
Yeah, he was in and out of the club scene a lot. He was in my club scene a lot. He was Willie Williams. Yeah.
Okay.
So Willie Williams' brother got cut up bad in the club.
Okay.
For smoking. And they told, I guess they were sending a message to, because Willie and Bryan, well, we all used to do it.
Did they say Williams' brother got cut up bad in the club? Let's...
Like him and Willie Williams, the club scene a lot. He was in my club scene like him and Willie Williams. Yeah. Okay. So Willie Williams' brother got cut up bad in the club.
Will Williams' brother got cut bad in the club.
Okay.
For smoking. And they told, I guess they were sending a message to, because Willie and Bryan, well, we all used to do it. They just kept on.
One moment, Your Honor.
Can I see the attorney's side? All right, Ralph, I'm gonna have him step into the jury room for a few moments just so that we can look for something.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, I think this is the part. Is this the part? If it's not the part, we have a clip of it coming up after this. Oh, let's see.
All right, taking your seat.
Okay, this isn't going to be the part.
Here it is, 2.2. All right, so just for the record, the instruction that I was referring to is 2.2. And it's introduction unedited recordings. It's members of the jury are about to hear, listen to a video audio recording. The court instruction that the recording has been edited to eliminate the relevant portions that will not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence. Okay, and state, I mean, the conversations I've already on the record, but you're going to, we'll just see where you start that in. You're gonna have to take that out of this recording before it goes back to the jury.
Yeah,
sure. I'm gonna know that.
So they're taking something out that wasn't out previously. So defense just won something at the table.
Members of the jury are about to listen to or see a video recording. The court instruction that the recording has been edited to eliminate the relevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence.
Close friends during that time. Bruce? Miranda, Bruce, Johnson, okay. Where's he at now? That's one guy down. I think did he play? Did he play anywhere? Or he wants to play with the Giants? You want to play with the Giants? They don't have any of the 2011. When did he play with the Giants? On corner? I played like 08, 09, 12, 13. Okay. And you were probably a better player than Bruce was. As a DB. You're just a knucklehead. He's a knucklehead. You need somebody to smack upside your head. Somebody to smack upside your head. That happens, huh? That happens. Who else? Who were you tied with? I used to hang Bryan Marable a lot. Okay. Willie Cooper, Ryan. Those are all your close friends? Okay. Anybody else? Darnell. Seniors. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. Well, that was your group of friends. And were they beefing with Bryan side at all? All right. So, do you, in your opinion, I don't want to put words in your mouth, would it be accurate to say that all of this beef between you and Bryan was all made up by people? Made up. Yeah, they took it and ran with it from the little stuff that was stirred up between me and the girl and the little altercation got into it in the dorm. They took that as in I wanted to hurt Bryan. nothing. He ain't saying nothing to me directly for me to hurt him.
Right. Right. And if you stand here now, you tell me you never threatened him.
I never did nothing to him, hurt home, nothing to him.
I never made threats to him, nothing like that. Okay. Now let's move forward now, to a little closer now to the timeline of when Bryan was killed. Do you remember the night that he was killed?
I remember the day.
Okay, let's talk about that.
On the day.
Start in the morning.
From the morning.
Well, whatever. As far as you can remember that day.
Okay, so I come in, for me, I come in to practice that day, but I failed my second drug test.
Okay.
We do a weekly drug test, so I think it's, I don't know if it's a Wednesday probably?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't remember what they got that, but anyway, I come on a Tuesday.
It was a Tuesday.
It was a Tuesday. So I come in for meetings, name on the list, say second drug test. Coach called me to his office, Rashaun, what's going on, THC in the system.
So it was for marijuana?
It was for marijuana, so I don't go to practice that day.
Okay.
When I leave out of his office, I go home.
Okay, where were you living back then?
In Bermuda Village.
Which side? I don't know.
Where I saw Dave Mall.
Okay. So on the other side of US 1?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So I go home. So when I go home, I'm at home from practice to home. From practice I'm at home. So by the time I got out of practice, Bruce called me on the phone, like, where you at? I said, I'm home, what's going on? He said, Bryan did. I said, what? He said, yeah, boy, somebody killed Bryan. I said, man, shut the F up. He said, for real? I said, hold on, let me call you right back. I hung up with Bruce and called his cousin, Trisha, on the phone, because I ain't Bruce's cousin. No, Bryan's cousin. Oh, Bryan's cousin. Okay, now he had like this. What's Trisha's last name? Paris? Duncan, what's Trisha's last name? Patricia Duncan.
Okay.
Duncan.
Okay, and she's cousin with Bryan?
First cousin with Bryan. Her mama, daddy, and Bryan's mama and daddy is sisters. And me and her like this.
Okay.
So when I come back,
I know who she is. Okay. I mean, I know her cousins, but I know I've seen the name in the reports.
first cousin.
Trisha's doing that, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you tell her?
So I tell her, Trish, Bryan did. She said, stop playing, Rashaun. I say, for real, Bruce just called me, say somebody killed him. She started crying on the phone. All thing I could do was just hold the phone and listen to her while she crying. I couldn't say nothing. I didn't know what to say. She just like, no, what's going on? I was like, I don't know, Chris. I wasn't even there. I'm at home. I get a phone call at home. Somebody telling me that. So after that, after I hung with her, I think I might call Bruce back, and Bruce said it was a mandatory meeting at our facility. And I didn't go to the mandatory meeting. I talked to Sherry. And Sherry,
who called you to say there was a meeting? Bruce Johnson. Okay. Did anybody call you about a meeting that night?
No.
Okay.
Bruce don't call me and try to tell me it was a team meeting.
A team meeting, okay.
And I'm the only one that didn't go to the team meeting.
Why is that?
Because I'm still distraught from my second marijuana with me selling that drug test.
I see. So
I didn't want to be around the team or be a young.
You're just in a bad mood.
In a bad mood because I know I ain't gonna be able to stay the game coming up. I ain't gonna be able to play the game Saturday. So I was just basically to myself until Sherry said, well, I think you need to come out here. Come to the beach house. That's another letter.
You're going fast. I'm old, so you got to slow down for me. So you got a call. You're home chilling. You're home all day.
I was home from the time I left the center. From the time I left the Hecht Center, we started Hecht Center. From the time I left here till I went to my house, I was home.
And how did you get home from the Hecht Center?
I drove.
No, I understand, but which way did you take? You don't remember? Okay. But you lived east of US 1.
I stayed right behind the mall. So if this US, say this US 1.
Right.
So if you turn right here, the mall sit right here.
So you're on the side of the mall?
I'm on the side of the mall.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
So if the mall sitting like this, you know, it's a back piece back there. We can go around the mall back there.
Okay.
That's where I live. That's where I was staying.
Okay. So you're home. What time did you get home about? Roughly. You don't have to be exact. After lunchtime?
After lunchtime. It had to be after 2 because we had meetings probably at 3.
And before that, you were on campus all day?
All day.
Did you have any confrontations with Bryan at the high school? None. Did you see him at all?
I don't remember seeing him.
All right. And who's the one that called you for the field drug test?
Coach.
Oh, he called you himself?
Yeah.
So you went straight to the head coach?
Yes.
Well, he was mad?
Yes.
How did you feel at that moment?
Disbelief.
And that was the second time you feel, so you go straight home from there?
Go straight home.
What kind of car were you driving at the time?
A white Mercury, like 98 Ford.
What was it belong to?
It belonged to my grandmother, but me.
Oh, okay, that's the car you drove back and forth to campus. At the time, you were also driving Sherry's car, is that right?
Sometimes we live at home.
All right, so you go home, you spend the whole day at home?
Yeah.
And until you get a notification from Bruce Johnson that tells you Bryan's been killed.
Right.
Okay, what else?
Probably about a 3-4 hour window from the time I got home from him telling me that.
Okay, and what are you just doing at home?
Sure.
All right. When Bruce tells you that, what exactly did he tell you, if you remember?
That Bryan did, somebody killed Bryan.
Did he tell you where?
Yes, he said at his house.
Okay.
I said, where? He said everybody rushing to his apartment right now. He said, like, the whole team's going over to his apartment right now.
Okay. And then he told you to go to the Hecht Center.
Yeah, he called me after I hung up with him and called Chris. He called me back and said, we got a meeting at the Hecht Center.
Okay, you just decided you said you didn't feel like going.
Right.
All right. What happened next right after that?
I went to the beach house with Sherry.
Okay, so Sherry calls you.
Yes.
And tell me about the conversation with Sherry.
She's in disbelief too, asking me what's going on. I told her I didn't know if you asked where I've been. I said, I've been home. She said, why you was home? And I tell her how I feel. I'm saying, George says, she said, well, yeah, I think you just need to come out here and be best right now. So I left my house and I drove to her beach house.
Okay, and what time was that about?
I got around there by 8:39.
That was that early? Okay. All right, and then you got to the beach house, what happened once you got there?
Nothing. For real, we just talked about, what did we just talk about? I guess what was going on, and there was a lot of stuff going on here.
Okay, like what?
I guess Bryan just died and we started the protest.
Okay. What was Sherry's attitude about it?
What you mean when you say attitude?
What was she saying about the whole thing? Was she sad, scared, mad? How was she reacting to the news of Bryan being dead?
She was in disbelief of Bryan being dead too. She couldn't believe it.
Okay.
She said, I was sad for her too.
Do you know that Sherry was calling several people looking for you before she got a hold of you? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, why is it that she wasn't getting a hold of you earlier?
Because my phone was off.
So you turned your phone on after you spoke to Bruce Johnson?
No, she was calling me. Sherry was calling me when I first got out of the Hecht Center.
Okay.
I didn't talk to Sherry until after I got off the phone with Bruce.
Okay, so when you got home, you turned on your phone?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
I just didn't want to be from the outside world.
Okay.
I was frustrated with myself.
So then how did Bruce get a hold of you then?
I turned my phone.
Oh, so you turned off for 2 hours and then it happens to be that when you turn it on, it's with a call from
Bruce. He called me and say what Bryan did. I said, you know.
Okay, and that's about 8:30 you said?
Around 8, yeah. What time we got to practice? That's probably about 6:30.
Okay. That's what time Bruce called you think? Okay. Okay, what happened next? So you go to the beach, and then what happens from there?
Nothing. I just said me and Sherry talked out at the beach. Ain't nothing really happened. We went to sleep. We just, and the next day, they brought us all in for questioning. Like the detective used to say retired. He came in.
Do you remember who spoke to you?
There were about two.
A bunch of them were retired since then, so I don't know who spoke to you.
Guys that talked to me. Then we talked.
Where did they talk to you?
He talked to everybody. They say we had a team meeting too. Yeah, Coach Cole came in and said, some detectives here, we're gonna pull out a few guys for them to talk to. So I was one of the guys that they pulled out to talk to.
Okay.
So I talked to them and they took my statement, everything I said. Later on, they came back again and reviewed me and said, why didn't you tell me that you should mess with Jada? I said, well, I didn't know that I was supposed to tell you I messed with Jada.
So they spoke to you the first time and they tried to talk to you again after?
They tried to talk to me again. They did talk to me again.
How far after was that?
About a week or two after that.
Okay. And I was on campus too?
That was on campus too.
Okay.
Then they came back again and wanted to talk to Sherry. They actually called Sherry and asked her, can they interview her? She said, yeah, meet them at the beach house. They pulled up out there.
Okay.
They met her. They went downstairs and they talked again to Sherry.
Do you remember what the detectives were? Can you describe it to me?
No, I can't.
Okay.
One was tall. I know that. I've seen a couple of them on First 48 though.
Okay. All right. The older guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen them on First 48. After they interviewed Sherry for about an hour or so downstairs. And after they interviewed Sherry, I ain't heard from them no more till.
That was it. You never had contact again after that regarding this case? How much longer were you at the University of Miami after Bryan was killed? When did you become a 7?
I think I had to 3 drug tests. I was on 2nd drug test.
So you gave another one after that?
After that, no.
So how long was that? Okay, so did you go couple with out? You finished the season out?
Yeah, I finished that season.
Who took over after Cooper?
Randy Shannon.
And that's, you were there with Randy Shannon 1 year?
No, I was there from half a year. I filled my 3rd one with Randy Shannon.
Okay, and then you said that's it?
Yeah.
So then you went from where to where from there?
From there to Shaw University.
What's that? North Carolina?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you went where?
To Winston, in Winston-Salem.
And then where?
To Texas.
University of Texas?
No, I played arena ball.
Oh, arena ball. For what team?
Marable.
Okay, what position? The back? The DB? Or, okay. Now, let's go back to the incident with Bryan. The night that you got called by Bruce Johnson, so that night you only speak to Bruce Johnson, and then you call Patricia Dunac, and then Sherry, and then you go to Sherry's house. Do you remember talking to anybody else that night? No, you don't remember? Or you did not?
I did not.
You did not, okay. Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay. In the following days, how good is your memory from that time period? Do you still remember very well?
It's pretty strong.
It's pretty strong. Do you remember speaking to Pastor Caldwell about the incident? Do you remember speaking to Pastor, what's the other pastor's name? Steve. There's another one, right?
Yeah.
Well, they joked there was Black Steve and White Steve, right? Do you remember speaking to the white pastor, Steve?
Not about the situation, no.
At all, okay. So you talked about personal stuff that had nothing to do with this case.
Yeah.
Did you talk to any other pastors during that time?
The other one in 2019.
Okay, do you remember talking to either of them about anything regarding the Bryan Pata case?
No, Pastor Steve, the black Pastor Steve, he was just wondering why I didn't come on to the team meeting.
Oh, he asked you?
No, I think he asked some other players.
And what?
He didn't ask me.
Okay, was that like an issue during that time? So people got a little ticked off, you think, that you didn't?
Because I didn't show up to the team meeting. And I know I had to look because of the situation. I'm the only one not there. But I was saying that me and him beefing and going through it. Okay, I can understand and see what y'all talking about, but I'm telling you, I had nothing to do with him dying.
Okay, all right. So, but you understand how it looked? Yeah. So people were upset. Did anybody ever confront you about it?
The only thing I'm telling you about the girl on Facebook. She's the only one that was nagging me.
I don't know who she is.
I don't know who she is.
All right, so okay. What's she posting on? Just crap? Okay. Anybody else, the Pata family reach out to you at all?
No. But I think me and Patricia is his first cousin.
Right. So you have to, as long as you know that you get along fine with the Pata family?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me 1 second, so I'm sure. Okay. Now, I want to go, anything else you want to add about that time period? So nothing happens until what? You get contacted by ESPN 15 years later?
Nothing happens until we get contacted by ESPN.
And what was your, tell me what they told you?
They were doing a case on the Bryan Pata murder. His family his mother won't closure. My name was mentioned, brought up, when I like to tell my side of the story, to clear my name. I'm like, no.
You never give him an interview?
I never gave him an interview, but they took from what I said on the phone and wrote it down. The dude on the phone, like, no, why would I give y'all an interview? I ain't got nothing to do with his death, so no, I don't care, I don't feel no type of way, no, that's 15 years ago, y'all let them rest in peace. Like, I don't understand why y'all still digging up something. Well, I understand why, but I don't know why y'all still jugging at me about it.
Right.
I understand what y'all doing. I'm not on purpose, but I don't understand why y'all still nagging me about it. I don't got nothing to say about it. I didn't have nothing to do with it, so I don't know what y'all want to do to the store. Right what you want, right? But it ain't coming from me.
Okay. Now, we know we pull phone records. I told you that, okay? I'm mentioning that to you now. When we pull phone records, we noticed that you changed your phone number basically the same day. Do you remember that?
That's because of the weed that I felt the drugs.
Okay, but you never told me that. So how did you change your phone number?
I called Bryan.
See, it was a T-Mobile or Verizon?
I think it was Verizon. Verizon.
Whatever it was.
Sherry, I think I was over to Sherry. I'm not mistaken, Sherry got this home.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just saying, like, I don't remember, I thought, well, maybe T-Mobile was a little bit involved, or brother, whatever it is, okay, murder's fake, I don't know, whatever, I just thought my head was T-Mobile. So, you left practice and you changed your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay, and you did it just by making a phone call?
Yeah.
You didn't have to go anywhere? And what was the reason for changing your number? Explain to me.
I don't know, at the time, I felt like I was gonna get a lot of backlash for my second marijuana, from my drug test.
From who?
From friends, family, I know I let my family down, one of them, grandmother them.
All right, so you just didn't want to hear from anybody, that's what you're saying? Okay, but you remember that? Okay, and you get another number. Do you remember what time you did that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I asked you a question a little while ago about, I'm sorry, let me backtrack a little bit. The day that the detectives interviewed Sherry, okay, were you there for that interview?
I was there, but they wouldn't let me be in it. When I drove up, they was already standing out there. And I was with Sherry. Okay, me and Sherry drove up to the two detectives standing out there. So when we got out, she said, hi, how y'all doing? He said, where can we talk it? He asked Sherry, where can we talk it? Is all right with you? I was like, no, what's going on? I was like, if y'all don't speak to her, y'all don't speak to her in front of me, because I don't hear what y'all asking, what y'all saying. He said, that's against procedures. We can't have you there and interviewing her. So she said, come down, I'll just go to a coffee shop. Thanks to make it to the thing. So they just went down there and I guess he interviewed her and they had whatever.
You still have contact with Sherry?
My sister does.
Your sister does. What's your sister's name?
Kiara.
Kiara Jones?
Yeah.
Kiara, where she live in?
Lake City.
All right. But you told me, and I'm not gossiping right now, it was just curiosity. So Sherry's baby's not your baby?
No.
You sure? Okay. No, I was wondering. But you were tight with her for a while. How long did you date?
I was in Bryan for 3 years, probably a year and a half.
Would you consider her loyal to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I think she spoke to ESPN. She
did, but
I'm surprised she even spoke to him.
Yeah.
Okay, and she spoke on your behalf. Okay. How about Bruce Johnson? Did ESPN speak to Bruce?
I mean, they tried to, but he didn't want to do the interview. I ain't blaming them, but
I probably wouldn't even interview them, Rashaun, I'll be honest with you. Have you had any contact with the Pata family ever since then? Okay. Give me 1 second, I just want to check something with my notes real quick. While I find there, and I'll come back. You need anything? You good? Okay. Give me 1 second, okay? If you need anything, you just knock on here, all right?
Can you step out of the room for a moment here?
Yes.
I want to go over a couple things we need. If you need anything else, remember, let me know, please. I have to go out myself. Can we move my notes real quick? A couple things I want to ask you about. You said you're still in contact with Jada, right? You reached out to her recently?
I reached out, she didn't say that.
She never called you back? And before that, when was the last time you had spoken to her?
She transferred close.
Okay. Do you remember Jessica Flowers?
Yeah.
Tell me about her.
Willie Williams' girlfriend.
Okay. Tell me what kind of relationship you had with her.
One of my homegirls.
Okay, so you were tied with her back then?
Yeah.
Did you have any conversations with her at all about the Bryan Pata case? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Think of all the people that you remember back then, because you had to discuss it. You got a bunch of knucklehead kids. You know,
What do you mean discuss it?
the case, whatever the topic was, that was big news. That was big news not only in Miami, it was big news nationally, because, you know, that's not only a young college person or a young person, it's somebody that goes to college, or somebody that was going to the University of Miami, somebody that played football for UM, and someone that was supposed to be getting drafted in the upcoming draft. So it was big news, you know? So if this gets news nationally, it's even more big news locally in Miami, and it's got to be huge news at the University of Miami. You guys are teammates. So there has to be conversations. I mean, I talk to my coworkers about the silliest things around the coffee, in the coffee room, around the water cooler. So tell me what was going on, what was the conversation during that time that you remember?
The only conversation I can remember was, the chatter was, they really didn't know who done it because he was always into stuff.
Okay, what kind of stuff was into?
I can't say specifically, I never saw him do nothing, but the car he drove was expensive, the rims he put on it was expensive.
Okay.
His life outside of football was, I guess, expensive.
Okay. So you think he had like an expensive lifestyle, maybe that was, are you trying to tell me, like, director that maybe he was involved in something?
I can't say that I don't know that he was involved in it, so I can't say that, I'm involved in something.
Right.
But that's not normal for what he was doing, the stuff that he obtained. And
okay.
He might sell a car one day, he might wear another one, a new one the next day.
Yeah, he was in the cars apparently, like he liked fixing and selling and stuff like that. Okay. Do you remember an individual named Mike Sanders? No? Mike Sanders was a baseball player. Do you remember Mike Sanders at all? Mike Sanders.
I do. Yeah, I think I remember him a little bit.
Yes. Do you remember calling Mike Sanders and asking him for money that night? No? So Mike Sanders would say, or tell us that you called him the night that Bryan was killed asking him for money. That would be a lie.
Yes.
Okay. So that's a lie. Why would Mike Sanders say that?
I don't know why he would say that. Somebody asking for some money?
Yes.
I went to share it. I said, what would I need?
I'm looking over that. I want to ask you directly to give you a chance to respond, give you a chance to give your side of the story. That's all. Some things may be silly, some things, you know what I'm saying? I'm still my due diligence. You remember that your employer didn't show up for the Hecht Center? Right. That's not an issue. Did you speak to any of the coaches at UM at the time about Bryan's murder? After Bryan's murder, did you ever speak to any of the coaches about it?
Coach, I think Coach Baldwin, the my position coach.
That's the only one. Do you remember the conversation you had with him?
No, I guess he just asked me what I think Coach Baldwin asked me where I was, and I told him the situation.
Okay. Oh, he asked you where you were that night?
Yeah, so he think I was telling you that.
Was he upset that you didn't show up on the meeting?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't care?
I mean, he cared, but it wasn't like...
Well, let me ask you this. Why would he ask you where you were that night? It's almost like he's trying to find out what you were doing that night.
Because I didn't come to practice.
Well, you were a practice person, then you show up for the meeting.
Correct.
Oh, but you're saying he didn't care that you didn't show up for the meeting.
I'm saying, yeah, he cared that I did show up for the meeting, but like I wasn't getting punished for not showing up to the meeting. I want to know why I wasn't in attendance.
Because the rules were that even though you were suspended, you're still responsible to attend all team functions.
Yeah, but the coach ain't called to tell you it wasn't to me. It was a player call. So I don't know if they related the message to the player to tell me, so it wasn't like a direct contact with Sean.
I see. But you knew you had to be. You knew you had to be.
Right.
Okay. Would it surprise you, and I think I mentioned this to you, that we spoke to Sherry Harrington a couple times, and she told us that the night that Bryan was killed, after he was killed, Sherry tried calling you several times and she couldn't get through to you. Is that when you phone? You said you turned your phone off?
Mm-hmm.
But you turned your phone off after Bryan was killed?
No. I was talking to Bruce.
Okay.
I was talking to Trish, and I talked to Sherry after Bryan got killed.
Okay, so why did you say that she tried to get a hold of you several times but she couldn't get a hold of you?
I don't know. I guess that's to try to tell me to come to beach house.
Okay. So you don't know why she would say that?
No.
Okay.
Unless I was on the phone when she was trying to call, and the call didn't come through.
Okay, well, it was so bad that she actually got a hold of Pastor Steve. And she tried to get him to get a hold of you. Because she had learned already from other players that you were the only person that hadn't responded to the Hecht Center. And she was worried that would look bad on you. She didn't want you getting blamed for anything. Do you remember having a conversation with her about that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all true. And then you came over to her apartment on the beach, and you stayed in the second apartment, the second room at her mom's condo. Is that where you went? Was her mom there? No. How was her mom? Was it nice people?
Yeah, actually, the detective actually flew to New Jersey to interview her mom.
ESPN?
No.
Oh, the detectives. I'm trying to hear the first part. Okay.
Just find out my character background, what kind of person I was.
And how would she speak highly of you? Okay.
The female I was messing with, they running down on them.
Were you busy with a lot of people back then?
A lot of females back then. So they'll come and tell me, the detective showed me a picture. They got pictures of you. I said, what? Oh, yeah, they got pictures of you. They try to tell me that. They try to get them to say something that I don't know that they want to hear. That wasn't true. I don't know what it was actually.
Do you remember some of these females that back my name? Anybody they spoke to back then?
Regina. I got Regina last night. Her and Jada friends. Regina. Tiffany. Like a girl named Tiffany.
Were they athletes or?
No, it was just
A stranger? Okay. Okay. Did you much around any other player girlfriends back then? But you had a reputation for being a player. I heard from several people that used to like messing around with girls, players, girlfriends and stuff. Is that true? So they made that up. Are you aware that Sherry told Coach Swayze that she believed that you were in trouble? Sherry called Coach Swayze the night that she couldn't get a hold of you, that Bryan Pata was murdered, and she told Coach Swayze that we verified this, that she was looking for you, and she believed that you were in trouble. Did she ever tell you that? Okay.
That's the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to read notes here. Sometimes it makes sense, and that doesn't make sense. Do you remember a player by the name of Kareem Brown?
Yeah.
Did you ever tell Kareem Brown anything about firearms or anything like that?
No. There ain't one that close to me talking about firearms.
Okay. So if you said that, you'd be lying?
Yes.
Okay. Willie Williams. He was there when you were on Eric Moncourt?
What about he wasn't?
He and Eric Moncourt witnessed a fist fight between you and Bryan Pata. Is that accurate?
No, because I'm trying to tell you, the only time me and Bryan got into it, I had just got a...
So Bernard Brinson is the individual who said that he heard this.
So unfortunately, I didn't see any other footage of Juan Segovia's testimony. So we don't have a direct, we don't have a cross. Right before we get into this last clip that we're going to watch, we're going to go into a bunch of post-trial motions later this week in future sessions of this. But a little bit, since we're on the subject of Juan Segovia. One of the things that we're going to look at, somehow the defense seems to have upon good information and belief that Juan Segovia is using a social media account and posting from it in the middle of trial, commenting about the trial, commenting that he's watching the trial. And they don't include the exhibit that shows how they got all the information, they redacted it. But a few quick samples here, screenshots of Instagram account, balance of justice, balance of underscore justice. We have, it's from Leanne with WPLG. It's a video clip of opening statements from the state. And the comment from balance of justice is guilty in all caps. And he's sequestered. So if this is Juan Segovia running this account for real, he's sequestered at this point in time when these comments are being made. And he's clearly on content about the trial. Next one, it's Miss Abramson, Sherry Abramson from day 3. She's lying. So he's out here commenting on the credibility of witnesses on social media while he's under a sequestration order. Then we've got another one. We've got day 5. It's in a reply here. To Michelle, who was in the chat earlier. So shout out to Michelle if Michelle's still in here. Michelle said, can't wait for the updated footage of the prosecutor taking a rope out during closing rebuttal. What? Sure paints a vivid picture for this lynching of an innocent man they're carrying out before our eyes. Leanne says, I hope to be able to show more of each side's closing tomorrow. Deadline kept me restricted to one soundbite per side. And then we've got, let's see, Balance of Justice commenting, I've watched a lot of the trial. He's guilty as sin. My goodness, my goodness. Then we have this one, which isn't specifically about the trial, but it's a picture of himself. And if this is him on this burner account, he's commenting on this picture where he is also included, saying, wow, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office is impressive, with 2 blue hearts. Oh my goodness. All right, then we've got a from August 19th, 2025. This is an older clip before the trial that says, Bryan Pata murder. It's some video that Leanne posted. And he says, rest in peace, Bryan. Thank you, Miami-Dade Police Department, for a good job. So I think the relevance of this is it shows that he's been using, if this is his account, it would show that he's been using it for quite some time. Then they have like his followers and stuff. And there's a whole bunch of motions since we've had this trial end, right? We still have to get through closing arguments. We're going to do that in a standalone session. But there's just been so much happening. And with the hearing tomorrow, we've got some hearings we got to catch up on, including whatever happens tomorrow. But I want you to know, I think it gets worse than everything we've seen up to this point. So back to our final clip. Back to our final clip here. This is a viral moment. This went viral from this trial. The title of it, you can kind of guess it is a viral moment. Rashaun Jones, judge, clears courtroom as misconduct allegations spark fury. So let's check this out.
So Bernard Brinson is the individual who said that he heard this confession, and that's a separate individual than the victims in the case.
Brinson, who said he wasn't cooperating, and if he was called to the stand, he would tank the case?
No,
Oh,
a different person.
Bernard Brinson is the jailhouse informant who told the police that the person didn't confess to him.
Right, and who was given a polygraph that he passed.
Which is also inadmissible. So all of this, I know we're rehashing it.
Yeah,
and Segovia followed up and investigated.
Right.
Well, when Detective Segovia said that, it probably just, there are these jailhouse snitches who have something to gain and are
He
not
wasn't the only
credible
one, right?
And can't be relied upon. At that point, the fact that a polygraph was given and he passed that polygraph should have been used to impeach.
Right. It's not impeachable. It's inadmissible evidence, and I excluded it just like I excluded the jailhouse snitch who said that the defendant confessed to him that he had committed this crime. So, you can't.
That's not why this is crazy. Now that we know the context behind this is ridiculous. And people were seeing this viral moment and saying that the defense team looked horrible, all of this. The backing context here, where she's saying, oh, and I excluded the defendant confessing. No, that jailhouse snitch, the state no longer wanted to call him because George French Jones, the snitch, who 3 months after Rashaun Jones is in custody, somehow magically confesses to this guy. And too bad, the guy says, you know what, prosecutors, if you put me on the stand in that trial, I'm going to blow your case up. And they don't want to call him anymore. They said that was a threat. Like, they took it like a personal, like, violent threat. But really what he's saying is, I'm going to tell the jury that Michael Van Zandt offered me benefits for cooperation for this case. And the same thing for a different case with a totally different defendant. But she's acting like, oh, I protected you. I excluded that jailhouse snitch that was going to say that your client confessed. That's not what happened. This is a lie.
Right. It's not impeachable. It's inadmissible evidence, and I excluded it just like I excluded the jailhouse snitch who said that the defendant confessed to him that he had committed this crime. So
you excluded him because he was going to get on the stand and get dirty. You did it to save the state. The state didn't want him up there saying something that would blow up their case. Like, why is she acting? This is crazy. I'm just gonna play.
You know, you can't use hearsay
Sorry.
on one side and not the other. And the snitch from the jailhouse who's giving a statement made allegedly by the defendant would be admissible because it's by a party opponent. It's not in the inverse.
And there's a reason the state did not call that person, Judge, and the rules apply differently when it's the defendant's right, that's the defendant's.
The rules of evidence do not apply differently.
The state could have called that witness. Just for this record,
Right.
is very clear. The state could have called this witness. We had him being transported from federal prison in July. The trial date got moved in July, and we canceled that. We ultimately made a trial a strategic decision not to call him. There was voluminous discovery that we were disclosing.
Look at him laughing. Look at the guy in the background knows this is bullshit. Look at him. They're acting like, oh, we made a change because the trial was rescheduled. He hadn't said he was gonna blow up their case yet.
The trial date got moved in July, and we canceled that. We ultimately made a trial a strategic decision not to call him. There was voluminous discovery that we were disclosing to the defense, and there were other reasons we chose not to use him. But we could have called him. The defendant's confession to him had things that only someone who committed this crime would know. There are things that we could guess that were supported by the evidence that explained things that the evidence we had. It explained like exactly what had happened, and it was very credible on its face. There are other issues.
Look at him whisper.
And reasons we chose not to use.
There's a lot of issues involved with that jailhouse snitch. Information that was fed to him by Detective Segovia.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Where? Based on what?
Indeed.
Okay, this is.
Wait, stop.
No. You let the prosecutor pop off. She had a tone that entire time, that was an escalated volume that entire time. And suddenly, Benita Jones Peabody starts speaking, and now you need to shush everybody. Now you're uncomfortable.
Stop. Miss Peabody, I'd like to hear what that information is because I haven't been made aware.
If you look at the statement itself, everything that he said in there, those things that he said, was all information that the police had and was given to him. Everything that the police wanted him to say.
Where is that? Wait. Just a second, Miss Peabody. I've noticed that you're a little upset about it, so I'd like to give you an opportunity since we're proffering for the record.
Okay, so since we're proffering for the record, John.
I haven't finished my sentence. I am addressing you, and I do want to hear from you. You're saying that the information that this witness brought to the police was information that the police fed to him first, and what are you basing that on? And just tell me what it is.
Because of the nature of the questions that were given by Detective Segovia to this witness in his statement, it's clear that that information, even in where he lived, where he was born, he was
born, where the defendant or
the jailhouse snitch said in a different place than he actually was born.
And that was honestly more credible to the state because the defendant had been living in
Just a second. So you're saying that the police officer the police officer fed the jailhouse snitch the wrong place where the defendant was born?
Yeah, that's what she just said.
Is that?
Your Honor, what I'm saying here now is this. The state keeps saying, and the court keeps saying, we could have brought in this witness. If you could have brought him in, bring him in. Nobody stopped you from bringing him in. But to say now that you didn't bring him in for strategic reasons, that's your decision. That's your decision.
Okay, hang on a second. I don't know. The state made a reference to this witness. I made a reference that we're talking about snitches and their reliability. Both sides did not bring in snitches because of a whole bunch of issues. Miss Peabody indicated something that I think is very important to flesh out, and I would like to gather the information. If the allegation is being made that a detective has fed information to a jailhouse snitch, I would like to have it proffered on the record so it can be investigated. I think it deserves I haven't finished. I think it deserves attention. What I've heard thus far is that the police officer told the jailhouse snitch that the defendant was born someplace other than where the defendant was born.
No, that's not what I said, Your Honor. I said that the information that he had was different than the truth. I also said that it is clear in the questions that Detective Segovia gave him that this was information that came from the police reports and not information.
Please give me an example so that we can follow up on this.
Okay, if you give me an opportunity to get to the statement, I will.
Yes.
Can we respond?
I would add.
Sure.
There are two things I would add. One is, when we look at the George Jones confession, since the allegation is that the detective was feeding information, one of the things that the defendant tells George Jones, in particular, is
Are we litigating this one now?
he gets suspended from the team. He couldn't face his mother. He couldn't face his family back in Ocala. He had gotten, I guess, the coach thing was Randy Shannon had basically told him he was never going to play again at the University of Miami, and his life, as he said, was done. There are at least three jail calls. I know because I listened to that. One in specific is a jail.
Ms. Peabody, please stop interrupting everyone. I'll give you an opportunity when it's appropriate.
One in specific is a jailhouse call in which he's talking to a male friend, where he talks about the fact that he had a conversation with Randy Shannon, and Randy Shannon told him that he was done on the team. There is another jail call that I have between the defendant and his wife, one in particular where he said...
Okay, just a second. Ms. Peabody said that's not true. At the end of this trial,
I'm going to send them right now.
I'd like to pull it out, so, because I'm hearing things saying that's not true.
The jail calls have already been provided to defense.
I know.
Three in particular. The other two that I've referenced previously is one where the defendant is speaking directly to his wife, where he tells his wife, here's the phone number, 786, to attorney Michael Cohen, because he would like, George Jones would like a Rule 3 file for him. Michael Cohen, who did represent George Jones. And there's another call from the wife yelling at her husband, back to the defendant, saying, why would you have given George Jones my information? Why would you have done this? Why would you have connected us together? Why would you have told him personal information about me? The fact that I live in Ocala. So let's just be abundantly clear that while the allegation is that the detective is allegedly slinging stuff, the defendant is the one who made the comments to George Jones, and there are jail calls that back up what he tells, in support of what he tells George Jones. In addition to the fact that he goes to Miami Beach that night, he throws the firearm over the causeway and into the ocean. That is in the George Jones statement.
Okay, why didn't you bring him? Why didn't you bring him? That's all.
I don't need to add. That's how they decided to prosecute. Hey, hang on a second. Just a second. You seem to be very riled up about this defense. The allegations that are being made are being refuted by the state, saying they're in the jail calls, of which Ms. Peabody asked a lot of times for me to ask the state to tell her which calls were going to be referred to, because there were over 400 calls and she hadn't gone through them. So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt that maybe she hasn't heard those calls and was making this allegation because she wasn't aware that they were in existence. Is that wrong, Ms. Peabody? Are you aware of those calls and still making this accusation, or maybe not?
I have not heard that call, Your Honor, but I will tell you this. What the prosecutor has just said does not equal to a confession. She's talking about innocent things there. The wife called to an attorney for somebody to get a bond, and for the wife to say, don't give my number. How does that equal a confession?
Well, I think what she was
So if you're saying that this is what George Jones brought to say that there was a confession, there's no confession.
No. That statement wasn't the confession part. That statement was to corroborate the information that would only... I haven't finished. That would only be known to this person, that the detective could not have known, and it is corroborated by the testimony I'm not finished, on the call from the defendant. So the defendant is making these statements with his wife on a phone call, and the person who's giving the information to Segovia is repeating it. So he could only have known it from the defendant.
Your Honor, the call is not the statement. The statement is completely different from the call.
Yes.
And that's what I am saying. The statement is what my concern was. And as far as the causeway is concerned, when I go across the causeway, not only is there an embankment, but there are trees. And there are video cameras. So if that were the case, then the state should have brought in the video tapes of it.
Hang on. In 2006, when you drove across the causeway...
They're the ones that brought the prosecution, Your Honor.
Right, but you're...
They're the ones that had it in 2006 or 2007.
Ms. Peabody, you're making statements that are so frivolous and out of the realm of reality. Because in 2006, we know that there were not cameras there. And on the causeway, the entire causeway is not blocked.
I don't know that it was brought in evidence.
By
How do we know?
It's pretty much common sense.
It's not really, Judge, because I've been here all my life.
All right,
I think we need to finish offering so that we can have the jury.
Well, just a second. I am going to decide who's going to finish buffering. I understand that's what you'd like to do. Let me make the decision. That's why I'm sitting here. Secondly, the reality is the state has talked about this statement, and I think the defense is getting a little agitated because the context of the statement has never been discussed in the courtroom. And I think it's only fair When the attack is made that the detective is feeding information, that the state be able to put this information on the record, just like I'm allowing the defense to proffer things on the record, and when accusations are being made about the detective, which can be backed up by phone calls that maybe the defense isn't aware of or isn't aware of, haven't had the opportunity to review or have decided not to review, they can put this information on the record. It is fair for both sides. I am letting you all speak much more than any other place would, or any other court, because I realize that emotions are very high. It makes no difference to me what the confession part that's alleged to have been made, which everybody is more privy to than I am, because I've never heard it or read it. I understand that it wasn't admitted into evidence, so I frankly don't really care. The part that I care about is if there is an accusation that a police officer was doing something that was inappropriate, like feeding information, which I have still yet to hear what that information might have been. That is something that I'm interested in, because that's a whole other topic.
It was twofold why the state was responding.
Other
May
things that Detective Segovia has done that was improper, like outside the courtroom and threatening a witness.
Ms. Peabody?
Don't say things you weren't present for and don't have any evidence of.
All right. I'm gonna call the agent. Ms. Peabody, maybe we should take a 5-minute break so that she can take a breath. Everyone out. Yes, everyone out, including you. Out. Unbelievable.
Oh boy. And it is going to get so much worse. The George French Jones and Michael Van Zant stuff is not okay. And Michael Van Zant is already disgraced. He's been disqualified from other cases. There's a major case, the Corey Smith case, that's in shambles because of his hot mess. All right, so we're going to do one more detour for this session. And it's not going to be the complete thing. We're going to do a session where we read a lot more. But we're going to read a few pages here. Because the state is lying, the state is trying to bullshit, and Ms. Peabody is completely correct. So here we go. Let's talk about George French Jones, the witness that the judge proudly proclaimed, and I excluded that witness for you, defense. Here is a little snippet of a May 23rd. Actually, let me see what year it was to be sure. Yeah, 2025, May 23rd, 2025. It's a video deposition of George French Jones Jr., no relation to Rashaun Jones. Let's see, attorney of record. You might recognize names here. Oh, Michelle Borshoe. Okay. So the Michelle that we saw commenting on one of those posts, I think, is also an attorney. Oh, so she's worked the Keandre Fields case. So no wonder Michelle has choice thoughts for this prosecution team. And then in a different deposition, oh, here we go. Jeremy McLymont. There we go. So familiar names here. We've got Michelle Borshoe and Jeremy McLymont. I think Jeremy's doing the questioning. What we're about to read. So let's go to page 26. And we're going to read these full depositions another session. We'll start here for some context. So let's see. Talking about benefits. It says, okay, Did Mr. Cohen ever tell you that Michael Van Zandt made you promise in an email or any other written communication? He told me that no, not promises, just no promises. Okay, now when you spoke to Mr. Van Zandt at that meeting at the state attorney's office that you testified earlier was supposed to be about Rashaun Jones, but turned over to conversation regarding Keandre Fields, that's where this deposition is for Keandre Fields. Borshoe and Jeremy McClimate are representing Keandre Fields. Did Michael Van Zandt ever tell you that if you get any incriminating information on Keandre Fields, I promise to help you with your federal case? No, he told me it would be a feather in my cap. It would be, so he told you basically that you could help yourself by providing information if you had information. Yeah, then is that a yes or no question, or that's the witness asking if that's a yes or no question? Well, if it's a yes or no question, but you're free to elaborate if you'd like to. Oh no, it'd be a feather on my cap. It would be to my benefit. He said that it would be to your benefit? Correct. Did he tell you what benefit you would receive? He said, and if I'm quoting correctly, I may be getting it wrong, if it was up to him, I would already be home. He said if it was up to him, you would already be home on your federal sentence? Yes. And do you specifically remember him saying that? 125%. Okay, and what meeting was it at that he said that? At the Doral police station, because I actually was in tears at the end of that meeting, yeah. You said it was at the Doral police station? No, I'm sorry, the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, the state attorney's office. Are you sure it was at the state attorney's office and not the Doral police station? It was the state attorney's office, because that was the only place that Mr. Van Zandt was present. Okay, now at the time that you were aware whether Mr. Van Zandt had any power to affect your federal case. Yeah, he has the power because he's a state attorney's office. If he would have got off his ass, he could have made something happen. Okay, so in your opinion, the state attorney's office has the power to direct the federal government how they should handle their cases? No, they don't have direct, but they have persuasion. Okay, did he tell you that if you provided information on Keandre Fields' case, that he was going to go speak to the assistant U.S. attorney on your federal case? He told me that he had a good rapport with the former AUSA. I don't know who that was. He had a very good rapport with the former AUSA, and they were both going to reach out to Mr. Brown. Yeah, he said that he had a former good relationship with the former AUSA, I guess the head AUSA, but his relationship was not so good with the new one, but yes, that he was going to reach out to the federal government, yes. Okay, and did he promise you that? Did he say, I promise I'm going to reach out to them and make a difference in your sentence? Promise? He said he was going to do it. Did he say he was going to do it or that he could do it? He said that he was going to do it. Okay, and that would have been in exchange for any valuable testimony that you could give with regard to Keandre Fields. Answer? And Rashaun Jones. And Rashaun Jones. Okay, so it wasn't just Keandre Fields alone. It was whatever case you could provide information on. Both. And now this might seem like, and I'm sure there's still part of it. Oh, it's, this guy's just bluffing in this deposition, and maybe, again, that could be a part of it. But Michael Van Zandt is disgraced. He has an MO of giving promises of leniency to jailhouse snitches and trying to coerce people to get them to testify certain ways. There is a running pattern of this. That's the issue. That's one of the issues that got him disqualified in the Corey Smith case. With a scathing decision from Judge Andrea Ricker-Wolfson. So, I don't know. And there's one quick audio we can play that's in relation to the Corey Smith case. Pull that up quick. It'll be the cherry on top of this trial watch stream. Let's see. Let me find it real quick. This is him, by the way. This is Michael Van Zandt. And context. So, Corey Smith's ex-girlfriend, that's that 2004 case that he got disqualified from, and another prosecutor got disqualified from. A woman named Trisha Jeter Pinder, who is now suing Van Zandt civilly as well as some others, alleging that they conspired to pressure and intimidate her into testifying at Smith's resentencing hearing. CBS News Miami pulled a jail phone call clip with Van Zandt speaking to an inmate. So let's check that one out.
CBS News Miami investigates. A woman is suing after she says a former assistant state attorney intimidated her into testifying in a gang leader's trial. Her federal lawsuit targets current and former members of the state attorney's office. CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge is your reporter in the newsroom with that story. Abby?
Well, Tricia Jeter-Pinder says for years, people working in the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office led to her. It caused her emotional distress. She was a key witness in the prosecution and resentencing of her ex-boyfriend, Corey Smith, a gang leader in the late 1990s. He's now serving 30 years in prison. During the resentencing just 2 years ago, a judge removed now former Assistant U.S. Attorney Michael Van Zandt and another defendant in this lawsuit from Smith's case because of Van Zandt's actions. Those actions are now front and center in this lawsuit.
Nervous. From the time this happened, I've just been on edge. I'm not myself.
Tricia Jeter-Pinder says she's suffering 20 years after first appearing as a witness in the trial of a notorious Liberty City gang leader. Corey Smith, the leader of the John Doe's gang, is her.
The second I walk in through the door, I'm already getting fist bumps.
They're giving us an ad. It's like they knew I had Culver's for dinner. Oh, wait, did it pause it because I muted it? That's crazy. These ads are getting good. I've got to be quick to unmute it. There we go.
Boyfriend. Jeter-Pinder testified at his original trial. His original death sentence was overturned, deemed unconstitutional. In 2024, Smith was being resentenced, and Jeter-Pinder and her attorney say she was pressured to testify by then Assistant U.S. Attorney Michael Van Zandt. The suit claims the former Assistant U.S. Attorney and others conspired to threaten her life, told her convicted murderers would come after her, and threatened to jail or prosecute her. Jeter-Pinder's attorney, Ariel Lett, says jailhouse phone calls recorded what Van Zandt was willing to do.
All right, here we go.
In this clip, he's speaking to another witness about the case, LaTravis Gall.
So the idea that, oh, this woman's suing, she's claiming something, but she's just saying it because she's the girlfriend of the guy. She wants him to get off the case. But then there is proof. So you can't lean on that excuse.
Alishaw, a convicted killer and witness in the Smith case.
I got an issue with her, but she's got an issue with me because she gave full and complete testimony in the last trial.
Yeah.
If I call her and she refuses, then I will find a way to make her unavailable, and then I can read her whole testimony.
So she's not gonna do what I want her to do. I'll make sure that she's unavailable and we can perpetuate something old that we have her saying. And we can replay that the way we want to have it on the record at this resentencing. And we can get what we want. He's saying this on a jail call as his plan.
You will want to do that?
And this inmate is like, huh? Like, listen to the pause here.
If I call her and she refuses, then I will find a way to make her unavailable, and then I can read her whole testimony.
You will want to do that?
No, I don't want to do it. I'd rather she testified and did a good job. But can I count on it? No.
Oh my God, another ad. What are we clicking? What did I click into? What are we learning about today? It's going to be some BS. They're showing too much nice farmland. Maybe like a pesticide commercial. Oh, it's just Driscoll strawberries. Why do they need to advertise? Oh, it's Publix. For shopping is a pleasure.
And the follow-up by that convicted murderer is really what gives chills down your spine when they're talking about that, right?
The calls have been public record since 2024. Letts says they filed the case 2 years later to seek justice for Jeter Pender and the community.
Just because Von Zamp is out does not mean that this state attorney's office has been cleansed. It's not.
The lawsuit says Jeter Pender suffered severe emotional distress, anxiety, paranoia about her safety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and other ailments. CBS News Miami reached out to the state attorney's office for a comment on this case and to confirm employment of attorneys and investigators named in the suit. They didn't have a statement, but confirmed 3 of the defendants still work there. Michael Von Zampt handed in his resignation after a judge dismissed him and the other assistant U.S. attorney from the Smith case in 2024. Von Zampt told me over the phone that he has not read the full lawsuit and has yet to be served.
Do you believe during your handling of the Corey Smith case that you threatened any witnesses involved?
I know that I did not, but I will tell you the answer is about your lawsuit. I have not read it completely, but I do know that it's based upon falsehoods and mistruths.
Von Zampt says he believes Jeter Pender was treated fairly.
Nothing was done, to the best of my knowledge, that was inappropriate or unethical during the course of the Corey Smith presentation when I represented the state. I cannot speak for what occurred prior to my handling the case.
Von Zampt said that despite the lawsuit's allegations, he was not involved in the case that led to Corey Smith's conviction, just his resentencing. Letts says that he's still trying to serve Von Zampt, who moved out of state. The case can't proceed in federal court until that happens.
So we've got a lot more to talk about with this guy, a lot. Because his name, before I even realized that he was part of the Rashaun Jones case, well, I guess we'll call it the Bryan Pata case, before Rashaun Jones was the target and then arrested. Before I knew that he was part of that whole mess, there's already all these breadcrumbs of different things that he's been a problem through his tenure with the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office. So there's a lot there, and there are some lengthy motions with some transcripts, with some issues that this attorney team has called out. And it's all on the heels of what we just watched with that explosive, the judge has to clear the courtroom. And I believe Law and Crime, or Kathy Russon with Law and Crime, posted that clip over on Twitter. And a lot of the comments, not all of them, but a lot of the comments were like, wow, those defense attorneys are out of line. And I mean, for what it's worth, I don't think they have the context that we've been able to do in the last few sessions here. But at the same time, I still think there are some cues when you watch that clip that even though everybody's riled up, there are some cues that there's some funny business going on. And I don't know, a lot of people just seem to disregard it. And I don't know. But we have all this that we're going to have to go through, guys. One of these is like 300 pages. So we have some time. It doesn't look like that many documents, but they're lengthy documents, and most of them center on George French Jones, Juan Segovia, or Michael Van Zampt. So it's going to get uglier. We're going to do I guess session 5, the next session we do will probably be the closing arguments. And then whatever hearing happens tomorrow, I've got to either wait and see if I can access it. I doubt it will be live streamed because this judge is not allowing live streaming for any of the previous proceedings, including the first trial. But some of the footage becomes available after the fact, and maybe I can be in there while it's happening to let you guys know what's going on. That is, if she lets me in to watch. Who knows? I really have no idea about this judge. I feel like she's going to scream at me for existing if she sees me. And then we'll do a session where we start going through, it'd probably have to be 2 sessions, where we go through the motions that have been filed since the mistrial for the trial that we just watched. So definitely got a lot coming up on this in the next few days. We're going to pump these sessions out. Again, the retrial is set for September. So that is kind of a ways out, and maybe that date will change. I don't know. But like from the bottom, I want to say the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of my gut, because there's a pit in my stomach, I really think this case needs more attention. And I think there's a lot of people that would be riled up and would care about this case if it was a bit easier to get information on. And because the trial is just parsed up in these different little bits and pieces, these little clips, I think that's a big reason why a lot of people did not do a full watch of the trial, let alone follow anything else that's been going on around it. But there's a lot of corruption all in one place. We've got the detective on social media commenting about the trial, and maybe that account doesn't belong to him, but it seems like they traced it back to his IP address and accounts that are registered in some type of like email address that are associated with him. They would use that same information to prosecute somebody else if they were booking an Airbnb, anything like that in relation to a crime. So I feel like that's enough for me to feel like, hey, that probably is that individual using that account. But we'll see. We'll see what they do to resolve that matter. And then you've got this disgraced prosecutor that we've already heard in other stories. He's been very messy and engaged in misconduct with jailhouse snitches, coercing witnesses to make sure he can get the testimony he wants at trial. And then we're seeing a deposition here where one of the critical witnesses in this case, because he's the one that says Rashaun Jones confessed to him that he killed Bryan Pata. This same jailhouse snitch, who gets his confession within 3 months of Rashaun Jones being taken into custody, is saying, look, Michael Van Zandt was basically the plug. I thought he had these benefits, and he was going to help me for any information I had on either of these two cases. So, and shout out to Keandre Fields' team for doing that deposition, because without that deposition, the defense team in Rashaun Jones' case might not have the ammunition. They just have a gut feeling and no way to meet a standard of proving it. But yeah, so it's a lot. It is a lot. And if you see somebody looking for something to check out, the great part about anything in Miami-Dade County, their website is pretty decent. Not all documents are available, but if you guys see me clicking through this, it's not because I've already paid for some secret membership that lets me access documents. A lot of court websites, everything is gate kept. With the Miami-Dade clerk, it's like MIAMI-DADE. They don't spell date out. Clerk.gov. You can just go and click these and see them right away. And you only have to pay for them if you want to remove this like watermark that's always across the documents, which, you know, we'll save the money as long as you guys don't mind. But I think it's great that they do make this stuff available. So if you see anyone that's interested in this case, there is an easy way to just go check out and do a deep dive on it. And I'm going to keep following it because I think it's crazy. Queen Ashbass says, "Sir, you're recorded. Why are you speaking on a jail call? You should know better. You should know better." But lo and behold, yeah, he really sucks. That I definitely think he sucks. He's the guy that went to Georgia, and they didn't want to give the defense a material witness warrant, so that way they could subpoena him to ask him questions about changes in this decision to prosecute this case. What time tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know what time tomorrow. Eventually. I need a disguise. I'll show up on the Zoom call with just like a mustache nose. Well, I have, if you want a sneak peek on that, Nick, I did post that decision. How long ago? Did I say his name in the post? I believe I posted the full opinion from Judge Andrew Ricker Wolfson. Yes, here. So I'll drop the link in the chat if you feel. I know you said you were going to bed, but if you don't want to read this tonight, I'll drop the link in the chat, but you can also quickly go grab it on Twitter. If it loads, does the link not work anymore? Ugh. It's just giving me like a screen that's not loading, so maybe I've got to get another link. But yeah, so there's an order from Judge Ricker Wolfson disqualifying him. And then earlier this year, the Florida bar also opened an investigation into him. So yeah, I'll get those documents, I promise. I'll have them for the next stream that we do. And we're going to read through some of the stuff in full as well. But it's been a late night, so sorry I don't have that on hand or loading up correctly today. But we'll figure out, get those links. And tomorrow, the hearing is scheduled for 9:30, so I'm going to try to see if I can hang out and listen. I won't be able to live stream it, even if I am able to listen to it. But I can still tell you guys what I see going on with tweets or like a post on YouTube. And then whenever we can get together and watch it, we'll watch that. Closing statements tomorrow, we'll do a short session. So probably, let's say like maybe 2 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, we can do the next session and it'll be the closing arguments. And of course, I'll know by then if we have a full hearing that we can watch. So I think that'll be the plan. Late afternoon Eastern time tomorrow, we'll get together again and keep going down. I have this on the screen. It's perfect. We'll keep going down this rabbit hole in Alice in Wonderland. This is from the motion to disqualify Van Zandt. So take care, you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for paying attention to this case. Thank you for not minding when I'm tired and like stumbling over my words. And looking forward to seeing you guys again for the next session. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do not press 1 to drug test Cat.